Hello, everybody, and welcome to the bonus stream. It's Sunday, and I decided to go again. I wasn't going to see you till tomorrow, but I couldn't resist. So we're back for more. Day 6 of Satisfactory. Still riding the hype train. Going strong. 10 to 12 hour days. That's how you know it's serious. Some of you guys are going to sleep, waking up, and the stream is still live. Some of you never sleep. Some of you always sleep. Some of you are asleep right now. What's up, Valkyrie? Piplup Union. Hello, Nanamaki. Robot Mystic, welcome back. Howdy, streamer in chat. Howdy yourself. What's up, Farkman, Falcris, Sunday Gamer. Wasuji, welcome back, Lord Waldemart. I don't know the schedule. There isn't one, Scottish. I just said I wasn't going to stream today, and then I changed my mind. I don't really have a schedule. Most of the time, I don't stream... almost never stream both weekend days. Unless there's something special going on. The streamer is addicted. I am, yeah. What's up, Michael Mushi and Taruk? Hi, Jinx. I wake up to the stream every morning. Well, good morning. Where is it morning right now? Is it morning right now in Australia, New Zealand? Is it morning right now in, like, Japan, China, East Asia? Where is it morning right now? Welcome back, Kintaro, Dazzler. Thanks for keeping me company when I sleep. The chat is watching over you. Chat watches over all slumberers. The slumbering lurkers. Sunday stream? I got my coffee, ready for the stream, and I've already drank half of it. That's not gonna be good. Because that means I'm gonna run out of coffee in like 30 minutes. Chat, coffee, yes or no? For you personally, beginning of stream chatters, do you guys drink coffee every day? In any form or fashion? Doesn't matter how you take it. I feel like I take it for granted. Got some yeses. I like coffee but prefer tea. I drink coffee every morning now. I didn't before grad school. Yeah, eventually you just end up there. Eventually you just end up in the everyday coffee somehow. I didn't used to drink coffee either. I don't know when I started. If you don't drink coffee now, you will. I'm not sure why. It just happens. I can tell you one reason why it happens. It's because, for me at least, I was trying to find something to drink. Like, listen, no judgment on individual chatters who might do this, but it's not cool to me to wake up and then chug a Coca-Cola or something. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, I'm awake. A tasty Coca-Cola. You know, just start my day with Coke, and then, I don't know, it doesn't feel right. And I don't know that it's necessarily about the caffeine, though I love the caffeine also. And obviously, you know, you get the caffeine withdrawals eventually if you stop. But I think it was just having something to drink that wasn't water, that also wasn't like a 50 grams of sugar beverage. Like, I like drinking water during meals, but I don't like drinking water outside of meals for some reason. I'm not sure why. I drink like 2 glasses of water every meal. And then I like having non-water beverages between. Used to give me mad anxiety, but now it's an every morning occasion. Yeah, I've never felt caffeine jitters. I feel like caffeine doesn't really work on me. If I have an energy drink or a Monster or a Red Bull, I don't feel any different. I don't know that I even feel more awake. I think it's almost like a placebo for me. It's like, oh, this is an energy drink. I should have energy, therefore I have energy. But I don't actually feel anything. It's Monday already? Classic ADHD and caffeine effect. Is that like actually a known thing? Does caffeine affect ADHD or no? How does caffeine affect ADHD? I don't think Healthline is the best resource. Okay, yes. Is it just me, or does caffeine do absolutely nothing? Caffeine is a mild stimulant. Stimulants work differently in people with ADHD. But they don't really say how. I don't know. What is it supposed to do? A lot of people I know with ADHD that don't drink caffeine say that when they do, they get very severe anxiety. Really? See, I'm the inverse. If I don't drink coffee or have caffeine, I start to get like headaches and stuff, and that gives me anxiety. So caffeine actually calms me down. Caffeine is a way to normalize the brain. Those who have ADHD tend to feel it doesn't give them excess energy, or at best it normalizes them, never much of a boost. Yeah. I would say that caffeine makes me feel normal. That would be a great way to put it. But I don't really get any energy at all. Caffeine actually helps overall with anxiety, for sure, for me. So totally the inverse. Caffeine used to make me sleepy. Yeah, it won't keep me awake at all. I could drink a coffee and then go right to bed. No problem. It also depends on the ADHD you have. For me, I could drink quad shots of espresso to feel normal, but now I take medications, so caffeine does make me energized, so I have to be careful how much I have. That's understandable. Yeah, it might stack differently, depending on what you're already doing. Anyway. Falcors, thanks for the 61 months before the stream even started. I also missed a couple of subs last night because I'm a bad streamer. Screaming Cats subscribed for a 16th month. So if you're out there in the VOD land, Screaming Cats, thanks for subbing. And Mephistophilic Pierogi with a brand new Prime sub. Also, my bad for missing those yesterday. But thanks for subbing, if you're out there somewhere. Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be our baby today, okay? We're going to be doing this probably all day. So, we're going to get cozy here. We're making a giant iron factory. And the reason why it's foundries is because we're going to be using alternate recipes to produce iron ingots. So, we've been finding hard drives. If you look around the map, there are wreckage sites that look like this. You'll kind of see glimpses of them on the edges of things. And if you kind of like follow them and track them to their destination, they have containers that you can open. Some of them require specific things to be able to open, resources or electricity. And then inside they have a hard drive. And if you scan the hard drive in the MAM, which is a building, there's another wreckage right there. We've already gotten that one, though. Then you unlock alt recipes. And you can pick one of two alternate recipes. And if you don't like either of the two that you've got, you can re-roll them once and get 2 different ones to choose from. So we went hunting. I'm not going for specific alt recipes. I'm kind of just wanted to go explore for other reasons and happened to also be getting hard drives. One of the reasons we were going out is because at those wreck sites, there can often be really good materials as loot scattered around the wrecks, so make sure you check those. And some of them are really high tier pieces of gear, and I have been crunching those high tier pieces of gear and items into the awesome sink, which deletes them but refunds us a certain amount of points toward a coupon. And said coupons can be spent on the awesome shop for various perks, upgrades, and unlocks. So we still have to get a bunch of stuff, actually. Factory cart is really fun and actually useful. But yeah, you can buy a whole bunch of things here. So it's basically like a side progression. So I was doing 2 things at once. We were going out and finding hard drives and using the resources from those wrecks, which you could save. You don't have to spend them on the awesome store. You could save them and they could help you progress through different tiers faster if that's what you wanted as well. And I think we have some resources over here. We kind of moved all of our stuff yesterday. I've got 100 crystal oscillators, not super valuable. And then 100, I don't know why I have 100 rotors in here, but that could have saved me some work. I'm actually going to put those in my inventory right now. And the steel pipes could be useful. And the reinforced, and the iron plates, and the rods. So I'm just gonna grab all these, and also the biofuel. Yeah, we're just gonna hold on to this stuff because we might actually use it. But you could save those things, and they can help you with your tier upgrades. So, like for example, if I was interested in progressing any of these, we need 200 rotors. So maybe I found some rotors or some modular frames or whatever else, and they can help you get through different phases faster. I like getting tickets because I think a lot of the stuff in the awesome shop, first of all, is beautiful, and second of all, is really useful. Though your order of those might vary depending on what you prioritize. But yeah, lots of cosmetic blocks. So we've unlocked everything under architecture, I think. All the walkways, ladders, pillars, roofs, beams, structural frames, barriers. I wish it would tell you a tally of how much you've spent so far and what the total number of points that's worth. Like, I want to know how many tickets I've spent and how many points was accumulated to earn those. But we got all the walls, windows, ramps, tilted walls, all the foundations, quarter pipes, half pipes, inverted corners, ramps. We need to get a bunch more paints, another 2 materials, a bunch of patterns that we're going to use in different places. We did get the new material for walls, and we got all the roof materials, including glass. So love that. We need to get signs. We did get 3 of the lights. And we got, these are some of the functional things that aren't necessarily just aesthetic. Floor holes, excuse me, are you stepping? All right, you guys are out of control sometimes. But yeah, pipeline floor holes and wall attachments, those are all things that are actually functionally useful, not just aesthetic. So it's kind of a mix of both. So we got a ton of tickets from just exploring because I found a really high tier. It was like a tier 8 resource called turbo motors. And we found 16 turbo motors. And those 16 turbo motors were worth, I want to say, close to 30 tickets by themselves at this stage. Obviously, that's not indicative of much. Our tickets now cost 300,000 points. Each turbo motor was worth 260,000 points. So that should probably put it in perspective. Those turbo motors were insane. So really boosted us. We still got a ways to go. Either way, we've unlocked all the cosmetic pieces that have a shape. We still have to unlock, you know, textures, but that can be painted on later. There's a button that I always forget about that chat reminded me of yesterday. You can actually press X at any time, and you can paint materials. So if you unlock, say, a concrete foundation or an asphalt foundation, and you just want to, you don't have to delete old ones. You can just paint over, and it'll do the paint. So if you hit X, you can do a whole bunch of stuff, including change finishes. So if you want it to look unfinished, like it's just dried, you know, like wet concrete that just dried, you could do that too. So that way you don't have to delete old things just to paint them. And you can also, like, of course, paint things with different swatches and come up with some of your own designs. I don't know what the custom swatch is. I must have created this at some point in the past and used it for something. How do you reset this to not old? Maybe just go concrete? Yeah, how do you undo the finish? That I don't know. Anyway, let me re-chat. What's up, Sveninator? How's it going? I'm here for iron and iron accessories. That's exactly what I'm going to make today. The Cliffside Factory looks so nice. It'll look way better. If you think it looks nice now, just wait. This is the infancy. We just put a frame around it. Let's kind of figure out how we want it to go. But thank you anyways. Stoked to hang while we take the fight to nature. That's what we're doing. What's up, Rambo? Oh my god, I finally caught a stream. Welcome back. Wasn't sure if you'd be on today. Yes, I actually dreamt of Satisfactory last night whilst I was asleep. I've been having satisfactory dreams. I don't really remember what I'm doing in them. It's mostly solving problems. Like, I am dreaming about, not really like exploring or combat or spiders, but it's mostly like problem solving in my dreams. Like made up fake problems and trying to figure out the logistics of making them work. What if you're still dreaming? Then, what's that movie quote? Then it is a good dream. Who says that? The Lord of the Rings, Two Towers. Like Arwen? Arwen says that to Aragorn. Yes. Thank you. It's Two Towers. Does anyone know how to undo this without deleting this? Customization is already applied. It sure is. Okay, I guess just changing its type of customization and then back solves the problem. All right, here's what we're gonna do to get started. Our factory should be completely operational. We have more coal power than we're using. However, my brain is already not working. If I just put a little personal storage box here and then drop a bunch of things to come pick back up. Okay. I feel like these factories up here are still making kind of like garbage. Maybe I just shouldn't even worry about this. But again, I feel like some points are better than no points. So if you're making 0 points right now like I am, then you may as well just put whatever. inside the ticket cruncher and have, you know, some tickets coming out, like some points. One ticket is better than 0 tickets. Haven't played this game in a few years. Excited to get into it again. Oh yeah, no, it's great. I've had a blast in 1.0. Really more fun than I expected, I would say. I knew it was gonna be fun, but here's the thing. Since I've played so much Satisfactory over the years since early access, I sort of just assumed like, oh, you know, I've seen this before. So it's not my first rodeo, I guess would be the best way to describe that, right? Like, it's not my first rodeo. It's not gonna have the new car smell. I've already played for hundreds of hours. Like, I've been down these paths before. I've gotten these upgrades before. But two things. Number one, my memory sucks, and I can watch the same movie like a couple years apart and forget everything that happens and enjoy it like it was the first time I saw it. So, it's been about a year since we last played Satisfactory. Where am I going? I guess I need to go for quartz. So number one, like, I'm a forgetful person, and I think the important thing is forgetting the vibes. Right? If you do the same thing every day, it doesn't matter if it's a video game or any form of entertainment, or, I mean, the best way to describe it would be like drugs. Like, if you stop drinking coffee and you don't have any caffeine for 6 months, and then you start consuming coffee, insert any drug in there that you want that's not caffeine, and you come back, it's gonna hit you different, right? Like, compared to when you do it every day. And video games are a lot like that, where if you're not playing for over a year and you come back, you don't remember how it felt to be playing every day. Yes, because drugs are the best way to describe it. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Do you think playing video games for 8 hours a day every day is not in any way comparable to other things that you do literally every day, like drink coffee? Do you not think that that's... Why would you not think that that's a fair comparison? You guys... They're both things that you do every single day. And video games, listen, chat, just because something is addictive doesn't mean that it's bad. Like, video games are addictive, that doesn't mean that they're bad. Dopamine, we were evolutionarily, if we've evolved to feel dopamine and respond well to it, all right? Ain't my fault I was born like that, all right? All I want to do is enjoy it. My point is that I have forgotten how it feels to play the game, so that helps. Then on top of that, you have like a bunch of new features, polish, and new ways to enjoy the game from the beginning, making the initial like starting experience feel different, which I think it does. Like, there's been some, like, the animation of the space elevator stands out as like a, oh my god. There's a bunch of stuff that they didn't have to add, but they did. So it feels like you get that extra layer of polish and love in your experience. So there's some good first time experiences that weren't there before, I would say. And then start in a different location also, so I don't know where anything is or what anything is. And I'm also playing in a different way. I never really went out and explored and like found hard drives on purpose or gathered up the resources around the crash wreck sites. So I'm kind of playing in a different way as well. And playing in a different location is fun. And I think also the hype from there's a lot more people in the community who are playing Satisfactory now that it's hit 1.0, and I'm kind of also riding on that hype train, which is something I only get to do like twice a year. Like, the only other time I think that people in the community have been really playing a new release was like the RimWorld expansion this year. Otherwise, it's just me trying to be like, hey guys, I think this thing's really fun. And some of you guys are like, okay, sure, Mr. Streamer, whatever you say. But I feel like this time there's a lot more people actually playing as well. It's okay if you're not, you know, I don't expect everyone to be like playing the same game that I'm playing or whatever. I think what I mean is, in the past, I distinctly remember having Satisfactory streams where I'm trying to build a factory and I'm like, so if you carry the 1, okay, carry the 2, and I'm gonna need this much iron for this type of conveyor from this type of miner mark 1, people in chat are mostly like, teehee, I don't know what any of this means or whatever, you know, whereas this time I'm getting like people in chat who are just like, okay, so what you're gonna need to do is mark, like, you guys have the solutions more because you know you're actually like invested in your own game. Does that make sense? We're all drinking the coffee. Yeah, you're drinking the coffee. He's finally admitting that he enjoys backseating. No, it's just like, sometimes I feel like I'm trying to explain how to speak in a different language to you. You know what I mean? But I think that there's a substantial amount of people who are waiting on 1.0 to come out to actually play Satisfactory. So there's a ton of people who maybe owned it for 5 years who are just now like, oh, I will boot it up this weekend. And it's cool to see a bunch of you guys into it also, is what I'm saying. Not that I expect you to be, but it's nice that you, there's a lot of people like trying to get beginner tips and lots of people coming in for new player tips or things that I take for granted. That's a life-changing keybind that you didn't know about, and people are like, oh my god, thank you for telling me that you can tap spacebar to manual craft or whatever. I enjoy seeing the new player experience. And I think I have, knowingly or otherwise, shepherded a bunch of people into getting it in 1.0 now. But anyway. Yeah, the Satisfactory community is also super positive. That's a good point, Ottercog. They are extremely positive, and that's a nice change of pace from the Star Citizen community. And they're backseaty. Like, the Satisfactory community is backseaty. If you don't know how to like sprint slide, who was it? I think it was it Drongo that was in chat somewhere saying that the Satisfactory community was telling him that he needed to sprint slide within 30 seconds of him spawning in and getting control of his character. So there are like certain things in the community that are like overbearingly like, okay, listen, I'm about to lay down the pro tips that you need to know right now since you started a new game. But it's a far cry from what it's like playing Factorio. Playing Factorio with the Factorio community is pain because there's so many more obvious optimal ways to do things in Factorio. Satisfactory is very laid back by comparison. And I don't mean that it's easier. I just mean that it's not... Having that third dimension means that there's a lot more ways to solve problems. Whereas in Factorio, being 2D, there's really one way to efficiently solve a lot of problems, like how to get your early game power, being a chief one that puts off a lot of new players or new content creators new to Factorio, because there is an optimal way to skip past, say, burner inserters and get straight to the good stuff. And if you don't know that, then you're a dum-dum. And how to organize your inserters with your belts. There's like fewer ways to do that differently. There's more efficient and less efficient ways. I think that that doesn't exist as much in Satisfactory. Having had 600 hours in the game before 1.0, I can say that the new content is making this playthrough really fresh and new feeling. Yeah, I agree too. The new content actually does make a difference, because I think it feels cohesive. When you went out and explored before and found alien artifacts, knowing that they didn't do anything and that they said work in progress, you know, that is a whole different animal compared to now, where you go out and everything has a purpose and everything has a beginning, middle, and end. So feels more complete. But anyway, it's been good. And yeah, the community is super positive too. That helps a ton. So what are we doing? Well, I was just getting the ticket counter going, and I got too much junk. We are putting junk in there, make no mistake. These are worth like pennies. Pennies. 269,000 points. Good God. Okay. Give me all that. This is going to be our work today. This is going to be the work. We started it yesterday. We did a lot of exploration yesterday. We did over 5 hours of just kind of like scouring the map. We got a lot more exploration we can do, which is fun because it's a freaking huge map. But this is going to be our Omega Iron Factory, and I had a notepad with some things I wrote down for me. We are going to hook up, it should be 16 foundries using an alt recipe for iron ingots. Yeah, this one. 15 alternate iron alloy ingots. So what this is going to do is let us go from having individual smelters. So normally I would need 1 iron ore equals 1 iron ingot, right? And that would take 1 smelter to make 30 iron ingots per minute. We're going to be making 75 iron ingots per minute from a foundry. So each foundry is going to be as good as 2.5 smelters. And the best part is, instead of 1-to-1, it's going to be 10 total ore equals 15 total ingots, right? So we're effectively creating 50% more ingots than we have ore, right? So we're creating something from nothing by combining these two into an iron alloy. Now, don't be confused by the name iron alloy. This is not a separate resource. It is still just iron ingots. The name iron alloy ingot is just the title of the alternate recipes. So don't get too lost in the weeds here. This iron ingot is the same as this iron ingot. This is just the title of the alternate recipe. And it's produced in a different building. So we have to combine 2 ores. That's the challenge. So we have to combine 2 ores, and on top of that, we have to have more power. So foundries will take a whopping 16 megawatts of power each, which is going to be a big strain for us compared to, say, a couple smelters, which would take only 4 megawatts each. So instead of 4 megawatts each, we could basically have 4 smelters for every 1 foundry in terms of electricity. But foundries would save space, because this is 1 foundry, and this recipe is as good as 2.5 smelters. So 3 smelters, or even 2.5 smelters, if you imagine it, is a lot more space. But the way we're doing it is a lot more electricity. And we get to stretch our limited iron ore much further because, again, 8 iron ore will equal 15 ingots as long as we can bring some copper in. So bringing the copper in is going to be the challenge because we're going to bring copper in pretty distant and drop it off here. Now, what we've done so far is decide how big the platform is initially going to be and also create the foundries themselves, which I had to handcraft hundreds of resources for. So we're going to have to handcraft more today because we're going to need to go up. So the whole plan is that we've been developing, all the resources are going to be coming in this little crawl space down here. So right now we have them set up to be fed in on this side, which I think should work really good. We came up with a way. The iron's being pumped out of the ground there, and it's going to be fed over to these 4 side entrance places. And then from there, we've got a series of splitters. We basically made a load balancer. And that's why the spaghetti down here. So the load balancer is taking, since we have 16 foundries, we needed to get 16 even lines so that all of the ore is going in simultaneously. Now, was that super imperative? Yeah, actually. Because we're gonna have we're not gonna have a surplus of iron being pumped out of those nodes over there because we're gonna need a lot of iron and we're gonna overclock to the exact amount of iron that we need, basically. So since it's going to be a perfect amount of iron, 1-to-1, I wanted to do load balancers down here. So we got a bunch of splitters because we need 4 lines that are coming in. These, each one representing a different ore miner. So that's 1 iron mine, another iron mine, a 3rd iron mine, and a 4th iron mine coming in. So the way that it works is each of the mines comes in on an individual unique line, and then they are split evenly into 2, right? So imagine, let's just follow just this line. So a single iron mine comes in and it goes through the splitter. So 50% comes out this way and then 50% comes out on this one, right? So these 2 lines are still a single mine, yes? So what they're gonna do is loop around. The reason we're looping around is for cosmetic purposes only, just because I thought it would look cool for the glass up there. And then they each go into a splitter of their own. So if we got 50% on this side, 50% on this side, that 50% goes through... Okay, parachute, chill, man. That 50% goes through another splitter, and now we've got 25% of the original iron mine going into this elevator, and the other 25% going into this elevator. And then on this side, we've got 25% in here and 25% in there. So because it's being evenly split along the way, every single foundry above is getting the same amount of iron. And then we just did that 4 times. Okay, so there's 4 more foundries down here. So we did the same thing where you've got these 2 lines are each 50-50 of a 2nd iron mine, and then they both get split twice. Here and here, and then same thing on the opposite side. So hopefully that explains what load balancing is. It is the opposite of a manifold distribution system, which I would say is the easiest way to do things, especially if you have a surplus. Now, I think I might want to redo some of this down here because I didn't like... I mean, you knew it was going to happen. I'm having trouble figuring out how exactly to get the copper down here, so I have an idea, though. So we're going to work on getting the copper. We got those are all lines just for iron. We don't have any lines for copper yet, but it's going to look something like this. I wanted to have the glass above so you could see like an impressive number of these going in. Originally, I only wanted 4. So it looks nice and clean because it goes all the way down. The problem is it loops back around and it's asymmetrical on both sides, and I kind of wanted it to have a bit of a different aesthetic. But we couldn't figure out how to do it cleanly yesterday. I'll show you what I mean. The other thing we have to solve is getting the copper in to these elevators. So the whole purpose of this floor is basically to route all of the resources up to the foundry via these elevators, right? That way the resources don't have to share the factory floor with the foundries, and everything is kind of has like this layer for organization and then the layer above just for the foundries, and then their output is going to be going up a level to the constructors and the assemblers or whatever else that we need. So the copper is going to run into these facing the other side. So we have this whole alley, and then we have... Okay, I'm now crawling on top of these. We also have the alley over here, right? So this is where we're going to have to figure out how to run the copper and then feed the copper into the elevators that are facing this way, and then combined, they make the iron. A stream today! Yes, Switched. What is up? How's it going? Welcome back. Chatters, hope you've been having a nice weekend. I know a lot of you have been grinding on Satisfactory this whole time, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. Okay, so I know that this is gonna be kind of goofy. But I think if this is not vintage Satisfactory streams, I don't know what is. Do you know what I'm gonna say? I think I want to delete all of these conveyor belts down here and do them differently. Why? Basically to conserve space, because we're gonna need more room for the copper to come through. Because the copper is actually gonna be fairly complicated. The copper is gonna have to crisscross over the top of the existing belts, and because there's 8 side by side, that's difficult. But the main reason is, I honestly think that the factory would look cleaner when you're walking around if you can't see all through there. Like, I think it would genuinely look better if there was 1, 2, 3, 4 conveyors, and then a wall, and then a wall. Like, it was boxed in. You know what I mean? And that you just see 4 conveyors coming through. I think being able to see through the... Like, I want some supports down there. I want there to be, like, structural integrity-looking supports, where it doesn't look like this is just one big floating rectangle, right? Like, right now, it's just one big floating rectangle. I don't want this to all be hollow. I want there to be, like, supports and tunnels. I am here for the great leadings. Oh, good. I left the VOD and he was almost done with belts, so I essentially missed nothing. Sure, yeah. I mean, if you skip all the streams, you'll actually be able to see when the factory's done, so you could argue. Listen, the building process is part of, you know, it's part of it. Okay. Let's get to it. I think this is taking up a ridiculous amount of space down here. And if you're gonna take up a bunch of space, you gotta at least look good doing it. And I don't think it looks good either. Because there's nothing wrong with taking up a bunch of room. By the way, if you look at something with the delete tool, hit G, it'll only filter to that item. So now if I hold control and look everywhere, it only selects things that are on that filter. So in this case, conveyors. That way you don't accidentally delete a whole bunch of other junk that you didn't mean to. So for example, If I have a bunch of these little pylons and I don't want them, just look at it, hit G. Now it's filtered to just conveyor poles, and I can hit Control and just look around without accidentally deleting any other objects that I didn't mean to. See, this is a teaching opportunity, chat. Teaching opportunity. You seem surprised. You've been around long enough to know, dude. It's gonna take like an extra 10 minutes. You guys need. We just started today, and I'm already building stuff. All right, you guys need to chill, man. Hold on. I would say something glass houses. What is this? Bro, what the hell is that? What? What? What is that glitching from? I mean, that was clearly from like a splitter. But okay, no, I can't. Is plan B reload the last autosave from 3 minutes ago? It was like this one over here. No, it was on that side. Yeah, it was one of these. Seems fine. But anyway, listen, glass houses, throw stone, all that. Who among you has played Satisfactory? Chat, I understand that chat plays Satisfactory, and whenever they build a factory, it's always right on the first try, and they never, ever have to do anything over again. That it is perfect in its first iteration. I made the perfect factory first go. True, I never played this game. Can't lose if you never play. That was the wrong button. I only need to delete the elevators that are facing this direction. Not the ones that are facing... Well, actually, I could delete all of them, probably, but... Okay, now the conveyor poles... I don't see any of the visual bugs this time. I play this game, my relatives are gonna be reporting me missing soon. Just become a recluse. It's easy. Honestly, I mean... They'll understand. Just tell them Satisfactory finally hit 1.0 after 5 years. Never made a mistake in my life. The no delete tool challenge is inbound. Oh god, that's terrifying. Okay, so I think I've got an idea. He always has an idea. To get this junk into a better array. So that we can send it down a central pipe like this. Because here's how I want the sides to look. I think if we build some walls, it'll help visualize what is going to happen. As far as walls go, we could do like this. Let me see how this goes. It's actually probably going to be like the 1 meter walls. Oh, get it? Actually, aligning this is going to be a little tough. Oh, there we go. Oh, that works perfectly, actually. I need to zoop. I need to zoop. Something like this. Okay. Kind of like hide this from the rest of the world, right? When you go up here, if you're walking around the actual factory floor, bro, get some hops. Thank you. If you're actually walking around from up here, I kind of want this to look like a purposeful, self-contained display, right? Like the spaghetti mess can happen around the sides. We could even get some more glass on this, on the edges. I think that would look good. But I don't want to be able to see all the spaghetti mess on the left and right, which you have to if you're gonna do 8 different blocks, 8 different conveyor belts. Words are hard. I already got a week leave from my work to play Factorio Space Age on release. A whole week? Oh, I love it. That's dedication. You're starting again on the spaghetti? Yep. Always have been. What's up, Winsor, and welcome back. Since 1990, hello. Mephistophilic, glad you came back to work on this today. Rare I can catch a stream, and Satisfactory is enjoyable to watch. Hey, glad you're enjoying watching, and also thanks for the late sub yesterday, which I saw at the beginning of stream today. What's up, Xenophanes? I got the 5-kilometer belts achievement today. I think I did that yesterday. So, obviously the belts have to get fed in here, but guess what? There is no 4 conveyor wall. It doesn't exist. Is it possible? Because these are floor holes. Yeah, how would I get 4 going through there? In a clean way. That's the neat part. I came from the Splatterverse. The Splattercat verse. So yeah, if there's no wall, that's we cheated this one. This is 2 walls of 2, right? So it looks like 1 4 wall, but it's not. Okay, let's just focus on this for now. Excited to see the train network. What train network? I'm sorry, the train network? Never heard of it. I need a hotbar that has logistics on it. Let's do this one. Mark 1 conveyor, Mark 2 conveyor, Mark 1 lift, Mark 2 lift. Conveyor poles, stackers, wall, ceiling, floor lift. Oh wait, no, I wanted the mergers and splitters. Hold on. Mergers, splitters, then poles, stackers, floor lift? Yeah, floor lift. And we don't usually ever use ceiling mounts. Maybe we will eventually. They'll be there. There we go. Actually, let's reverse. I always use more splitters than mergers. So let's make splitters 5, mergers 6. Boom. Why not use the cycle hotkey? Why don't you use all 9 of your hotbars? I could ask you the same question. Why don't you just set up a hotbar? Excited to see nuclear trains? Surely that will happen today. Oh, more than trains. Nuclear trains? Damn, dude. Hey, streamer. Why don't you push the buttons that I push? I find that kind of weird. I feel like we need to get this splitter back as far as possible for this. And then the next splitter needs to be a little bit further forward. Let's try this first. I might have to do this twice. You know how it is. Okay. Do we have enough space? For both of these? We do. Interesting. Okay, cool. This might be good. Let me try. If you pull one further, then you don't. Might go one back. So, I'm gonna try something different, because we're gonna be hiding some of our work down here. I only want to be able to see, I want walls to be on both sides of this glass, so we have 4 conveyors going down the line, right? And I gotta figure out how to like block this area off. I might just use beams to hide it. Good evening, everyone. What's up, Commodore? That's, yeah, divine intervention. That's basically what I just said at the beginning of my stream. About the 2D versus 3D of Satisfactory versus Factorio. There's much fewer solutions or foregone conclusions in Satisfactory. There's a lot more. I would say there's a lot more problems of your own making to solve. There's more unique problems in Satisfactory that you sort of create for yourself. The madman is streaming again. What's up, Derf on Turf? Yeah, dude. Kevin, I don't know if you've seen the rest of, or popped in for any of our other Satisfactory stuff, but we've been busy. I would say it's worth coming back to. You should miss it, and I'm not sorry. You can blame me all you want. But we got biofuel up there. I got a floating copper over there that we need to completely tear down and rebuild. We've got to drastically expand our coal, which we just started over there. I've got a tractor set up to haul coal to it. Working on an Omega iron factory here. Per the title, I'll tell you guys what our goal is. Our goal for this factory is to make a hybrid factory that'll have all the basics that we need. It's gonna have 20 modular frames per minute, 60 reinforced iron plates per minute, of which 30 of those are gonna go to modular frames, 60 rotors per minute, which is gonna necessitate over 2,000 screws per minute, 360 iron plates per minute, and 120 iron rods per minute. We're gonna be manufacturing over 1,100 iron ingots per minute, basically, with this factory. Can you share your paint? I didn't actually paint anything. But yeah, we're in the baby steps of that factory so far. But you gotta start somewhere, don't ya? So we started yesterday. I want to say we did the hard part yesterday, in my opinion. What? Why did that go through the ground for a second? That was weird. There is a problem here. Do you see it? If we have walls, I guess there's gonna be clipping through the wall. Which is weird. I know these are different blocks. Why is that clipping through the wall? Okay, we might be able to make a bespoke custom wall that's like a single pace back. Like hold on, let me test something out real quick. If you do a wall here and you do a fix-it wall here, they're the same width, right? Yeah, they're the same width. I guess it always clips. It doesn't actually clip the conveyor belt, it just clips the bit on the side. Which might look a little funky if you're looking at it from above. But anyway, you could just, I guess I can move these like a half step back. Without really affecting the rest of the factory too much. But it is a little obnoxious. You know, I love this game as much as I hate it. I can sit and spend hours coming up with a neat idea, then I realize, huh? I could do this, though. Did you mean I can't do this? You should do it. If you can do it, you should. Etal talking like anyone but him will ever be at his factory. Hell, are you a person or a bot, Flatline? Are you not here right now? What do you mean? You're here right now. That makes 2 of us. At least, I think that there's at least 2 people here in the stream. Dead etal chat theory. Now that comes around at like 3:30 a.m. I actually think this is good. Like, this looks good. Having just a teeny bit more space anyways. It would almost work with the... I don't know how I'm going to do the wall on this side. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, we're just gonna go how I would be building it normally with the little leg supports. All the way down the line. And then figure out what to do over here. But yeah, I didn't like having 8 separate conveyors go down the line. It was really messy. So we do have another problem, but we're kind of like hiding the mess better, I'd say. The other problem is that we have to turn these 4 lines into 8 somewhere. Actually, you know what would be easier? This would be easier. Because then I can just like sprint back and forth. Actually, no, it's not easier. Because now I can't see. Hold on. So, make these independently. Okay. Yeah, it was faster the first way. It's funny how it tries to like auto connect onto the... I have to hold control to make it stop trying to snap. To the ones that I just built. Okay, well, that's actually kind of nice because there's a teeny bit of room to walk down the side, which is helpful. I love factory brain rot so much. Go on, elaborate. 3 a.m. is real chatter hours. Yes, it is. No, I don't think I will. Okay. Sure. Okay, fair enough. Well, well, well. Look who's back for another 24/7 Satisfactory stream. Yep. What you don't know is I was streaming on an alt channel the entire time you thought I was offline. With one viewer, and it was my dog. And I've already made 6 factories in that amount of time. Is there a way to make inventory icons larger? I think so, actually. You just have to go to, something in here. There's big hand equipment info, big hand equipment icon. I don't know if there's also just HUD scaling. But that will do the whole HUD, so I don't know beyond those what's available. Okay, this is really going to clean up the crawl space quite a lot while still giving us the iconic look of the through the floor things. These guys, you know? Like, it'll still give us that look. The trick is that I have to go that way. And this damn rock wall is still in my way. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so now we have to split these into 16 tracks. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, these 4 were going to be split into 8. And then the other 4 at the other end are going to be split into 8 on their ends. All iron? Well, yeah, it's iron, and then we're actually bringing in copper, but this entire factory is going to be all iron, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a really large iron factory. We're using an alt... I think it's one of the new alt recipes. I honestly don't know which ones are new and which ones are old. I never really, like, pay too much attention to alt recipes, to be honest. Like, I don't plan my whole build around alt recipes. I try to use whatever I find because it's a good challenge. Because the whole game's about making factories, you know, so... using different alt recipes is each time, I think it makes it more fun. I think it would piss off the player base, but I wouldn't even mind if the alt recipes were either or, where when you pick one and you don't pick the other one can never be picked again. I think it would be a fun roguelike aspect to starting new games that forces you to build in new and innovative ways, but I understand that wouldn't go over very well in the community. Which, you know, it's fair enough, I guess, but I think it would be in this very much in the spirit of the game. You should just be glad I'm not the dev, because that's what I would do. Okay, I want to actually possibly block this rock wall off. So if I want to block the rock wall off, I need to go a little bit further back. You could just not look for hard drives. That's not what I'm saying. That's completely different than what I'm saying. Basically, a way to prevent a meta from forming, where there's always, like, I don't know. In my opinion, there shouldn't be alt recipes that are just, like, considered must-haves. Like, I won't play the game unless I have this alt screw recipe, or I won't play the game unless I have the no screw recipe, and so you spend 25 hours trying to brute force it instead of actually playing the game. Blocking off the feature rock? If it's a must-have, why isn't it the main recipe? Bro, to encourage you to explore. It's called game design. Look it up. To give you a reward for exploration. Listen, if the jetpack is so much better than walking around, why don't you just start with that? You heard of game progression? You can also unlock all the recipes in the cheat menu. That's true. Now that screws aren't used in as many things, some of those recipes are kind of nerfed. Yeah, I don't even think about the meta. I don't know one way or the other. So, nothing off my back. I feel like there's a possibility I should align these differently, but I think this is going to be good. Gives us a little space here to make an artificial wall. And then we bring the first line in somewhat like this. And we're gonna do, I think we stick with the splitter thing that we were doing before, which seemed good. Where basically if you put the splitter close enough to where, I don't remember which spot, it could be this one or this one. I want to say it's this one. And then you build a lift facing the splitter. As long as it's, you know, the output of the splitter and the input of the lift, it'll automatically connect. So you don't have to build a conveyor there. And then we build another splitter with the input facing the same inside lane, and then build another conveyor lift down, and then this needs a conveyor down, and then this needs a conveyor down. Beautiful. Beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't think that this... Don't loop into yourself, you dumb... Yeah, it's a little too tight there. Okay, this will work. That'll work. And then similarly, I want the other one to be inverted to, so 1, 2. One, two. The classic 1-2 rule. Bam. And then you go there. And then there. Okay. And we do the same thing on the other side. And this is going to be very clean by comparison to what we were doing before. And have a lot more space down here to wrap copper. Because that's sort of what I'm worried about. Is just being able to have room. Because we're going to have to get 8 copper lines down. Or 16 copper lines down here also. And that is going to be the real challenge. Okay, I want to go ahead and fix these while I'm thinking about them. Because if not now, then when? I'm pretty sure this is going to be the final form that these take. Okay, looks good. You don't need these if you never played Satisfactory. You actually don't need conveyor poles at all. So if it's not the way you like to play, then go for it. Early game was rough. I had to put my legs in the biomass burner. Late night hero, desperate times. You might be a RimWorld player, if. Okay, this is good. Better to race to the end game so you don't have to play anymore. If I could just finish the end game, you know, that's a good point. The faster you get to end game, the faster you get to stop playing entirely. I didn't think about it like that. I barely got coal unlocked and I'm already ready to be done. Okay, this looks good. So let's go ahead and get the same thing set up on this side. It's almost easier to work your way backwards from it. And elevators, eventually, yes, all of this is going to have to be upgraded to Mark II, but that is a problem for future me. Because it is going to be very resource, it's going to have to be upgraded to Mark III, so that's definitely a problem for future me. But I think for now, Mark II will handle, like, at least getting it'll at least get the lights on, put it like that. Okay, I want to say this. To that? Is that how we did it on the other side? I think so. I'm stuck. Yeah, looks right. I love the sliding underbelts. I think that's really fun. Because it's actually really annoying to have to crouch walk over these. Avoid if possible. Put these on the corners just for cosmetics. I have no idea how these belts are supposed to be supported. Probably like that. I want to go to the opposite side and kind of just mirror these. So it goes boom, boom, and then just straight in. So one corner and then straight in. One corner, straight in. All right, that looks good. And then finally... Okay. Hopefully that's mirrored on both sides. I think it is. Just need to get these connected. Because they got nothing going on right now. And then this one connected. And one half is done. Redone, you could say. Now it's just this side. Conveyor upgrading is easy. Yeah. But the splitters. The damn splitters. Elevator upgrading is pretty easy too. I decided to use a pure coal node to truck my entire biome back to my base so I never have to leave again. You never have to leave the coal, or you never have to leave your factory? Trucking coal is honestly Really good. The problem is, I love trucks, but if I wanted to set up a truck depot here, like for example, I want a truck to bring copper in, but how's the truck gonna get coal? Where is it gonna get coal from? Because it has to get fuel from somewhere. So I'm gonna have to port it in. Where am I gonna port it in from? That's why a lot of people don't use trucks. There's a really easy way to fix that, in my opinion, which is make it so that the trucks can be told not to load or unload from specific stations. So that way it could go to a coal station to refuel on like without taking any of the coal from that station, which is set to load onto trucks. You know what I mean? The fact that you can't tell the trucks not to pick up or drop off at other truck stops means you can never send a truck to 3 stops. Unless you have like smart splitters already there gauging how much can actually go into the trucks, like the trucks. Yeah, a refuel only setting basically. Are you gonna try trains? Sure, one day. I'm gonna try everything eventually. But I gotta solve right now's problems. Hey, I remember telling you that I bought this game thanks to you yesterday. Now I need you to know I spent 10 hours today playing it. Bro is seeing every single fix-it warning on the left-hand side of the screen that they have in the whole game today. It was like, hey, you need to stand up, stretch your legs, gamer. But yeah, welcome to the party. Indeed. Pushing addictions on poor, helpless, innocent chatters. Couldn't be me, dude. Well, I'm glad you're having freaking fun. Mission accomplished. Okay, that should be connected. That should be connected. So this is going to be a little easier, right? Because the iron comes in here. Some of it's going to go all the way down there. So it's not going to get there at the exact same time because the lines are going to take a little longer, right? These ones are much closer, but these ones are a little bit more hideable, so to speak. So it'll still look symmetrical from above, which is kind of the only thing that I actually like really cared about. Okay, this is going to be kind of a funky, wiggly factory line. Actually, I need to do this one first. Because that's not going to work. Maybe we just use the straight line mode for now, because this one has to go like here in order to loop around. Which means this one can go angled to here. There we go. There we go. Easy peasy. I think this is much cleaner also than how we were doing before, where it all like doubled back on itself and looped around. This is a much cleaner setup. It's basically using the exact same principles that we were using yesterday. Put some decorative conveyor poles. Just to make it look like it's got some support. Okay, and then on you. And on you. And then we just have one more side to go, and then it's copper time, which is going to be a whole new challenge that we have not yet done before. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. That might be better here instead. Yeah. Looks good. Evenly spread out. Supported. All right, we're 3/4 of the way done redoing the iron. This is going to be something that we have to figure out, but we don't need to figure that out now. Though we will need to figure it out pretty soon. Okay, 1 splitter. 2, oops, that one's off. 2 splitter. I built these too close, I think. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'm in concentration mode. Trying to get this stuff done. What's wrong with this? Did this come out as an output? Oh, this one's backwards. The input is incorrect. That makes sense. All right, now I just got to get these 2 splitter ports into these 2 splitters, and then our load balancer for iron is complete once again. Okay, like that. Then like this. And I want to say everything except for the conveyor pole locations is pretty much set. Unless I made a severe miscalculation to be discovered much later in the life cycle of this factory, of course. Which is entirely possible. If not probable, even. Okay, now the ones over here, it's like 1 step before the line. 1 step after. And this one's 2 steps after. 1 step, 2, a 1 step, 2 step. Okay. I screwed that one up, didn't I? I think I screwed both of them up, actually. Chat, something's missing. A 1-2. What did I do? A 1, a 2, a what did I do, you know? A 1, a 2, a what did I do? So the inside has 3 poles. 1, 2, 3. This inside has 1, 2, 3. All right, that's right. The outside had... Okay, the outside has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1... Yeah, I don't think this one has 5. It has 1, 2, 3. It only has 3. What? How do I have 5 on the other side? Okay, so these two just line up. I wish there was like a mirror build mode. That'd be cool. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. I think that's it. Yep. All right, we're good. Done again. Done the second time, and I think it's all hooked up and connected on both sides. We got a lot more space here to move around and thread copper through. So I've got some ideas with how I want to thread the copper through. We got a load balancer for 8 lines of iron. Let's check it out from above. See the fresh air. There's going to be lights down here that illuminate this. Obviously, you'll be able to see it better. But it looks pretty clean. I'm gonna have to figure out a solution to the wall on that side, but it makes it look like there's more support under this, and it's not just like a floating platform, so it's kind of an optical illusion. But there are walls. And so these go all the way down here, and I kind of want to like cut them off before you see them turn left and right, basically. You can slide under conveyors? Yeah, that's how you get around. Is underbelt sliding a 1.0 thing? Nope, it was like an update 3 thing when they added sliding. That was like update 3 or 4. Do you guys want to watch some of the old Satisfactory trailers? They're actually really good. They're actually some of the best trailers I think I've ever seen. Unironically. They added a ton of stuff over the years that I can't remember living without. Intermission. Okay, there's did they make an update 2 trailer or an update 1? Let's see. What was the first one? Was it update 3? Because I remember update 3 reveal was 4 years ago. That one was update 3 was insane. And I got update 4. And then update 5. These are pretty short. They're like 2 minutes. They're like 2 minutes each. And then update 6. And then update 7. The biggest updates I think were update like 3 and 4. 3 and 4 were some of the biggest ones. They were game changers. Okay, I don't know if there was an update 1 or 2 trailer. But let's do this. Sorry, I don't have premium bitrate, but let's watch a couple of the old ones to appreciate Sunday stream. Hello, Illard. Yeah. This is oh my. Okay. Way back in the day, if you did oil, this is what oil looked like. I remember this. You had to get physicalized barrels of oil carried on conveyor belts in infinite conveyor lines, just like this. So this was a huge update for many reasons. You'll see. God, I remember watching this like it was yesterday. How's it been 4 years? What is that light? Oh my God. That's the old model as well. They updated the model for the player a couple times over the years. Pipes! Added to the game! No more physicalized containers! Pumping water! The tubes! Hyper tubes! The fix-it carts! Trains going in the background too. What if they was trains? And they got put out on Steam, right? Yeah, coming to Steam. Because the exclusivity deal with Epic was going up. This trailer is getting me hyped for a game that I've played for years. I know, right? And that's just update 3. It must have taken forever to make this because, like, just the individual animations of this portion of the factory building itself is like... with, like, fluid buffers and the water pumps. Or the water extractors and the water pumps. All right, update 4. So that was update 3 back in Feb of 2020. Dear God. So that was pretty close to after release. Because it was like, what, November 2019? And this was February 2020. It's a pretty quick turnaround on this one. And then update 4 was April 13th, 2021. So like a little over a year later. This was a huge update too. 3 and 4 were the biggest updates, I think. Oh yeah. Chat, I've never even built that building. It's a geothermal. I never even made a geothermal. Look at all those smart plates. Look at that zip line getting added to the game. Jetpacks and hover packs getting added. Classic. Making batteries and the whatever that thing's called. Drones. I've literally never built drones. Update 4. I love the vibe of this trailer too. Oh, this was huge too. People were so happy that you can make batteries. Yeah, the particle accelerator. I love how different each vibe was. I also think, didn't this update... I think this was the update that made the desert basically like the perfect place to be. I remember after this update picking the desert as a spawn location. I think it like was a massive... Is this whole trailer take place in the desert? Yeah. I think that they did like a huge Dune Desert upgrade. And it became like a lot of people's favorite spawn point. And they added electricity lights. Electric lights. Yeah, I forgot about that. Take all this stuff for granted now, dude. I sure hope this music's not DMCA-able. Doggo. Those are some real advanced parts right there. So yeah, those are massive updates. Trailer 5, I honestly don't remember. I don't know if I played on Trailer 5. This was November 23rd, 2021. When do we get walking animation in the game?
We have a vision. A vision to save the day. To be the future. To make history.
Quality of life update.
In style.
Zooping! The Zoop update. Yeah, update 5 was zooping. Super truck. All the highways. Customization as well. When were elevators added to the game? Out now. Flashbang. This little factory at the end looks nice, huh? Cool looking station. I like the building in the back with the coal plants on top to get the little smokestack effect with a tower. Cool build. That was update 5. Reject. What was in update 5? They still have the page up. Signs, better late than never. The customizer. New cosmetic. Oh, the cosmetic pieces. Windows, frames, pillars, ramps. Zooping with the build system. Quick switching. Signals for trains. Oh, yeah. Timetables. Collision. Your trains can now collide and derail spectacularly depending on their speed. Vehicles. Automation system changes. A huge update to automated vehicle pathing. I remember that. Because they used to be dumb as bricks. The map update for the Northern Forest. New music. And a lot of patch notes. Yeah, they had some big stuff. What about 6? Trespassers will be dismantled. Starting to get more unhinged. Hopefully these are stream-approved songs in the trailers, but who knows? Probably not. Guns and ammo. Yep. And Nobelisk. That poor doggo. Did that man kill bees with a boombox? Yeah, you can actually do that. Don't know if you knew that. Patch notes. I don't know if they had a page for that. Yeah, the editing team was having a ton of fun, for sure. Update 7? May as well finish them. There's only 2 more. I don't know if we played Update 7. We played Update 8 for sure. Oh, is this the Unreal Engine update? The Blueprint update. Unreal Engine update was update 8. Okay. Yes. Are we? Yeah, I think Lumen was added in this, wasn't it? This has to be Lumen, right? This is probably their best trailer. Yeah, it was Lumen, then Unreal Engine 5. Yeah. So the community was really hyped for this one. It's not as impressive to outsiders, but the community was super hyped to get a blueprint, a blueprint tool. So basically, there was a platform, and you can build whatever you want on the platform, and then save it as a blueprint, and then build it all in one click after that. So it was not not the most exciting trailer, but the feature was extremely highly requested since the game launched. And yeah, I think there was just a lot of like patch note quality of life things. The title says teaser. Oh, that's true. Hold on. Was there a full trailer or no? Update 7 trailer Satisfactory. Was there just a teaser? They might not have done like a full trailer for it. Yeah, I don't think they did like a full trailer for it like the other ones. So that was, yeah, that was just a teaser. Content makes sense as a teaser. Yeah. And then finally, update 8 out now on experimental. Now we're obviously, this is when we came back and played for a long time. The big boy power lines was huge. Big world update too, I believe. Being able to nudge stuff. This was a massive quality of life. A lot of the stuff I take for granted now, like locking holograms in place, nudging them. Bonkers. Hey, we've been there. The red bamboo. That's where we're right next to. But yeah, updates 3 and 4 were the biggest updates. They really like polished up the game though in update 7 and 8. Okay. Oh wait, it says please back up your save files. Ah, the good old days. Nostalgia. Ow. Does this game go on sale ever? What if I told you that it's 10% off right now? That's a sale. $36. I feel like that is an extremely affordable price. Especially when I look at Frostpunk 2, which is going to be playable in a couple days. You can get Frostpunk 2 72 hours early if you pay almost $70. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. The base game's like cheaper than that, but I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of the pay for the deluxe edition and get the game 3 days early. And kind of, I'm kind of over that marketing. That is the streamer tax. Yep, that's what I call it, the streamer tax. But yeah, it's like 30. This game's like $36. Like either release your game in early access or don't, right? Not the 3-day early bullshit. I don't mind if you want to do an early access period, but it's different when it's like early play access period, like an exclusive for a few days. Either way, those are some good trailers. Those were some good trailers. We've got the iron able to be routed now, the way that I think I like it. And now we have to figure out how to get copper in here. And here's... I'm having some thoughts. The way that we're going to feed copper into this plant is basically going to be through trucks. Like, I think I'm going to use trucks to haul the copper down to us, right? So we really have two options to do that. To bring a truck in, where's the truck? Transport, truck station. I'm gonna see how big it is. I hate that the cube is the middle of the truck station, apparently, and everything rotates around that one box for some godforsaken reason. Okay, there's not really that much space in between this giant rock and the base, right? Like, there's not very much room. So if we bring it in on a different side, it's kind of difficult to bring it in on this side, because there's going to be... First of all, the damn strawberries are in the way, but that's not the most important thing. The side that the copper is on this side, I think. Not the one that's 300 that way, or the one that's 500 that way. I think it's the one that's 600 that way that we want, because that is a pure node. And we're gonna have to go on a crazy truck path to get up there. And I gotta figure out how to get coal to this truck, so that's gonna be fun. Now, I could try and bring, like... The strawberry is in the way, but it's not necessarily a deal breaker. Like, I'm actually thinking if we built a platform out and had the truck... Let's use a different material so it's obvious. Like if we use 1 meter asphalt, for example. That way it kind of looks like a road. We could do where you actually drive up a ramp to get up here that sort of follows the cliff face. It's just going to be a bit of a tight turn. Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's a bit shorter on this side. We can actually go out further. Like, if we wanted this to be a road, it's not that big of a deal that there's a giant strawberry here. I guess. I don't know, I'm coping. But, like, if there were some barriers, you could put, like... There might be a little room to get bonked, and this is kind of a thin path. Permission to post a link? I've been laughing at it for 5 minutes. It's Satisfactory related. Okay, but here's the question. Did you get it on Reddit? Or not? If the answer is yes, then no. You cannot repost top Reddit posts. You Redditor. I'm just kidding. I use it too. Yeah, frowny face. So sad. Caught red-handed. I hate Redditors, but love Reddit. I mean, the internet can definitely not live without Reddit, for sure. We would lose a repository of tech support information that we desperately need to be preserved. Will they keep adding stuff to the game? Yeah, they said they're going to keep adding stuff, I think. They're also going to make a console version. Caught. Caught red freaking handed, dude. Okay, sorry. Thinking. So here's the issue, yes? The issue is the truck stop's pretty big. And we also need space to turn the car around. So, like, I could push a platform even further over here. It's just... we are getting dangerously far over. And I don't really know where... there's a rock there that's also kind of in the way. I'm trying to figure out where's a good spot to, like, get the car up here. So if I could spawn it, can I spawn a tractor? I need reinforced plates to make modular beams. Hello, Breezy Meow. How's it going? We're working on trying to figure out how to get copper in this. And then we're going to start working on making the actual, like, construction buildings, and we got to make a second floor of this building. Hopefully not just a big rectangle. I don't want, like, just a big box and that's it. No offense to the box makers. Of course. I'm handcrafting all the stuff that this factory is ultimately going to produce for us. How many do I need for another tractor? I got enough. The question is, do I have any fuel for you? I don't have any coal. I got biofuel, but I'd rather not use biofuel. But it is what it is. All right. So if you're driving a tractor and it's an automated tractor, right, and you pull up to drop your copper off at the station, look at the turning radius. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna go over the edge like this. Like, it's possible that we push it back here, but then we have a... It reminds me of the Star Citizen Mule. Oh dear. I've made a terrible mistake. But yeah, I think it needs at least 3 blocks to turn, because you could come in on the right side and then hard turn to the left. It needs like 2.5 blocks to make a full turn. 3's a little too wide, 2's a little too short. Okay, I don't know what to do. Let's think. How do I get back up here, first of all? I'm stuck! Now, there's another world in which we have, like, a little highway that goes all the way around this thing. We gotta go get concrete. Where did I put all the concrete? Maybe we spent it all. I guess that's entirely possible. Sunday stream! What's up, Mr. Sharps? Went for a hike today? Yeah, I went for a big hike yesterday. Went up into the mountains up there. Got some Mercer spheres. Oh, wait, not that kind of hike? Oh, okay. A different hike? Bro, get down from there, dude. Okay, let's go pick up some concrete then, since we apparently used it all. See, that's why I don't like using the right click. Oop, that's the concrete factory that I'm about to fly past. Though we could get some coal while we're over here too, and that wouldn't be the worst thing. This is full. That should last us for a while. We're gonna have to make way more coal than this. We have so much work to do, it's insane. But we'll get there. I'll just take 2 stacks. Just gotta keep chipping away at it. Hello, Circa. Thank you for the 18-month sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back for a year and a half. Thanks for sharing the Prime. Also, Wild Goose Goose is in the house. Wild Goose Goose says, 15 months, I'll be forever in your debt for introducing me to this game. You've got a debt of hundreds of hours that needs to be paid. Thanks for the 16 months, Goose Goose. Glad you're enjoying it. Just got the 10-hour notification. I might have an addiction. You might. You might. Okay. Where does truck go? Truck does not have to go on this high up of a spot. It could go further down. Though I sort of have some ideas about... I kind of do want it to be on this level. Because I have some ideas about how to feed the copper in. The problem is the truck stop is so big. I want to have the resources to manual craft it so I can put it down and actually see how big it is. Streamer, are we having another subathon for Christmas? I don't think so. Probably not. It's not going to be a yearly event. I kind of went all out last year. I don't think that I could one-up myself, is the big problem. That's a huge commitment. That was 2 full weeks. Thousands of dollars of preparation. He really did go all out just once. Literally hundreds of hours. It was a fun time, but like, I'm not gonna force it, right? Unless there's something that I want to do, right? It has to be something that I want to do, I guess. First of all, one does not simply, you know? Okay. Look how big this building is. I need space behind it. Because here's my idea. I'll show you my idea. Right, we got outputs here. My idea is use the floor holes that we've already been doing. Like so. How high is this? And that's how we like offload it. And then we fix the spaghetti down below. Now, how do we get coal in here? But yeah, we need enough space for 2 elevators and floor holes. Which, if you put these together, it does a little clipping. But not, I don't know if it's enough to like care. Might look a little messy. Spaghetti's okay as long as nobody sees. Honestly, our spaghetti's pretty clean and you can kind of see it. See? This is some spaghetti. Okay, but if we're putting a truck stop somewhere near this factory, it has to go either here. I don't think that there's room back here by this rock, we've already determined, unless we put it like off to this side. Hold on. I think you know what I have to do. Can 2 outputs keep up? Yeah, we just need 2 copper per foundry. It's 1/4 of the demand of the iron. It would look sick if the truck stop was encased in glass. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, here's an idea. What if we use this little back alley that I wasn't planning to use for anything else as like a road that goes around, i.e. a service road that's just for the factory. And so to make that possible, chat, I know that Americans are obsessed with porches. Is that true? Americans are kind of obsessed with porches. We are? Yeah, we just freaking love patios and porches. Just love them. I do spend a lot of time on my patio. Yeah, but like, our build preferences feature a lot of porches and patios. As opposed to other countries. Who doesn't love a good porch? That's what I'm saying. Okay, are we just gonna have to build through the damn strawberry? I think we might. I can't come up with a way. I'm just gonna have to hope that it's patched and I can remove it later. Okay, I like how do you get 1 block here? I guess you just do that and hope there's no Z fighting. There is Z fighting, but if you don't look at it, it won't hurt you. The ground's shaking. A Tyrannosaurus Rex is somewhere nearby. Is there any block that fits a square? I don't think so, right? It would have to be like literally a catwalk. Like a catwalk intersection, I think is the only one. Is that the only square piece in the game? And then maybe you could like, I don't know, this, can you paint this? Probably not in any meaningful way. Here's an idea. Creative solving of this puzzle. What if you just did a full block? Okay. And then detailed it. All right, you're still left with the problem, which is how do you close that without just clipping 2 half foundations through it? Devs, can I please have a small square block like this? Every builder would freaking love it. Can we scoot a half foundation over? Well, if you move it over, you're going to end up with an opening down there. You know what I mean? It's like if you move it, then it's going to be an opening on the other side. You're just kicking the can down the road. I think the only solution is either you clip a half foundation in and just hope nobody ever looks too close. Can't one side start off by half? Well, it lines up with the half. Hold on. No, because... No, let's just leave it like this. I don't want to start one side off by half because that's going to make the rest of the build asymmetrical. I think we just do something creative with that side, like make a pillar, and I think it'll work. All right, just ignore that for now. So, the idea here in question is that we shave a little bit off here, right? And this is going to give it some depth. Now, the strawberry is going to be fine because this is not actually going to be a full-size road. There's going to be like a walkway and then not a walkway. So, like, hypothetically, if this helps your imagination, it would look like this. Where, like, that's the building, and then you've got like a pedestrian walkway, and then you've got like a vehicle walkway, right? So the strawberry's coming up through the pedestrian walkway, and then this ramps down so that the car can like get up on here and drive down a one-way street to this backside. And then when it drives back here, we're going to probably cut... I think I'm just going to go ahead and cut this all down. I'm out of fuel. Where's the vehicle? You took all my fuel, man! I got coal now, so you can just have that. Strawberry Lane. The strawberry fits right in. It's fine as long as, you know, it's on the pedestrian walkway and not the vehicle walkway. Because the vehicle will collide with it. Whereas you can just simply walk around it. You're in the way. Sorry, berry plant. Get out of my game! Don't give me that power. I will use it. Okay. Clean. Boop. Is there a half floor you can use for aesthetic purposes with the strawberry? We're already using the half floors. You mean like to leave this as like a lawn piece, kind of? I'm just gonna cut it down when I can. I think they're gonna patch it out. Focusing more on the vehicle lane than the pedestrian lane is very American. Fair enough. Look, you could do this too if you wanted. Make it artisanal. Just delete its very existence. Okay. So anyway, around the back, I'm thinking we have a platform back here in this little corner for the vehicle that doesn't clip into the rock, because that's sort of like what I'm trying to avoid. Because the truck station is pretty big. Pretty big. And I could put the truck station up against the building, but I think it actually looks better where it's on the opposite side of the building and you can like drive through this way. So to see how much space we actually have, I'm just going to use the low barriers right now to visualize. And then we have the aforementioned half block problem that we had before because of this guy. But I mean, that can technically work. And then you could just cover this with half if you wanted. Okay, it might look a little funky, we'll see. And then the truck station. It does. I don't know if it still has enough room. I feel like you should never drive on this path unless you intend to do the pickup drop off. Like, right? The truck should only be here for the sole purpose of unloading cargo, right? Like, so if it just, you don't need to be able to drive around. This is like where the drop off happens. So I'm not worried about driving other trucks through here. They should never be going on this path. So do I want this guy kind of all the way in the corner, or I think I want him like over here, but then what do I do with this corner? What if you wanted 2 pickup / drop-offs? I just don't think that this factory is a good candidate for trucks doing pickups because it's going to make too many products. It's making modular frames, rotors, and reinforced iron plates. None of those are going to be made in high enough quantities to really warrant a truck inventory. Could use it as a parking space. Could use it as a parking space. That's true. And if we push a little further this way, then we can realize that dream a little better. Yeah, I like the idea of a parking space. Sorry I'm bunny hopping, I just can't see. I'm like trying to measure. The truck station has this weird length problem where you have, between blocks, you have this much room on the left, and then on the right, it actually goes over. So if you move it one left, then you have this much room on the right, and it goes over on the left. So it doesn't neatly fit between multiple blocks, unfortunately. Yeah, I think decals could do a lot for this little area. We could even put like some storage containers here if we wanted, and that would make it look nice and industrial. Big factories IRL have separate inbound and outbound areas anyways. That's true. And if we wanted a train, we could build up above this thing and give it like a cover. And the train could like come through here on the backside, which is pretty cool. So I'm thinking over here is good. And do I need... Oh, let's do a little test drive. What do you mean, if we want to train? I'm sorry. You think that's optional? That's cute. Do you think the train is optional? It's mandatory. I don't like trucks driving up things that are super steep. I feel like if we go back one, then it's gonna clip through the ground. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So it needs to come out at least one more or a half block more. We could just use copious amounts of half blocks, which we kind of are. And then maybe that one half block gives us enough room for the 4-meter double ramp. I think 4 meters is a good slope. And it lines up here, kinda. Are you building on the global grid? Of course. Obviously. This game is so much math. It doesn't have to be. You really don't have to do very much math at all if you don't want to. It is very optional. I mean, as long as you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're generally pretty good. But I know that is hard for some chatters. Yeah, the half foundations are kind of saving our skin right now. Okay, just for tests. That's not a good test. Just for tests. If we're going up here, the other advantage about having the loader, the transport facility pushed to the right is it gives us more room to like make a turn and line up the exit, right? So you go here, it unloads copper, and then it goes down the other side, down a slope that I haven't built yet. Whee! And then back onto some kind of road, you know what I mean? So that's sort of the plan. The copper will have to come in from the south, which is the direction we're currently facing. Yeah, it'll be coming from this direction. So, to get up here, I probably want to drive up a ramp here instead of going around this giant rock, right? Rip berry bush. Yeah, this big rock kind of sucks. Also, speaking of rip berry bush, you thought that I forgot about you. This is so cool, it's unfair. Which part? The game? What phase are we in? We're on tier 4 phase. Trying to complete phase 2. We're gonna be here for a long time. The wheelbase is, yeah, the wheelbase is pretty good. Wheelbase is good. Okay, how get down there? Question, where is like a side road gonna be next to this factory? Creating automated truck routes that work seems unique and well done in this game. Makes me froth at the mouth. It is fun. It is satisfying. It's a shame more people don't use trucks, but I understand why they want to skip the trains. Because coal's difficult to manage for you. Like, I don't even know if I want to go down this low here. Because the factory isn't really going to start until up there, right? So it's kind of weird if we're just like going across the land this way and the grass clips through. See, that's when you know you have to go up. So we need to actually be higher than this. Which to me means bring this foundation out 1. Double ramp. Go down 2. Then we're at level with this. Yeah. Mad Max logistics in the Dune Desert's pretty fun. True. That's where I usually play, is the Dune Desert, so this is new for me. And you can have trucks going all over the dunes there, and they'll almost never hit each other because there's so much space. Now here, there's a few more bottlenecks and routes that they kind of need to follow. But yeah. Yeah, I think being at this level is at least a little bit better. That gives us more elevation because you can go all the way down there without clipping through that little slope. And then you can slope further down if you need to get to this valley area. Okay. So creating a road and a highway network is something that's going to come later. I'm just trying to like get some basic ideas for how to get the trucks up here at this stage. And I think the best way is still build out to here, which almost perfectly stops in front of this rock. And then start going down. We could do like a real gentle slope if we wanted, and start the gentle slope super early. Okay, that's already 2 blocks. Tractor, you're in the way, bro. I'm building all this for you, but right now you're in the way. Yeah. Trains beat everything besides belts? For you. Perhaps the pedestrian walkway can go under the road at the bend. That's interesting. I could just elevate the pedestrian walkway to go like a little overpass for walking around and connecting to other buildings. But yeah, no, I think that's decent. For a real proper highway, we used to be a real proper highway. You know what I'm saying? You really want 3 lanes because the tractors can collide. 2 lanes is wide enough where they won't collide if you're on an automated system. But there are some inherent problems with overusing tractors. Like, let's say that we created a 2-lane highway that goes here and here, right? And if we're using American driving, you drive on the right side of the road. And so you drive that way on the right side, and then if you're driving this way, you're on this side, right? So they'll never collide. However, what about a situation where a car here, or a tractor, goes, I need to turn left. I turn left to go here, and boom, crashed from another vehicle that's going this way. There's no stoplights, right? There's no like wait for incoming, there's no yield signs. So it does get difficult to make a bunch of trucks because you can't tell them to like not crash into each other, and 99% of the time they'll never crash into each other. But all it takes is that 1% that they happen to collide simultaneously. Now, they updated the tractor UI a while ago, but I don't really know what all they changed. The problem is that the tractors, usually when they collide with other tractors, go crazy. I remember the physics used to go insane. We also got this strawberry here. That's going to be a problem. But that's going to be a future problem, not a present problem. Let's say hypothetically we did 2 meter double ramps. It does work. Obviously, I'm gonna need to like cut a bunch of this too. Then you create ramps. Well, yeah, I would have to create a special exit to the right only that loops up and over that no other truck would ever take. You basically can't do left turns if you use more than a few tractors. But even then, having more than 2 tractors on the same highway, what if you were recording one faster than the other and it catches up behind another tractor and rams into the back bumper? Like, that can happen too. So there's just a lot of ways for it to go wrong, basically. Because you recorded your keyframes and you were going faster in one than the other. They'll eventually like catch up to each other if they're using the same 2-lane road. They just will. Full speed always. Unique highways for every truck. You actually can do that. There's nothing stopping you. I'm gonna go ahead and clear a little bit of this out because we're gonna have to clear some highway to get the copper over here. I'm seriously having the most fun making water pipe spaghetti. Water pipe spaghetti is classic spaghetti. So since we're not making the superhighway right now, I'd say just get the ramp going directly into the ground, clear the trees right out from in front of it, and then come back and touch up the ramp and the highway later, because that'll get you where you want to go up here. Okay, then on the flip side, we need to have an exit for the copper. Let's start the ramp like halfway down the building. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, it's hard to track. I only want the square pieces. Not those. Actually, yes, those. Okay, so it's 12. So there is no middle. The middles are 6 and 7. There's 2 middles. Okay, so if there's no real middle, for aesthetic's sake, then I'll just make it the same as on this side, so it's like a square, it's like a perfect square. And on this side, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't get confused. 7. So on this side, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, that's good. And then we'll start the decline there. Actually, we need to start the decline as far back as we can have a smooth ramp all the way down, I suppose, right? No, because we're going to go at this height. Sorry. Don't ignore me, chat. Ignore me. Talking to myself. It'll eventually make sense. Because we only need to go down 2 blocks. You're zooping the wrong way. You're zooping when you should have zag. And for now, we're just going to use 1 meter foundations. Now, to make this more confusing, we need a half foundation here. Then a square. And then try to match it up on the other side, I suppose. Is that a half foundation, or yeah, that's a half foundation in space. You've been playing for 2 hours. I sure have. All right, Big Strawberry. What the heck are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. I see the problem. I didn't do the half block on this side. So just do that instead. It'll accomplish the same thing. Why'd you have to do 2 separate ones? Should have scooped it all in the same go. Okay, now it connects. Cause we used a half block down there. We'll use a half block up over here. Wait, where did I use the half block? Wait, you're back! You said last night you weren't gonna stream. I changed my mind. I decided that was wrong. And here I am again. Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back. You can do that. I can do that. I can, and I will. I've got a giant factory to build, and it's not gonna build itself, okay? So what you're saying is this is not the best way. Hold on. He didn't choose to play. The factory chose him. But no, we're making really good progress. The streams have been fun. Wait, that doesn't line up either. Well, maybe we don't need a double wide road right now. Hold, what? There's probably going to be double wide anyway, because how else are you going to get around the strawberry? Oh no, the truck! You're hurting it! It's stuck! So mean! Free the truck! Now this is going to cover some of the lake. Unless we do it a specific way. I think the lake is doomed in this save. Probably. Now, I could do this just as a one-lane road if I could get the strawberry out of the way. But right now, the truck is going to bonk into the strawberry, so... it lives there forever. Not my lakefront property. The value is going down. Strawberry obstacle course. Yeah. Basically. Okay, truck. You're free. Look, it's a complete loop. So when it goes and gets copper, when it goes to get the copper, oops. Can't bonk into that. It goes up here, and goes beep 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 beep, and then it turns here, and then it goes back around behind the factory. It unloads its copper. It goes park, copper unloads, and then it goes down here. Now this right-hand turn is going to be a little tough. You can make it, but you just gotta go slow. And then it exits on a one-way street. And then just has to dodge the obstacles. And back out it goes to collect more copper. On a loop. How many tractors for this? Right now, 1. Because we're gonna be piping in the iron directly, because the iron mines are right there. So iron mines are just on the other side of this little lake. I think long term we're gonna end up changing the road and its height in relation to the lake. Because you have to, like, there's no problem with covering the lake, kind of, but it would look cooler as a bridge, right? It would just look cooler as a bridge. Oh, there is a problem. Dude, there is a problem. We have to deliver the iron here. It's not a problem, because like if we do elevators, not splitters. If we do elevators, then that won't interface with the truck, so it's fine. Yeah, no, that would still. This is still enough room. But I think we're gonna end up changing this road long term. But for now, it'll work. I think I'd want to elevate the road, yeah, and go under the road. That would be cool. Elevate the road, go under the road, and then you could have the road be like a little bridge. I think the road over the lake looks cooler if it's like a bridge. Instead of being so low toward the water. Real world versus road rules. God, you just brought back memories I didn't know that I had. The cool thing about Satisfactory is there's no best or worst way to do things, as having fun and enjoying the time used on the game will beat everything else. You're right. You're absolutely right. I would have deleted my truck to get it free from under the stuck part. Is there fall damage if you jump into the water? If the water is deep enough, then no. As long as the water's deep enough. So if we know exactly where this is gonna go, then we can start deciding how to feed the copper in, right? That's kind of the important thing. I wonder if I need more space. Let's see. So if this is the output, yeah, I think this would benefit from having a full block instead of a half block back here. Because then we have like a good, ooh, no clipping. No clipping at all. Right? I don't need to build a wall here, but if I did, I'm shocked. It won't clip until all the way up there. Wow, yeah, this is the perfect corner. The perfect corner. All the way back to the rock. Now you... This is disgusting, and I hate it, but that's a whole different issue. Yeah, I will need to fuel the truck. I'm thinking about that too. I am also pondering the truck fuel. Listen, if I could ask for one feature in an update 1.1, it would be having a setting on the tractor that makes it like fuel only. Like, it would be so cool to have a fuel truck. I don't know how you would stop it from hitting all the other trucks on the road, I guess. But a truck that unloads, like you could set it to only unload coal so that you could have a fuel truck load the fuel at the other stations. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, that's more difficult than it sounded initially in my head. But I stand by it. I think basically the best thing you can do, unfortunately, is either you have a long conveyor from an infinite distance away, which is kind of the whole purpose of the truck in the first place, to replace that, or you have to set up a separate truck station that only receives coal. What about truck gas stations that trucks can drive by to get fuel? You run into the aforementioned trucks will inevitably crash into each other problem. But yeah. And it would make all of your trips longer, which would slow down your factories, because you'd have to make an extra pit stop. But it is an interesting idea. But yeah, it would increase the time it takes for all of your deliveries, which would slow down your refuel a bit, or your trucks carrying resources. A fuel train. Yeah, fuel train to fuel the trucks. That's not overkill. That's so funny. Okay, how fix this? Not like that. Not like that. Going out an extra block here ruins everything. Hold on. Yeah, it does ruin everything, doesn't it? Because that's too far. I think let's just try and make the original fit. With the half block. It shouldn't be too hard because we don't need inputs on this truck station actually, so we could just go like one here. Could go one here and one there if you want, or we could just push it even further. Trying to make it like equidistant away from the crevice. Okay. So you've got one lift. That feeds in there, and then you've got another lift that feeds this way. Okay, and all the resources are taken care of. Now they're being dropped off below the facility. And this is where we have room to organize the spaghetti. Yeah. This is where we organize. Which is kind of easier said than done. I actually think this works better if we bump all this 2 down. That way, because this is the middle where we're going to have to break off the copper to cross to the other side. How? And that will give us room underneath the road here to organize the spaghetti. All right, what are you guys talking about? Talix, City Skylines 2 uses the actual software and self-driving cars for its traffic. Maybe they should add that to this game. Maybe they should, but I feel like I feel like it's harder than you make it sound. That would be brave with all the cars randomly doing U-turns. What are the trucks unloading? They're unloading copper. We're doing a hybrid recipe in foundries for iron ingots. 8 iron plus 2 copper equals 15 ingots of iron. So we're going with that. And it's looking good so far. So what I think to make this easier is I think extending these guys back here. That lines up good. And then we get the copper that comes down on 2 lines. This is a 3-meter high crawl space, so it's not quite 4 meters. It's a little shorter. If you end up duplicating this in your own build, it makes things a little more complicated. But I like that it's the smallest it can possibly get without clipping the elevators. I wanted to go 2 meters, but that was too short. So if the copper's coming out, this is where we need to spaghettify it. We need to get it onto 16 lines. We don't have to get it all on 16 lines right now, but we need to at least get it on the 4 because we got to go 2 to 16. So we got to feather that out a lot if we want to if we don't want to manifold. Okay. So how's this gonna work then? That is a good question. Probably want to go straight into splitters, right? Don't want to waste too much time. Because I feel like we got a lot of splitting to do. In fact, let's get the splitters like here. Okay, so split number 1, I'll put it on 4 lines. Split number 2, we'll put it on 8 lines, which there's not really room for 8 lines in here. Well, we could feed some of them. Oh, we could feed some of them down this because it's going to be blocked by the road on top of it. Unless we don't want to, like, build a wall around this back part. Mitosis. They're already beginning to split. If you did, like, another split instantly, my annoyance is that I believe if, well, I wouldn't necessarily have a wall here, I guess, because there's this half block. What does this half block do? No, I think the half block is supposed to be there. Not quite hanging off the side. That's good. That gives us a little bit more room to operate so that I could go ahead and get these splitters instantaneously set up. And that means I need a half block here too. Okay, lots of half blocks. That certainly won't get annoying later down the line. Definitely not. Okay, I'm just gonna drag these out so I can try and, like, start figuring out what to do with all this. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's going to be 6, because these ones need to be split again also. But we need a little bit more space for these two to get split. And then we'll have 8 once these ones are split. Once we have 8, I think we just do the splitters like we were doing on the other side, where there's going to be, like, a splitter here, for example. And then another splitter here. Now I have to figure out how to route a whole bunch of cables that way. And I think that the only way that I can do it cleanly is if we just extend the floor on this side, and it's going to be covered up by the road, which kind of helps us out. Okay, let's catch some sun. Ah, much better. Okay, what's up, chat? Hey, what's up, Captain Stark? How's the game? 10 out of 10. Masterpiece. Ten out of 10 masterpiece. It eats time. It does. I've been playing it since early access, 2019. Off and on. Better than ever. Feng Shui Gorilla, welcome to the stream, dude. Don't the first two splitters need to be spaced all the way out to the midpoints of the rest of their split tree? Lantern, those are definitely English words. When put together, that might mean something. However, I am not 100% certain that I know what they mean together. Wait. Those are not right. Because the inside needs to be on the left and then the right. go. Yeah, there we go. Inputs need to be on the inside, not the outside. God, locking these in place is so good. I can't remember a time before that, before you were able to lock the holograms in place. You gotta like have the spacing for the first level of the splitters so you can pack more levels of splitters, I think. What? Chat is definitely saying some words right now. But yeah, I'm not done at the beginning. I'm just trying to get an idea of where we'll have space to get these lines down. Because I realize now that this is going to take more room than I originally thought. Yeah, locking holograms was like update 7 or 8. So, very recent. It will take too many words to explain, so I will lurk instead. Sure, yeah. Go for it. Oh, okay. Hypothetically, I can actually not hypothetically show you why this is going to be slightly challenging. So we take the 2 on the outside, and they're the ones that are going to be split first to their final form. So that's going to be 1 split. And that's going to be the other split. And then this is going to go boom. And then that's going to go boom. All right? So that's 1/4 of them done. It's so dark. I know it's dark down here. We're going to get some lights down here. Now, here's the other issue, right? You can already see the issue, kind of, is we have to weave a bunch of other lines that way. Which means I have no choice. I have to... like, you may as well delete these. We gotta have space to get around. We don't need to go all the way back, I suppose. Is that a half block out? Yeah, that's a half block out. Okay. I can't tell which side of the half foundation I'm looking at right now. They're technically not symmetrical, which does make things more confusing. Okay, something like that I think will actually work, and ignore the fact that this is a completely different texture. The texture doesn't matter down here. What are you guys doing? I got copy. Ace Tech is back for 72 months for tier 2 sub, and Fargman is back for 72 months and a tier 2 sub. What? The exact same number of months and tier and sub message. That's never before seen, I think. Did you guys plan this ahead of time? Was this premeditated? Thanks for the double sub from both of you. I'm just in my crawl space down here, you know, just working on some lines, trying to get some things working. You know how it is. You know how it is down here. I can already foresee a problem that we're not going to be able to fix easily. I can already foresee it. It's alright. I know I keep looking back and forth. Shifty. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Yeah, okay, I got an idea. I'm thinking. I got it. So these two are gonna cross to the other side. Yes, exactly. And then split again. Yeah, and they're gonna split again. But I don't know exactly where this one's gonna go, because this is the hard one right here. Yeah, this one's a tough one. Because you have to have that. And then I think if you build a conveyor pole and then use the new straight build mode. Yeah, that'll connect. Okay. New build mode is goated. Now, an unavoidable problem is that if I want to build a wall here, that conveyor is gonna clip. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. I like to play both sides so that I always come out on top. I like to play both sides so that I always come out on top. Oops, wrong account. Yo, happy 6 years to both of you troublemakers. Welcome back. You guys have been subbed longer than I've been playing Satisfactory. That's crazy. Never before seen. I see the strawberries are still standing and shake my head. Yep, I had to just accept that they existed. And just deal with it. But factory's coming together. We're routing the copper in now. Run one input belt from the truck stop to the other side and split it over there. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't really change this problem, though. This one's still going to be a problem. Just by nature of... This is the max distance away that you can be and still make this perfect curve. Unless I went out a half step. But I don't think anybody will see this. Like, I guess I'm not gonna have... I was thinking about having glass back here, but I don't think I am. So you probably won't even see this, to be honest. But it will bother me. It'll keep me up at night. I'm gonna go to bed thinking about that one little clipping area. But yeah, I could just run one of the lines over there if I wanted to. And that would work. 200 hours from now, I'm gonna remind you of this. How dare you? Wow, wow, wow. Chad, I think I need to take a BRB. It's been through almost 3.5 hours. Yeah, I think a BRB would help. Clear the brain, get a beverage, get a snack. We're doing good. Got the truck stop configured and set up. Got like a little road network to go back here to pick up. No. Haven't made a save all day. So make one of those. Do this. Do that. And listen to this. Listen to this. I appreciate you hanging out. Hope you guys are having a nice Sunday. I know the weekend's winding down, but my goal is to go up a level today and start putting all of the like construction pieces in place so we can start manufacturing all this iron, you know? But I have to get the inputs for the raw materials in first. So we're almost done with copper. And then I'll BRB. And we'll keep working. Thanks Celery Sticks for the Satisfactory sub as well. And for dropping your prime here. And Des de Novas gifting us the Feng Shui. Hey, welcome back Feng Shui. Thanks for getting the gift sub. And then of course Ace Tech and Fargman have been memeing for far too many years of their lives. And they're back for another one. Appreciate you guys. Hang tight. Yo. Not the chainsaw. Not what I wanted. Howdy. Hello, Sunday gamers. Scatter. Okay. See ya. You think I'm gonna come after you? Yeah, right. Okay, so problem solving and whatnot. Problem solving and whatnot. I'm thunking. I think trying to take one of the two elevators over here before trying to split it is going to be more difficult, actually, because there's going to have to be some over-under shenanigans. And if I just do it this way, the worst thing that's going to happen is we have a little bit of clipping here, which is fixable. Like, I can and probably should just do that up to the ramp and have these be solid blocks and not double ramps. I think it's okay. Ignore the asphalt for now. We're gonna focus on textures later. And that way we have a little bit more space to walk around down here. It's called a crawl space, but I like to be able to move around anyways. So, the next plan, now that we have the extra room, these are going to be the copper lines. The next plan is to route these two all the way down there. Basically. Those are load-bearing splitters. They kind of are. They're touching the ceiling and the floor, aren't they? I've never seen a game make construction so visibly appealing. It's a lot of things, feng shui. It's the music, the ambient tones, the little chirps of nature that you can kind of hear in the background, the wind, you can hear breezy, the palette, color scheme, and yeah. And it just it feels nice to play. Like, it's very fun to control. I'd agree. Okay, maybe we should try routing these first, because I think this is actually going to be the more difficult of the two. And you know what? I want to do this just to free up even just a teeny bit more space. Not sure if that's wholly necessary. All right, just forget about me. How get resources where they need to go? Why do you ask such difficult questions? We're not going in there. But we are routing around the side. I think I'm probably going to end up deleting and rebuilding these a few times once I kind of figure out how to get them to their current destination. And their current destination... This is where it's going to get complicated. Because I don't even know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to come up with a way to crisscross the copper over the top of the iron right there. Through this wall. So I'm probably going to have to delete one of the walls. Could hanging supports look good? Not in this case because we're only 3 meters off the ground. And hanging supports are much lower than most people think they are. I'll show you. Just so you can see it. But yeah, we've come up with a see, it's like hanging supports are like 2 meters. And we're in a 3 meter crawl space. But yeah, we've come up with some ways to do this that I think are cool. We practiced some new build techniques yesterday that I think you will enjoy. Sorry. Brain is processing information. So he's still in the crawl space, chat. I am. Yep, I am. But for good reason. It's all gonna make sense here before long. Don't you worry. I know those are always getting connected. Now on this side, ooh, yeah, I forgot that this is this actually could be cool, but I don't know how I'm gonna get that many belts over. Let me think. If I destroyed this wall, this wall, this wall, and that wall, ooh, it opens it up. We can actually see. We have sunlight. Custom wall holes for belts with steel beams? That's not a terrible idea. I was gonna do the same thing actually, potentially. But we also have this other way of doing things I think has some merit. That'll look like this. Or something like this. So step one, try some beam connectors. These might actually be too close to where I currently have the splitter set up, but that's okay. I can fix it later. Then attach a painted beam here and here. Here and here. Here and here. Okay, then grab a wall mount. And you can attach wall mounts to beams. Fun little building technique we learned yesterday with the help of chat. And with them, we can crisscross over the existing beams, or over the existing conveyor belts without clipping into the ceiling in a 3 meter space. This is pretty cool. I think this is gonna actually look really neat down here. The only catch is that this does take up a lot of space. So I think at most we could fit 4 belts, which I think is what we're going for anyways. Now I wonder, instead of like setting these up on these little corners, what if we did it like here? I love my beam connectors, that's for sure. And then we set this up, just move it up one. I guess the downside is, are these gonna clip through the floor? Looking industrial. Hell yeah. I'm not sure if these clip... Do beam connectors clip through the floor? I would assume not. But also, I don't know, dude. I don't freaking know. Okay, these belts actually might be back. Are these backwards? No, I think they're forwards. Let's go take a look up above. And see if there's any... That's a wall. Which is interesting that the wall has Z fighting? What? Why would a wall have Z fighting there? It's a concrete texture bug. The concrete texture is slightly thinner than the default texture. And because it's slightly thinner... Oh, damn. Yeah, that's real bad. The texture needs to be elevated like 1 millimeter up on the foundation, and it would hide it. Snut, how could you? How could you? Literally unplayable. This is literally unplayable. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to come up with a different solution for the walls down there, because this is not acceptable. We'll just have to do, instead of the full-size walls, we'll do our own, like, 1 meter high walls instead of a 4 meter clipping through. I'll just make 1 meter high walls, and that'll fix it. It's the reason why it's like that, chat, is because I made a 3 meter space instead of a 4 meter space. So these walls are built for 4 meter spaces. So it's clipping through the floor. Under most circumstances, it'll never clip through the floor at all. So it's sort of an unusual circumstance. But yeah, the texture, the default texture handles it better than the other textures for whatever reason. Because I think the texture is a little bit like 1 millimeter taller. 500 hours, I'm requesting a refund on Steam. True. I actually am requesting a refund on Steam because I already bought it on Epic, and I was hoping the Steam version would have fixed the DirectX 12 issue initially, so it did not. But I've almost convinced Alice to play it, so... That'll even it out. The problem is she's gonna have to play by herself, because if I play multiplayer, I'm gonna be like backseating hard. I can't put myself in a position to be super backseater. That's why I play solo, to be honest, because I like having control over how the buildings turn out and the pace of play and all this. Nah, I would play. I'd play co-op. I am that guy, yeah. But I just sequester myself on purpose, you know, because I know how it's gonna go. He's like chat. I am. I backseated in Sims chat last night a couple times. But to be fair, Sim asked questions. So, it's not backseating if the streamer asks. Now we know why there's so many. We do know why there's so many, yes. You've become what you hate! I have. You've caught me. Okay. Now... how to get these two over to become those four. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there a way to make competing factories? Yes, you play with a friend, you go to completely different start zones, and then you race. Good luck. Just play on the other side of the map. That'll probably accomplish a similar thing. Dude, I'm struggling right now. Sorry, chat. Hold on. Let me think this through. Okay. Where are the splitters gonna go to get these guys where they want to go? I think elevating them early is a good idea. Only issue is that tiers of research are shared. Yeah, but you're competing, so who cares? You just keep track of who unlocked the most. But you work independently, right? Like, I got tiers 1 and 2, those go to me, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta get the early ones fast, so they give you credit. And then you just race, and whoever, you get to use all the tech, but you get to race toward each one. If you fall behind, though, it's gonna hurt. Well, I mean, yeah, it's probably not a good idea, but it wasn't my idea. Somebody just asked if it was possible. Okay, sick. That looks good. We'll do that on the other side too. And from here, we just need to be able to line up a splitter, right? Far enough back where you can get a conveyor up here. Do you think that's too steep or good? I could go further back. I think default looks better for this than does the straight path, because then it's just like a 45-degree angle. And then can this go up there? Oh my god, yeah, it's perfect. Wrong thing, but good. The thought that counts. Yeah, default still has perks, right? Like, that's a perk of default right there. Does the angle impact anything? No. It affects my eyeballs. It affects my eyeballs greatly. Ditto for the supports. Which I'm not sure that these need. But I'm going to leave it anyways for symmetry. Okay, so we got all 4 of those going to the other side. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now to hook these up. Which should honestly be as easy as just connecting the dots here. Should be as easy as connecting the dots. Okay, so we got a lot of extra space here that we're not using under the road. Now, I might want to have like a little bit of glass above these. And because I might want a little bit of glass, the glass would probably be here and here above the factory floor. So just so you can maybe visualize it, let's put... Is it architecture? Kind of dangerous because you can see a whole lot of things. Oh, wait, no, no, no. Those two are supposed to get connected to these splitters. I'm dumb, yeah. Oops. But yeah, I don't know if that glass is a good idea, because you can kind of see too much. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about... It looks kind of dopey. I like the one in the middle. That one's cool. I don't think there's such thing as a glass half foundation, but there should be, in my opinion. Though, I think that there is a way to do... what I'm thinking of doing. Oh god. He's deleting the floor. Oh, yeah, no, I see the problem in this. If you try and do glass here, oops, then these pillars, I don't know, do I... That doesn't necessarily bother me, I guess. Maybe if you paint those the same color, it would look even better. And if you paint the yellow, at least it lines up with the steel beams. Kind of works, right? But what about like having the glass like this where it's thin and then it goes into a 2x2 and then it's thin again? I like that. And then you get to see a little bit more of the elevated bits right here. And then we can like cover up some of this strategically. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. It makes the center pop a little bit more. All right, I'm down. Looks good. Eventually this factory is going to look damn impressive, but for now I'll settle with just getting it turned on, but that's going to take the whole rest of the day, and that's if we're productive. I'm having trouble even hooking up the inputs right now, much less the rest of the factory. We still got to go up multiple levels. I have never used glass floors because I need to hide my spaghetti shame. Don't be ashamed. Actually, these are pretty well hidden because you can't even see these with the way that the glass is right now. Don't hide your spaghetti in shame. Be proud. I mean, even the devs on Twitter were asking to see everyone's spaghetti. They love the spaghetti, okay? Actually, I might need to delete these. Okay, and we can just duplicate the distance on the other side. So it's about one. I don't know how to count. I don't know how to count. Starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's over 1. Yeah. Starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's over 1. Okay. Counting is hard. That's why I leave all of my counting to chat. I don't want to take any of your jobs away from you. You know how it is? You have important work to do. Okay, that should look sick. Let's see it from the outside. Or, yeah, from the upside. There will be lights down here, too. Ooh, I missed one. Whoops. That's why you double check your work. What are you making? I'm making a large iron factory that's going to use alt recipe to make iron ingots, iron and copper. And it's ultimately going to make 20 modular frames, 60 reinforced iron plates, and 60 rotors per minute. So it's kind of a long undertaking here. And I don't use third-party apps, so I'm doing all the math myself, which makes it a little imperfect, but I enjoy doing it. This is basically my starter factory, as it were. So I also like to build things aesthetically. Right now, we don't really have very much to show aesthetically, but I have to get the framework in because I have to imagine what it's going to look like so that in the future it will look aesthetic. But usually it'll start in this stage where it's just, you know, floating platforms. Then there'll be stage 2, we'll be actually making a building for it. And then stage 3 will be giving it windows, fine-tuning it, painting textures, glass roofs. I like to use beams as outlines as well, so we'll do some detail work on these buildings. So I like actually trying to make things eventually look aesthetically pleasing, so gotta start somewhere though, right? Not gonna be a pretty factory to start with. But here we've got a bunch of foundries. 16 foundries are gonna be fed iron and copper from below. So we have elevators neatly feeding the resources up into them. So it's going to be a clean factory floor, and then all of the cabling is going to go on below. And so we just created a nice crisscross iron and copper, where the iron's going to be on the bottom and the copper is on the top. So it's going to have kind of a nice aesthetic when you walk in. You know, you'll be able to see the resources going in and being fed up into the buildings. And then we're gonna like clean this up and close this off and put some lights down there. Yeah, I had one iron factory that was really small just to get started, and we deleted that. So I might have deleted it too soon. What's the alt recipe you're using? We're using iron alloy ingots. It is 40 iron ore per minute and 10 copper ore per minute fused into 15 iron ingots per minute. So it creates 5 ingots basically. So 50% more resources, but it's going to take a lot more electricity. But the upside, of course, is that it makes 75 per minute from an assembly, or from an assembler, or foundry, sorry. From a foundry, so it's about 2.5 times as good as one smelter. But it takes up more space, more electricity, but fewer resources total. And then we're going to do a similar thing for copper. We're going to do a copper alloy. So, complicated things. So we set up a truck route back here to drop off the copper and feed the copper into the factory. And the iron is being pumped locally. So we're currently connecting all the tubes. It really feels like putting a computer together. This feels like building my own PC, to be honest. That is more or less exactly what it feels like. I feel like also there's no reason not to go one step closer. Yeah. Try and save as much space as possible down here. Okay, that'll feed into the splitters and get us to the other side. And then we'll have to split them on the other side. And then we got you. Now the hard part here is going to be going back and doing detail on all these stands that are not where I want them to be. Because it is dark down here. It is dark. I spend way too much time on cable management with my PC. This is exactly like cable management. Which for me is fine. You know, it's not my favorite job, but most people just end having stuffed it as deep as possible. You know what I mean? Into the PC. Just tuck it away where no one will see it. Just like in Satisfactory. Okay, that'll work. That will work, and we don't even need this extra half foundation if we don't want it. We need this one, though. That one's mandatory. Which isn't a problem, because there's a roof above it, so it's not going to look strange. This is some spaghetti down here, but that spaghetti is the cost of load balancers. So we do have pretty much 50% of it load balance. Let's load balance the other side real quick, because that's the other 50%. I got stuck. All right, yeah, because it comes out here. And then we route it over here. Let's go ahead and set up the friends. The final splitters set. Delete the conveyors, rebuild them so that they actually automatically latch onto the output of the splitter without us having to build an extra conveyor. And then we got one. And why is that so hard? Two. So the whole thing that we're doing down here is the outside, the elevators facing left are taking the copper, and the elevators facing right are taking the iron. That way we can have two inputs going up into the same foundry without having to use different elevations. Well, we use different elevation here, but that was for aesthetic choice. It's also functional, but mostly aesthetic. By the way, if you have a hologram and you tap H, that's how you can walk around without moving the hologram and kind of check to see if it's the way that you want it to be, and then you can use the arrow keys to adjust. That is probably the #1 thing that helps me build. And if you're a newer player, it wouldn't be immediately obvious. H to lock holograms in place. H for hologram. And then, of course, in 1.0, the big thing that everyone's happy about is the new straight conveyor mode. You can hit R when building conveyors to switch the build mode from default to straight. So it'll always make 90-degree angles for you instead of whatever this is. Default mode is still good, though. It is still good. Hologram lock is new to me. Ah, thank you! You're welcome, Sailfan. Glad that helps. Question. That might actually help us a ton. I want to try something real quick. If I build these real close, it's still connected, right? Yeah, it's definitely connected. Maybe I should build them super... you can tell it's connected because it has a really long tube sticking into the other thing. Because the normal ones don't have that long of a tube. They have, like half, like this much tube. Whereas this one has like, the orange outline goes like halfway into the thing. I actually think that it would be super helpful if we scooched all the splitters one space. I know it doesn't sound like much. But it's actually going to give us so much more room to route on the opposite side without clipping the conveyors through the wall on the outside. So I'm actually going to do that. I think it's a great solution to the clipping problem that I was just having. And then the floor holes that I'm using for these elevators you unlock from the Awesome Shop, which I would highly recommend because they're so fun to use and they let you use the elevators in a lot of creative ways. Scooch is the scientific term, yes. Okay, so I guess that is the one problem, right? The one problem with this is that creates a funky It's not that big of a deal, though. You just do this. Can you use H and arrow keys to make splitter lock onto lift? I don't know exactly what you mean. The way that you get the lift to lock on is rebuild the lift. So if your lift doesn't lock onto the splitter, you need to you just rebuild the lift. I haven't found a way to do that otherwise. If that's, if I'm understanding correctly. Okay, but yeah, that'll save us a bunch of space. I have to go back and do it on the other side. We'll focus on this side first. In blueprints, you do that all the time. What, H and move stuff around to get more room? For sure. Adjust how far away the splitter connects to the lift precisely without build and rebuild? I don't think so. I think this, once the lift is built, the only thing that you can connect it to change, like it won't connect to a splitter just by placing a splitter next to it, I don't think. The lift itself has to be rebuilt. But you control how it locks onto it by the distance you put the lift away from the splitter. Because it can latch on from this far away, right? But if you make a floor hole, then the lift, it can latch on really close. See how close it is? Without the floor hole, this is the default distance. Okay, let's do one more of these. Top and bottom. Because I think it looks cool. We're making our own little Mines of Moria down here. Only costs 1 ticket if I recall. Yeah, they're really cheap. The floor holes are super cheap. These are load-bearing beams, man. These are load-bearing beams. Okay, and then we just have to, like... slope them on down and around. Is that turned slightly? Yeah, it was. It was turned ever so slightly. These ones might be too. I have to like mouse wheel up 1 and it moves like the teeniest bit. Okay. Now you are pretty straightforward. You just go around to here. Switch back to default mode. You go around to... Wait, what? What did you do, bro? That's not... Oh, I found the bug. What? With the straight build mode? That's crazy. Look, if it comes off of a slope and you use the straight build mode for the conveyor, look how the angle gets wider the further it goes down the line. That's strange. Whereas if I build probably even just one flat spot, what is it doing? I can't tell if it's working or not. I'm just gonna build it the old-fashioned way. Am I right in thinking there's no way to lay a conveyor from the opposite end and change its movement direction? Yeah, you hit R to change the movement direction. Unless it's already connected to something that has a mandatory movement direction. You can hit R to change the direction of elevators also, as long as they're not already connected to something else. Looks like it could be an optical illusion. Bro, it's not an optical illusion! You're telling me that's a... Look at it! You're telling me that's an optical illusion? I can see the lines on the foundation matching up. One line is diagonal and one is straight. Okay, the easiest way to do this is the old-fashioned way. This is the way we used to do it, kiddos, okay? Back in the day, all right? Back in the day, you would simply line up conveyor poles. Okay? And you would count 2 spaces away. So if you line it up perfectly, you go 1 space, 2 space. And that would always, on the default build mode, make a right angle. That's how you guaranteed right angles. Back before the straight build mode came out. What's funny is it looks like it's still off. Wait, this is off. Why? Oh, they're all off because the wall mount is off. The wall mount is not... Oh, like if you build the wall mounts are off. See how they're not, they don't... Hold on, I'll show you. Wall mounts do not line up with the other... They line up in an unsatisfactory way. Yeah, they don't line up to the grid. Mounted incorrectly. Your mom is mounted incorrectly. Okay. Rude. The whole game is a lie. Yeah, if you put these on beams, then the beam pushes them out by 0.2 millimeters. However, that shouldn't really matter, because it should all be fixed once it hits the ground, right? That should all, it doesn't really matter as long as it like hits the ground. Like, this is gonna be, these should be 2 straight line points between each other. This point to that point. Ditto, this point to this point, that point to that point, and that point to that point. Those should all be straight lines. So it kind of like should come out in the wash. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, okay? I think that I have mostly solved our problems on this side. All the copper would now be connected, at least on this side. I need to go redo a bit on the other side to make it similar to this. The spaghetti! This is some grade A spaghetti though, to be honest. Okay, all I gotta do... is delete these, do a quick little redo. Streamer man does love his spaghetti. That I do. That I do. All right, one more on this side. Okay. That one doesn't need to be deleted. These are good. We don't need to delete everything. I don't need to delete everything. I just wanted to do the little scooch technique. That worked so well for us a minute ago. Okay. And then ditto over here. We're very close to saying I have routed all the materials. We're very close. They legitimately made the wall mounts not align with the floor grid. It aligns better if you use actual walls. It does. We just looked at it. It does align better if you put the wall mounts on actual walls. The problem is when you put them on actual walls, it's very limiting in their use cases, and you have there's a lot more uses for them with other stuff, but you can't adjust their width. So it is what it is. Okay. Now we should be good. To line these dudes up. Now we have more space to put our conveyors. Where they won't clip through the wall, which is great. Okay. Looks good. Won't clip through the wall. That'll give us more build options going forward in the future. And then these dudes are pretty much already good. I could scooch... Yeah, let's scooch these over. I think that... Oh, that's wrong. I knew that. Hello, Ree. Welcome to the conveyor build stream. where I sit inside of this crawl space and build conveyors seemingly indefinitely. Keyword is seemingly. I don't expect any less. Well, the good news is we're actually almost done with this level. And we can get out of this dank pit pretty soon. So that is good news indeed. All right, let's figure out how to line these dudes up. And also, I appreciate the 12-month sub. Happy 1 freaking year. Oh, those clip? Ah, those clip. Okay. So it can't be here. Can be here. And then you. There we go. All right. All that just to move these one spot to the left so that if I want to build a freaking wall here, it's not going to overlap the conveyor belt, and I actually have space in between the conveyor belt and the wall. All right. Yep. Everything is actually connected now on this bottom floor. Now, the only thing I have left to do is delete every single conveyor pole, just the poles, because they are very chaotically spread through here, and they piss me off, you know, unlike chat. This man putting in a harder day at Satisfactory than I put in at work. I wish you could, like, belly crawl like this on purpose. Could actually be useful sometimes. I will hunt down every single one of these so I can place them myself. Missing some tube exits at the south. The south? Tube exits? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Elevators? Yeah. The tube exits was a new one. The elevators. Good call. Ow. It's great to be here. Hey, the feeling is mutual, Reed. I am enjoying the heck out of Satisfactory. It scratches a deep itch in my brain. This factory's going down the tubes. No, it's actually going to go up the tubes. Not down the tubes. Up them. Hey, factory. Up yours, buddy. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean for you to hear that. I would like to play some of these myself. And I'll go back to the middle toward the end once I can line them all up. I hope I never have to delete this because the sheer number of conveyor pulls are going to be a large pain. This is fine. That is also fine. The real hard part is yet to come. This section is easy compared to what we're going to be doing. Should go do that on the other side before I forget. I'm getting lost in here, man. Parachute, not now. I'm stuck. Okay, actually, you don't need to be there. Dude. I'm kind of winging it right now, to be honest. Hopefully I'm putting them all in the right places. Okay, that all looks good. Whew. An open parachute in all those belts would really gum things up. It would, yes. You are not wrong. Okay, go do that on the other side. Oh, I missed some. And this is not even, this is without even going over to the opposite side. And I'm walking uphill here. Okay. What about these? Yeah, this one is just straight up floating. Dude, this is really difficult to remember where everything should go. Oh, every time I look, there's more. Oh my God, there's more here too. All these corners. And you might be asking, why are you doing this? You don't have to. I know. I want to. Okay, I freaking want to. He'll never catch them all. Someone stop him. Compulsive behavior? Yeah. Isn't that all factory games, though? Let's be honest. I feel like that's all factory games. I guess I'm creating more obstacles for myself to get stuck. I am creating more obstacles for myself. The problem is I don't have to do it on the other side because there's not nearly as many belts on the other side. That's true. That one looks stupid. Okay, what do we go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Advanced storage, just putting down everything as poles. Yeah, I'm storing it as poles. My resources will be innumerable. Okay. I want to say that's everything on this side, I think. Oh. Completely false. Absolutely wrong. Embarrassingly wrong. Does that mean there's nothing on the middle one? Yeah, that does mean there's nothing here. Cool. Including I missed a corner. What? I missed like an S-bend. How? That must mean there's nothing here. Oh my god, there's every time I look, there's more. I'm starting to think that I'm not actually placing poles. I can't even see down here. That's the real hard part. What happens if you forgot to place a pole? Absolutely nothing. I just want to do it because it makes me happy. And I don't like things to look like they're floating. So I'm trying to give it what I would imagine would be actual. It's using your imagination, which is unfortunately a lost art in video games. But yeah, Satisfactory lets you get as hyper detailed as you want or don't want, depending on the person. That all entirely depends on you. Okay, I think this side's done. That was a lot of poles. It's not right, and he knows it, even if nobody else ever sees it again. Yeah, right in quotes. Yeah, someone will see it. They'll definitely see it. Because I'll take you down here. You better believe when this factory is done one day, that I'm going to be taking you guys down here as often as I can to be like, hey, check this out. Keep thinking about getting the game. I love Factorio. Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic game. 10 out of 10. Satisfactory is probably my game of the year this year. In 1.0. I could spend hundreds of hours. I already have. And will do again. I know I've been keeping y'all cooped up in here, but there is sun in this game. Do they all line up? They're not supposed to line up with each other. They're supposed to carry the belt above them. So the belt above them is what I care about. If I see one conveyor without a pole, I will say, ew! The day star. It burns us. Ew. The sun. It burns us, precious. It burns us. It hurts. He's regressing to my base form. I feel like my throat was a little dry for that. I could probably do better. But we'll leave it at that. Schmeagol, there it is. Oh, Schmeagol. Precious. Okay. Yeah, let's do the other side. You don't have any... I can't... like, that any word is hard. Any? You don't have any friends. It's hard to get... Certain syllables are really difficult for some reason. Okay. What do we got? This looks good. Gotta do this side, and then we move on. We'll figure out how to wall it in and close it up. Oh yeah, I guess I should just delete the ones we already have. Dude, I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay, crouch, then G. There we go. I'll come back and build these again. I'll come back and build these again. Actually, these ones are fine. Okay, also, these ones are fine. Yeah, this side is much shorter than the other one. Start on the outside. Work your way in. That's good. Support. This side's gonna be like 5 times easier than the other one because there's just fewer. Total conveyor belts. Okay. Now, is there a middle here between these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, alright, that's perfectly spaced. Oh god, I keep doing that. These don't need to be lined up. through this one. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is no middle, of course. That would be too easy. So I'm just gonna like do that, and then just scooch them toward each other. Scooch is, of course, a scientific word for this operation. Now for this side, and then we go up a level, which is a little scary. I'm not ready for that, dude. I am very much not ready for that. Okay, just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Going up a level is actually terrifying. All right. I think that's it. We got the copper going in, and we are golden down here. Everything should be connected, I think. We got a crisscross, so the copper will actually flow above the iron, and we'll be able to make, you know, some walls down here and some other dividers when we do touch-ups. But for now, everything should be, like, going to its proper place. Everything's got a home. We just don't have the high enough tier belts, but that's a different problem, isn't it? Oh dear. Mistakes were made. Beep! You've played for 4 hours. I have. And I'll do it again. So for those of you that joined late, let me show you what we've been working on. Number one, we sort of got an outline for a future road. This is a different tractor that we created so I could drive it around. So the copper that we're going to be bringing is coming from the direction we're currently looking, that way, which is the south. So we're going to bring the copper via tractor up here. And then it's going to take a left and route itself around behind the factory. It's going to take its copper deposit and offload it here at the truck stop automatically without us having to drive it. Then it's going to continue down the path in a straight line, down a slope, a right turn, and then another right turn. And watch out for the obstacles that I can't delete. The strawberry tree's invulnerable. And then it'll be back on its way, right? Out toward the copper to go pick up more. So once that copper gets deposited here, it'll go through 2 outputs on the back. One here, the other here. Down an elevator. 2 elevators. The 2 elevators will then go into splitters in order to create a load balance transfer system to get the copper to 16 foundries. And so they'll split 2 into 4, and then they'll split again 4 into 8, and then 8 into 16, so that there's an even distribution of all copper going to each of the different inputs. So that's why there's so much spaghetti down here, because we're splitting them into equal different lines. So 8 of the lines go here and connect up to elevators that will take it up to the foundry that's above it, on the floor above. And there's 4 on that side, 4 on that side. And then the other ones go across this, which will have our crisscrossing copper over the top of the iron, which was an idea from chat. Chat had this idea, and I was like, you know what? This sounds like a good idea. So you guys actually are the ones who overcomplicated this, because I wasn't going to do this. And it sounded cool, so I was like, let's do it. So then, yeah, half of the ore comes over here. And then it's split into the final 4 foundries on this side and the final 4 foundries on this side. So there you go. And then all the other spaghetti on the inside is iron. So this is where the iron is going to come in. Which I'm probably going to raise this road up. And then have the iron go in under the road, fed through these openings. And then it'll be split into the foundries the same way to ultimately make iron ingots via an alternate recipe. And then we'll have half the iron go down here for visual effect before it ultimately loops at the end of that tunnel. Iron comes down, goes in, gets split, so it's still functional. There you go. Resources will now get to where they need to go. Bam, problem solved. Okay, part 2, kind of a big change of pace, is we now get to go out of the crawl space and work our way up, because once all of these foundries are producing iron alloy ingots, they're going to be spitting out 75 iron ingots per minute from here, and that's going to have to go somewhere. So we gotta decide, we gotta figure out where it goes. It's gonna go up in this case. We're gonna take it up. I respect the ADHD level of detail in these builds, even down to the completely meaningless belt supports. Yeah, I have to. I have to. What if you see it from above via glass? Can't have that unless it looks good down there. It's gotta look good. Where did you find the glass floor? It's in the Awesome Shop. It is in the Awesome Shop. It's under a very expensive one. I think it's 10 tickets. I want to say it's struck beam, the beam ones, structural. It's under the frame structural in the Awesome Shop. I just realized half your elevators are on the wrong side of the foundries. What do you mean? All of them go up here. I think chat's hallucinating. The output goes up this way. I missed the last hour, but would love to see lights. Yeah, we're gonna get lights. Eventually. We can't have lights without more structure, though, you know? Focus only on things that you need for structure or that you're gonna forget later. I'm not gonna be forgetting lights anytime soon. Why am I allowed to do this? New fidget toy unlocked. So, up a level, yeah? Up a level. Now here's a question. How tall do we want the floor to be here? This game is so addictive. It is, yes. Insanely so. Depends on the plume. Man, I don't really... I mean, the smoke is the smoke. I can't... There's only so much I can do about that. The smoke is the smoke. At 3 wall height, you'll get about that much room. Which ain't half bad. Do 4? Dude, it's gonna be... That's so tall. What I'm thinking of doing is... having the middle open. Like this. And then you got like... Well, okay, those were a little funky. But yeah, you got like a floor hole. And then these things just go straight up and feed in to the constructors and whatnot working on that side, you know what I mean? And that way you can see the elevators. Because I want these to look clean, but I like having the elevators in view as well, because I think seeing the output go up is pleasant. Tall enough to support a catwalk around the perimeter, in my opinion. Well, I mean, like, it's far enough away from the walls. That you could do that. What's on the next floor? We're about to find out. It's going to be where all the constructors and assemblers go. We might have to divvy the factory up into multiple quadrants or something, because we have a lot of projects. We're making a lot of stuff, and I got to calculate how many buildings I need. Which I'm going to do next. All right, if I go up another floor, we could also go up just a half foundation instead of a whole one. Because this just seems... Ladders, how do they work? Because this seems super tall. Like, that's crazy tall. But I hear you on the, like, catwalks are cool, sure. There's got to be a different way to do... I guess you can do catwalks on the half blocks. Otherwise, it has to be one level per block. You could also start down here and do an incline. I don't know if I want to go above them. And you don't need that much headroom. Okay. Is it possible to align conveyor pole vertically in a ramp? Trying to figure out what you mean by that. You mean like how... Align a conveyor pole vertically in a ramp. Are you talking about you don't like how it sticks out like this? Or are you talking about how you don't like how it does this? Which part? Fits the ramp? Oh, no. No, not really. It just sticks out a little bit. Or you could do a power pole, you could do a pole like this and it'll still clip a little bit. It won't go like, it won't angle its foot up at a slight angle to fit. A man after my own heart. Don't forget about the lights. If you're gonna make a ceiling low, that might cause problems as well. I'm not gonna make it low. I'm just gonna make it 1/2 block up, which I think will be plenty of space. Or I guess a 1/2 block is 2 partial walls, right? It's like, yeah, it's 2. Two basic walls up, which is 1/2 block. So it's an extra 2 meters over what you first saw. He's covering up the factory, dude. He's hiding it. I feel like that's a good amount of space. To me, like that seems like there's enough headroom. And I might have, if not a completely open center, then a center that is at least elevated where you can see like stuff going on the second floor. Because I can't guarantee that I can do an open center because we're going to need a lot of buildings. That are doing construction things. Like a lot of them. It's gonna be a sweet factory, dude. Zoop! Being able to see the raw material basement floor from the top is an awesome design. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. It'll be as many floors as it needs to be. I don't know, I can't predict. I haven't mathed out all the space. But it's gonna be at least one more floor for the crafting, yeah. I can't predict how many buildings I want unless I use third-party tools, but I'm just gonna calculate it myself. So I need a way to get up there. I might also just not do that or that, and then come up with more creative ways to kind of cross over that I think will look pretty sweet. Okay. The issue is, like, as cool as this is gonna look, only having 3 blocks of space. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Normally, it would be a big issue for, like, assemblers and whatnot. Well, I guess it won't be assemblers. We have to have constructors first, right? Constructors are not that big, and if they're receiving their components via the elevator and the floor, you don't really need any space for the conveyor belts, right? Put a different way. Okay, I lined that up poorly. There you go. Put it a different way. If it goes straight from the output up a floor, I'm gonna need a way to get up on this side too. I know the wall is incorrect. Okay. Then you just do constructors wherever the output is, yes? Missing 2 reinforced iron plates. We're gonna need more than 2, so we may as well do some crafting. This reminds me of making a vertical automatic farm in the Minecraft. Yes, as the kids are calling it these days. The Minecraft. Me as well. Hello, Kitty Kitty. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of catwalks, for sure. Chat, how's your weekend been? It's a little after 8 o'clock here in Vegas. We've been playing for 4.5 hours already. The stream's been going for 5 and change. And I don't know where the time goes when playing this. I don't understand it. Like, we're definitely making progress. This is a large build. Very large. It's 5:15 on a Monday. No, it's not. No, it's not. Dude, we are gonna run out of plates. And screws. Uh-oh. Then what do you do? I know he tells hooked on a game, we get weekend streams. Yeah, that's accurate. Weekend was decent, but too short. I played Satisfactory the entire day, and I had other stuff to do! I played Satisfactory 1,000 hours without knowing you could blow up rocks? You can blow up more than rocks, Kitty GG. I hope you know about the poison plants and how they react to explosives. But anyway, Stanko. Yeah, I'm not hiding it, bro. I'm not even trying to hide it. I really want to see this factory like online tonight. I don't know if that'll happen, but it could. The hard part is going to be that even once we finish this, I have to figure out how the ore is going to get from here to over there, which we could start without necessarily having this like completed. But I've definitely got some ideas. I played Satisfactory entirely on Sunday and ignored my friends. You might need to bring this factory online to have the mats to finish it. I very well might. Oops. Parachute. What are we doing? It's convinced me to buy it. Dude, Stanko, you are one of many, I think. I may have some apologizing to do to various chatters for ruining their lives. This is just the latest example. Okay, what do we think about that, right? Where it's like output iron ingot goes up directly into constructor immediately. No, okay, well here's the problem, right? How many ingots is this putting out versus how many are we using? I forgot to do math. How could I forget? 75 ingots per minute. So we are gonna have to like split these up because that's a lot of ingots. 75 per minute per recipe. We have a lot of space though, because foundries take up more room than constructors do. By like, yeah, a little bit. No, they don't. They take up the same width. Never mind. But we have room in the middle that we're not using. I'm proud of chat for not calling that one out. I mean, it's okay. It took me 5 seconds to deduce. Let me think about baseline materials first. I have some notes written down from yesterday. Yeah, so 16 foundries means that they can all be slightly underclocked to achieve our desired result. Our desired result is 1172.5 ingots per minute, which is 15.63 foundries. So we're just going to underclock all of them to an equal amount to achieve that. It'll be a slight underclock, very slight. And we're going to be overclocking the mines to get that much ore. Yeah, we have a stupid amount of ingots that are going to be made. I think we're using all of them. So we're not going to have extra. So we're going to have to split this up. Which I think manifolds will actually help with up here. We're probably going to use manifolds for the actual resources. Because we're making multiple products. So I think a manifold is the only way that makes any sense up on this level. So our goal is... Let's start with the easiest one. The easiest one is 120 iron rods. Excuse me. For which I do have a steel alt recipe, but I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. So if I need 120, 15, 30, 45, 60, so I need 8 constructors just making rods, right? That's so many. We're gonna need more space. Unless we made this another level, which we could do. Dude, this could be an insane factory where the middle is just open. And we just have a progressive, like, level on the side. I don't know. And you just are down here, and you're doing, like, the look up emote, and it's just a few, like, 4 floors of constructors. All on the side. The factory must grow. It's either that, or we just cover this up and tastefully use glass during certain parts. Could take the top level to the biofuel factory like a bridge. Well, I'm already planning on a bridge, so that would fall in line. Because we're planning on raising this, and then having a bridge from the iron over this little lake. And it's gonna cross the bridge, and then come over here and deliver the iron. So we could, like, attach from that and walk across to over there. So that would definitely be possible. Chad, I just had another idea, though. The Satisfactory have elevators. There's resource elevators, like this one. People elevators, no. There's jump pads. Do you have a power solution? No. We're gonna add more coal until it works. Because I already have the baseline. Oops. I have the basis for a potential 28 coal power plant. 28 coal gen power plant. You can barely see it right there. Yeah, hypertubes can be elevators. That's true. Hypertubes. Chad, I had another idea. It has an upside and a downside. But I think it has more upside than downside. I think you know where this is going. And if you don't, you should. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. You're very familiar with this space. Actually, that one's even smaller than the one that I'm in. Okay. I made it a little too short. A spaghetti floor. Yeah. A spaghetti subfloor. But it's gonna be different than you imagine. Okay, that should be taller. Yes. Yeah, no, that's right, because if you did a 4-meter foundation, it looks like it's as tall as the ceiling. That's right. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. I can tell when we build a the conveyor lift should come real close to hitting the roof without touching the roof. Yeah, okay. Okay, no, this'll work. So yeah, this is gonna be the floor spaghetti. Now, here's the catch. I need to set what's always gonna happen, no matter what, is these floor holes. The hard part is just lining them up. That one is wrong. I did say they were hard to line up. Okay. Kind of looking at my peripheral. But yes, I do have some ideas for some fresh pasta. But this is where all of the iron has gotta go. Everything must go. Now here's the problem. That one's further away. But it is possible to get it right up on it. I think making it one... Yeah, I might have screwed this up. No, this one's right. That one, I think, is one too close. Getting it right up on it is neat, but if we get it right up on it, we're gonna have less space above it to do what we need to do. Yeah, that's better. Okay, all that to do all this. It's kind of coming together. Imagine running out of iron plates. Couldn't be me. Definitely not happening in real time right now. Oh yeah. Definitely starting to get a certain aesthetic. Now... we can delete this. It's not going to be open sky. It's not going to be like open air. However, get rid of some of those. Cover up some of this. Greenhouse factory would be pretty sweet, yeah. I'm definitely gonna get some glass roof going on, but all those details have to wait. Wait, specifically not going across the middle? That was kind of the whole point. Kind of hard to fill all this in. So spoiled with zooping. Got zooping and still like, oh, it's kind of difficult to fill this in. Wah. But listen here, kiddo. Back in my day, all right, it was even more difficult. Okay, you will take your zoop and you will like it. And it will be enough for you. Sounds like Shogun won a ton of Emmys. Was today the Emmys? Was that today? Just finished uniting the Slavs in CK3 after 350 in-game years. Wow, that's a big CK3 campaign. Time to relax and watch the descent into madness. Indeed. Tonight's the Emmys. Well, glad Shogun's getting some W's. Getting the W's. What are we cooking? Vorpal Dude, we're cooking a second floor. So basically we're spitting out from these foundries on the first floor. We're spitting out over 1,100 ingots. But the ingots need to be distributed to different places. So what I'm doing is creating a little space here to kind of like merge or split different lines cleanly and kind of hidden. My stream is so delayed. Optical. Optical. Tonight's the Emmys. Yeah, I didn't realize. We plan way too well to do something silly like run out of iron. Exactly. Sometimes I scroll up in chat and read old chat messages that I may have missed. So maybe you're just hearing that. So the real thing this does is let us use this space in such a way that we don't care. Like, I can put the constructors however I want and then feed the constructors from beneath without having to worry about the top-down spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I can try and figure out how to cram as many constructors in here as I can. And get, like, real close to this edge. Because this kind of floor, we're gonna have to min-max the space a little bit. You know what I'm saying? The problem is, yeah, I see the problem. It's not a problem yet, unless I make it a problem. The problem is we can't have the output here and the input overlaying it. You know what I mean? Or else there's going to be a conflict. Like, let's say I build that there. And build that there. But you can't build this here, because what are you going to do? You put a floor hole like there? Well, that doesn't make any sense, because how are you going to get a floor hole here and a floor hole? Well, I guess you could do it if you routed it around correctly. But it's going to create more spaghetti if I build these input output facing a specific way, because the inputs are going to have to go up to another floor, because we got to make a ton of basic materials. We got to make plates, iron plates, basics, a ton of screws, and iron rods. So I'm thinking like, oh, I actually got a pretty damn good idea. But I don't know how to make it look cool. How do I make it look cool? Actually, let's do some math first. Constructors. So to make 120 iron rods, I need 8. To make iron, let me see, do we have an iron plate recipe we're going to use? No. I think I passed some up. So plates are going to be kind of obnoxious then, right? Because this is going to be 20 per minute. Which means I'm going to need 18 constructors. So this is a lot of constructors. The biggest one is screws. But we have a screw recipe that we're going to try. Which is cast screws. So we don't have to make rods for the screws. That's a huge one. We just go ingots directly into screws, which is kind of insane. And it takes the same... Does it take the same? Yeah, it takes the same number of ingots overall. And it produces faster screws. So it seems like it's a strict increase. Is there an end game? Yeah. There's a bunch of goals. There's credits now. You see the objective in the top right, complete phase 2? That's very early game for me. But phase 2 is phase 2 of the space elevator. So you build the space elevator, and when you complete each phase, using the specialized components that you can't handcraft, you have to craft them in some kind of building, some kind of factory. then it unlocks more tiers. More tiers equals more tech, more building types, you know, resources that you can tap into, like oil, trains, all that stuff. So you keep progressing the phases. Each phase unlocks tiers, and then the tiers get you tech. And then eventually, if you're smart enough and dedicated enough, you get to tier 9, which is what's the last phase, chat? What is tier 9? Phase 5? I want to say it's phase 5. Then you win if you do everything. But it's hard. Like, it's hard. I would say, chat, if you've coming in fresh and you're just determined to win without watching any guides or like tips and tricks, you probably are going to take what, 300 hours to really like finish the game without knowing anything, at least. You'd probably restart a bunch once you figure stuff out. 300? Try 3,000. Yeah, I'd say at least 300 hours to like finish everything there is to do. That would be like the minimum. Yeah, I'm just trying to say the minimum because I think there's a bunch of people who are smarty pants who are like Factorio experts or something. But I think, yeah, the average person probably 500 hours more or more. I've never even gotten close to the end. Yeah, it's a massive game. So, insane amount of content and stuff to do. A lot of players will peter out before then because it gets very complicated toward the end game. It really escalates complexity, but I don't think needlessly. I don't think it's arbitrarily complex. It feels like the escalation of complexity is appropriate over time. And you can have plenty of fun without ever getting to that end game. So that's the big thing to me. Lots to do. I just get bogged down in, you know, overcomplicating my own stuff. Okay, if I just leave like this much space, and in the future wanted to do like a catwalk, that's enough room. Yeah, I think. My longest playthrough was like 150 hours, and I only got to aluminum. I'm at 20 hours and have not watched much of Satisfactory, and I'm nearing the end of Phase 2, but need to rebuild my factory again. That'll happen for sure. Okay, see, I can't really do them that way. This is going to be risky. I'm a little worried about the potential for error here. I say let's just build and then see what happens. I don't want to put them exactly side by side because I don't like them clipping. Chat, if you have two constructors here... Actually, I'm just going to test it out. Hold on. If I just connected a couple constructors up and I said, yo, make me some cable. Do these two arms ever... No, the wire clips a little bit. It's not really a big deal, but... Donk. Donk. Donk emoji. That would not be OSHA safe. Stagger? No, we got it. I got enough space, I think, to do what I want to do. Can we get a tour of the facilities? Meatball, are you saying you want me to stop everything that I'm doing right now to give you a tour of my base so far? I'll be honest with you, there's not really much worth giving a tour of. I'm trying to make the thing that is worth giving a tour of. But it's, you know, taking a long time, obviously. It's starting to look cool, though. I don't really have that much cool stuff going on. I have a bunch of, like, 80% unfinished projects. That's the closest thing to done, and I would say that that's like 30, 40% done. Maybe 50 if I'm generous. Let them do this, and then there'll be something tour-worthy. That's just a biofuel generator plant that I have to do a lot of detailed touch-ups on. I'm not proud of that at all. Still got a lot to go, man. There's not really much to tour, but if you want to see, like, I'm not even through phase 2. Everything is mostly unfinished. Okay, look, I'll walk you around and show you what's going on, chat. I haven't done it today. But first, I know this is going the wrong way. Just give me a sec. Yeah, I think that'll work. I want to flip you guys around. Okay. I'm listening. If you put these too close together, I think it's going to be difficult to get the resources split beneath. Can we stop for ice cream? Where are we gonna stop? Where do you want ice cream from? I had no idea you could enclose the buildings that way. Oh yeah. You can, if you want to. Totally optional. I like trying to make things that I'm gonna enjoy looking at long term. Which is easier said than done. Okay, so I need 8 constructors just for rods. That's what I'm working on right now. I can use this as a visualizer, even though it's not going to go down, it's going to go up. And then just delete it afterwards. Dude, I'm not gonna have enough space for all this junk. This is gonna be a lot of junk. Okay. That is 2, 4, 6. Who said they were here for the descent into madness? You might be onto something. Yep, there's 8. So all 8 of those are gonna be good for iron rods. Okay, so iron rods is taken care of. Working on it. Then we need 18 more constructors for iron plates. The worst part is I don't even have room for 8 more over here. And then I haven't even started on screws, which I need an ungodly number for. We can make 50 screws per minute. You know how many screws I need? $2,040 screws per minute. Okay. I cannot stress enough that I'm gonna need 41 constructors just making screws, or 40 constructors and one of them, some of them overclocked. One of them overclocked. 40! How am I gonna get 40 constructors in here? That's 8. You understand? So that's like 8, 16. We probably have room for another 6 over here. So it's 8, 16, 22, 28. There's only 28 can fit on this floor, and I need 40. And then, that's before we even get to the part where I need to combine those materials inside of other buildings. Maria, when you only filter the E in Megabase, it looks like something else. Start over. This whole game looks like a descent into madness. You don't have to make as much stuff as I'm making. Once we finish making this, it's gonna be like good for a long time. Do I have blueprints yet? I don't. I need a skyscraper. I do need a... It's gonna be either a skyscraper, or this is gonna be a covered roadway, which I think would look kind of cool. And then the building like extends over it, which I think would be nice. The screw scraper, perfect. Nice job, Chad. Okay, I've been told that I have food waiting for me, so I'm gonna go grab the food and come back. It's been almost 6 hours anyway, so I'm just gonna take the dog outside and take a quick BRB, and then come back. Time to go tall. We're gonna have to go tall, yeah. This is gonna be a tall building. Hopefully we can make it like look creative and neat. Covered roadway would be neat. I'm liking the parking garage vibe, thanks. Thanks, guys. Hey, at least we're building something in the sunlight, right? Like that's a step up from the crawl space. We're making progress. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. I'll be back in just a minute. Yo. Yo. Okay, you want to see the goods? Stuck. Physically. There we go. Chat, you can thank Alice for keeping streamers sustained and fed. She brought back some takeout. Lovingly. Only one of the lights works, so it'll have to do. We got a club sandwich. A delicious looking club sandwich with some curly fries. Curly fries and ketchup. Oh yeah, that's a nice looking sandwich. How do I join said club? I'm not gonna share. Club sandwich is the best non-burger, non-chicken sandwich. Period. Club sandwich for dinner? What's happening to society? What are you? Nice bait. What do you mean? European? Are you European? You can't understand why an American would eat a sandwich for dinner? Are sandwiches for peasants in your mind? Did you know that suits used to be for peasants too? Now they're for the elite? The sandwich is the suit of food. Eating food for a meal? Unbelievable. Killink, what did you eat for dinner? Food in this economy? Impossible. And making prisoners eat more lobster more than twice a week was considered cruel and unusual punishment. I'm eating some ramen for dinner? Wow. Microwave ramen for dinner. What has society come to? Look, this isn't like a club from your grocery store. Okay? This has got good strips of bacon on it that was freshly cooked. I can tell because it's still got a little crunch to it. You hear that? That's the bacon. Nice cuts of deli meat and turkey. Fresh lettuce is not just like romaine. This isn't your grandma's club. Look, I'll order a club sandwich pretty much anywhere. Anyway. Curly fries to go with it? Oh, yeah. Chicken bacon ranch with bacon and tots? Bacon and like tater tots on a sandwich? I don't know about that. I'm not sure, dude. I knew you couldn't hear me. All I said was look at that. I was muting my chewing sounds. Got the little bacon on the ends. Looking nice and crisp. Tots are on the side, but I'm not against putting some potato chips on a sandwich. It can work. It can work. It's workable. What's Big Boy doing over there on the factory? Hash browns on the breakfast sandwich? Hash browns are goated, that's why. This might be the curliest fry. Is this the this is the curliest fry. Look at it. That's the curliest fry I've ever seen. It's like a more than a curl. It's like a spring. It's like a coil. Pigtail. A pigtail. Okay, chat, while I'm eating still, I got half a sandwich to go. I don't have to eat it all in one. Let me ask you this. If you order a sandwich, it doesn't matter where it is, and there's an option for white bread or wheat bread, which one are you picking? You can tell the people in chat who don't know how to follow instructions. Potato wasn't an option. Depends on what's in the sandwich. Sometimes. Depends on who's looking at what I'm ordering. Half and half. I love tuna on wheat, but would rather have roast beef on white, for example. Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, if it's a pastrami and the only options are white or wheat, I leave. Pastrami on wheat is great. What are you talking about? The problem is if you think that doesn't work, you just have bad wheat. I'm pretty sure that's like a default, isn't it? I had a pastrami sandwich recently and it just came wheat. Okay, rye, whatever. Rye is just like, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I know this is a hot take. I cannot taste the difference between wheat and rye. It's the same thing to me. If your bread is brown, then that's my default choice. I go wheat every time. Wheat or rye, whichever. It tastes the same. I like them. What do you mean that's a you problem? I enjoy them. I pick whichever one that is. I just picked the non-white bread. What do you mean that's a problem? There's a solution. Fake sandwich enjoyer. What does that mean? You don't even like sandwiches. We already know you're a hater. Kellink. That's like saying sourdough tastes the same as white. Sourdough is white. It's not Wonder Bread, but it is still white bread. What about multigrain? Multigrain to me is just wheat. Tastes the same. I will take multigrain, wheat, rye, whatever. Sourdough is goated also. But it's a form of white bread. Chat, sourdough is made with white flour, bro. You can also make it with whole grain flour. That's what, you know that white bread is made with white flour. That's why it's called white bread, right?
Sourdough is the process, not the flour. What it's made of doesn't matter. The fact that it has the same base ingredient doesn't matter.
Wheat is just white flour with added bran. Dude, there is such a thing as whole grain flour, which is different than white flour. It's literally, that's the divide. You have white bread made with white flour, and whole grain flour is a separate thing. It's this different base ingredient. Getting bake seated here.
Excuse me, streamer. Listen, sourdough is very different because it has a lower glycemic index.
Bake seated. Yeah, like rye is definitely different. I like rye. It just, to me, if I ordered wheat and you gave me rye, I'd be like, thank you. I don't know what this is. It tastes like wheat to me. Oh, is this the chat that goes, why are we talking about food? While I'm eating dinner? Which is, I'm eating a sandwich. I'm like, on camera. Why are we talking about food? Listen, chap, if you refuse wheat or multigrain but only accept rye, that's a you problem. You can't be like, oh, that's a you problem. No, it's you. I eat either of them indiscriminately. I'll eat sourdough. If I ask for white bread and sourdough comes out, I'll eat it because it's good. I don't think I've ever had a bread that I hate unless it's like a shitty grocery store brand. But every bread at their peak, like the best, if it's like fresh wheat, white, rye, sourdough, multigrain, all great. I'll eat whichever one comes out. Look, everyone knows avocado tastes better on wheat than on white bread. Oh my god. What's up, Raiders? You're here for a food stream. We're arguing about food right now. What's up, Deliria? Bumbling in. Thanks for bumbling in. I mean, I'm finishing a sandwich right now. Taking a little break and arguing with Chap about bread. Have you seen the new avocados? I have not seen the new avocados. Yeah, chat's bake seeding me right now about bread. This community has strong opinions on bread. All right, you guys want to have strong opinions about bread? Here you go. I got a poll for you. Choose bread. If you think they're all so different. Excuse me. White, wheat, multigrain, sourdough, rye. Context doesn't matter. Choose a bread now. Choose a bread now. It's in the polls in the chat. You got a minute and a half to put your vote where your mouth is. Hello, Totally Shan. What's for dinner? I had a takeout club sandwich with curly fries. And it was a delicious 10 out of 10 club sandwich. And a couple of stragglers in chat were making fun of me for eating a club sandwich for dinner, like while they are eating microwave ramen, self-admitted. Okay. They made fun of me for having I think they're just jealous. And now they're upsetty about bready. But anyway, I just finished the food. I muted my microphone so you couldn't hear my eating noises. For the record, I make my ramen over the stove and not in the microwave. Oh wow, soup for dinner. What are you, some kind of peasant? Killink? Did you know that ramen was considered peasant or worker food originally? From Yokohama, Chinatown? Okay? So you really talk some shit for somebody who's eating literal peasant food. So think about that next time. Anyway, sourdough clean sweep, 41% of the vote went to sourdough. The streamer is always mean to his chat. Sourdough easy sweep. So what I've learned from that is that people who like rye are the vocal minority of this chat. Sourdough gang just peacefully going on about their business, while the rye faithful are way overrepresented verbally. Where's multigrain gang? I don't know. They just haven't had good multigrain bread. If you had fresh multigrain, you'd understand. Not like the grocery store stuff. I'm gonna be real with you. Pretty much all American grocery store bread is bad. And I don't even mean it from like the European sense of like, ew, there's too much sugar in my bread. Ew, Americans putting sugar in bread. No, I don't even mean it like that. I just mean like, every time you go to the grocery store, does anyone else just get a different type of bread each time? And you don't get the same one because you're just constantly searching for one bread that's actually worth buying twice. So you just get like a different bag every single time you go to the grocery store. And you're just on the eternal search. One bread to rule them all. All right, welcome back. We're here. I had dinner, so I'm energized for a while. Working on I did say I would give you guys a tour, but again, there's nothing to tour. My factory is so tiny, and none of the buildings are even close to done. But here you go. Since you were patient with me whilst I ate, I will start with this building here. This is the only building that's enclosed. I don't even want to show you because it's so ugly. It's not done. But anyway, eventually we're gonna go back and do materials, textures, outline, frame, change the foundations, windows, lights. There's no lights in here. There's a rock feature. I want to have like a manager's office up there overlooking everything that you can also go out to the upper level of the rock. This is my biofuel factory. So the purpose of this is you can dump leaves, for example, into this storage chest, and you can dump any logs you have into this storage chest. And then if you have mycelia, you dump mycelia into this storage chest, and all these ingredients can and will be processed into biofuel or biomass, I should say. So they're getting processed into biomass. And then the biomass then goes on some conveyor belts until it gets over to 2 constructors at the end. These 2 constructors. And then these constructors turn the biomass collectively into biofuel. And then the actual solid fuel logs are getting manifold distributed to the biomass burners. And they're currently full. So, nice new player tip if you don't know already. Speaking of biofuel generators, biofuel generators only burn as needed. So, you should always have some biofuel generators on tap because even though I've got all of these turned on and connected to the grid, they will only burn their fuel if the power available in the grid dips below what my coal plant is capable of dishing out. So biofuel always takes second priority over coal. So if you have enough coal to cover your base or something better than coal, then the biofuel simply will not burn unless it's needed. So it'll just stick around infinitely in case your power dips under. So it's good to have as a backup power source for that reason, because it won't be wasted. Or you can also have a biofuel generator building that you have disconnected from the grid that you just use to you know, crank on in case of emergencies. So we got like a little crafting area here, but I need to add some more stuff. But yeah, you got some windows to the outside. Little equipment room. Okay. Then this was the iron mine, but we have to rebuild it. So we started to we're gonna tap into 4 separate iron nodes here. That's what we're working on over there. That's the new factory that's going in. Then we've got a currently completely stopped because it's full copper factory that is producing copper wire and cable in mass. And this is a pretty complex series of elevators and conveyor belts, all fully functioning, and we have 6 full storage containers right now. Which if I wanted to, I could try and hook into Ticket Machine, but I just don't care enough to do it. It's all backed up because it is working better than expected. I actually need to tear it down and start over though. Because we've got some new recipes that I want to make. So there's the copper and the cable. Then this way is the beginnings of our coal plant. Three days ago, Ital hooked the grid to a hard drive vault that needed 300 megawatts to open. Does that still draw power after it's opened? I don't know. I just disconnected afterwards. I don't think it was 300 megawatts, was it? That's a lot. That would be half our power. It wasn't that much. Anyway, coal just got started, but this is not even close. We're going to end up with 28 coal generators in this plant on 2 levels, up and down. 7, 14, 21, 28. And we're feeding this with a tractor. So we got tractor hauling in coal. How do you drop your parachute? Hit C. And then you can open it again. So the tractor, I believe, is on its way back. And that's in charge of hauling coal. We also have a fairly sizable concrete factory. And then we have a tiny concrete factory, that one. I'm allergic to the tiny concrete factory. But yeah, we have a much larger concrete factory for if we need it at some point. And here comes our automated autonomous tractor to top off the coal. I love that, like, unlike most games, you get happy to see that you left it running on accident. Yeah, it can definitely be productive while you're AFK. A lot of people do that. And it's vroom vrooming. It's probably got a full case of coal right now with nowhere to put it. And he's coming from this direction. There we go. Couldn't grab on. Uh-oh. Why are you here? Listen. Easy, dude. Might have to use a little stun. There we go. Chill. The resource nodes run out? Nope, they're infinite. So you can spend as much time building as you like. This is the coal plant where we dig the coal. So right now we just got 4 work in progress buildings to be updated in the future because they look stupid right now and they're not even finished, of course, but yeah, we got 4 coal nodes. Lots of coal from over here. Or yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 nodes and it's piping the coal up and over. We're gonna have a bridge and it goes down into storage, so we have plenty of coal spare at any given point. 2 buffers. And into the truck station, where the truck comes back around to grab it and take it back to the coal plant. And then other than the other than the other concrete, that's pretty much it. Meatball, you better be here, bro. Since you're the one that asked for a tour. So you better be here. Why can't I grab this? Power sliding uphill. Yo, there you go. That's all we got, dude. Okay, we're gonna have to get good. We gotta get good, dude. It's just the Mark II poles are too tall. The Mark I's are barely reachable. You gotta do the crouch slide jump to even get close to reaching. So this is the new factory we're working on right here. This is gonna be the big pride and joy. The flagship, if you will. You set up camp in an interesting area. Yeah, that was the intention. We didn't pick a default spawn. We spawned in and wandered around somewhere else inside. So kind of tried to choose somewhere off the standard path. And especially somewhere I've never been before. But now we've got a big challenge because this factory has got to be huge. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Now, up here, what we're doing is taking a lot of iron ingots from these foundries. That's what we're gonna do. And try and feed them up. We need a bunch of constructors. Just a maddening amount of constructors. One thing that would actually help me a lot is redoing this road down here, because I think we're gonna do the overhang thing that I talked about. Where it's kind of like a bridge around the outside. That'll look cool. Are these all staggered? Oh, man. Yeah, they are. So yeah, figuring out how to do this cleanly is going to be an interesting challenge. When you throw something away, where is away? Like when I deconstruct it, it gives you a full refund on resources, so you can experiment as much as you want. Goes right back into your inventory. Okay, to line this up, yeah, if you put it in the trash can, it's gone forever. Correct. If you put it in the trash can, then it's out of here. Okay. Yes, that's not gonna work. All right. What if we did this on both sides? Actually, we can't. I feel like my road is like messed up somehow. It probably is. And it's probably my fault somehow. So, we have a reason for all this. I wanted to raise this up because I didn't want it to be so low to the water. And secondarily, this is where we're going to be getting our iron from, over here. So I wanted the iron to be able to sneak under. Well, that actually lines up possibly perfectly? I don't know. I can't tell if they're the same level or not. I think they are. Yeah, so we could actually have these suspended. Bro, that artichoke needs to go. Tell that to the devs. I got no control over it. Have you tried any of the alien artifact things yet? I know what they do, but I don't see any reason to try them until I actually have factories set up the way that I want. I don't have any factories, so. Chat, we have this conversation every single day, every couple hours. I'm gonna make a plant command. This is not even, yeah, this is not even phase 2. The upside down strawberries cannot be destroyed. It is a known issue. The devs are going to fix it. Hopefully. Okay, anyway, you just have to trust me. You just have to trust. I believe it's written in their known issues. But we have the damn conversation. Is the crawl space finished? I mean, yeah, it'll work. It'll work. Hello, what's up, Devo? How's it going, dude? But yeah, I know what the artifacts do. I'm just not in a rush. I don't have... Dude, you can't be here. Okay. He listened. But yeah, I think having the road go over here is good. Because I can feed the resources underneath, and we can get the resources from the side over here. In a way that looks good and clean. Now, from that point on, we don't really need to be that tall of a road. In fact, I'm not even sure... Meow, meow, meow. There it is. I was waiting for the drop. I don't know if I want this road to be too wide. We can figure that part out later. That part doesn't matter. It just needs to be at this elevation. Hypothetically, if this was extended as an overhang, that's plenty of height, right? That's plenty for any vehicle that we wanted if it was on this road. Yeah. Okay, just checking. That's what I needed to know, because I think we're gonna have to extend this level over and then have a road that goes alongside of it. I had to double check that before doing any kind of extension, because we have room on this floor, the way that it's built right now, for, I want to say, 8, 16, 28 constructors. It's happening. I'm buying right now. Thanks, Streamer Man. You're going to have so many hours worth of things to do. You're going to be having so much fun. Okay, for cast screws, we need a crazy amount. We're gonna need 40 constructors just for cast screws. With at least a little bit of overclocking. I just bought it the day before yesterday. Only other game I've tried is Dyson Sphere Program, trying to learn some factory stuff. Dude, I'm glad there's so many people hopping on the 1.0 train, you know? It's crazy. There's a bunch of first-time chatters also. I like that it's still spreading. What was the peak concurrent count today? Let's see, SteamDB. 186,000 is the 24-hour peak. It has a little fireball emoji next to it. It's got a little fireball. New concurrent player max today. It had a new max today. There's co-op? Yep, online co-op. Oh, dude, look at the trends. This is before 1.0. I think their max concurrent before 1.0 is 36,000. And on day one of launch, they hit like 104. And I'm talking like 36,000 since early access launch. This is Steam early access launch. Look at the line. I just picked it up 3 days ago after some chatters said they were excited. I don't know what happened, but I played 40 hours. Oh, yeah. The first of many. You got baited. They got you. Dude, I've gotten a lot of people into this. I'm finally getting to play, but I joined my friends who are already on tier 8. Influx, yeah, that's how multiplayer goes sometimes. But the word of mouth has been insane, actually. This is crazy. Like, most games peak on day 1, right? This is day 1 of 1.0. Like 104K. Day 2, 120K. So 15,000 more. Like a 12% increase or something. Day over day. And then the next day, this is a Wednesday also. The 12th on a Thursday, 125K. So an extra 5K concurrent. Then the next day, 141. So another 15K. Then this is just concurrent, right? Not total purchases, obviously. It should be pointed out. 141 to 168. That's the weekend effect. Like Saturday. Saturday is almost 30K extra. Players, like 27,000. Nobody can finish it since it takes like 200 plus hours. Yeah, that's generous as well. Probably like 400 hours. Just trapping more people. And then I thought that was crazy yesterday, hitting 168K. And then Sunday, new time, like a new concurrent the day after Saturday is wild. And that's not just like a small bump. That's like another 20, like 18K concurrent players. That's like more than another 12% gain. It's like 12% day over day. For me, I picked it up when it showed up early on Epic and was just kind of a shrug. Kind of wrote it off, didn't realize what it turned into. And now you're back. How many hours do I have? I don't know. I have it on Epic. I don't know if Epic keeps track of your hours. Definitely hundreds. According to like Stream Stats, it's like close to 300 hours, but I think Stream Stats is not totally accurate. I think I'm at more than 300 now. For sure. Dude, that's awesome. Like it's a line. Like if this was a stock, you know what I mean? Yeah, if this was a stock, that's just like a solid upward line. They might, like, if it was another weekend tomorrow, they'd hit 200K concurrent. Which is wild. It's so exciting to see so many people enjoying it. A new wave of creativity incoming. Totally, that's what I think too. I like just riding the excitement wave. Like, the new game hype wave doesn't come around very often. Maybe like 2 times a year for me. 3 times a year. Is it well optimized? The game has really good performance in my opinion. But if you get super late game, it'll slow down, but not to like an unplayable rate. Right now, I can't play on DirectX 12, and a few other people can't play on DirectX 12, so that's an incoming fix where I'm hoping to see this week when they get back to work, because they took a deserved break for 1.0. But I can force DirectX 11, and it's been very smooth for me. Some people are having a bunch of crashing. It might be DirectX 12 related also. What happens when you do DirectX 12? Game doesn't open. They know about it. It's in their known issues. They already know. They're going to work on it. It's at the top of their known issues with a workaround to force DirectX 11. So, I just gotta wait. It runs fine though. It just has like render bugs like these, where things turn into spikes if they're too far away until you get closer and then they pop in. Not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, they'll fix it. No doubt. All right, let's get this underway, chat. I could gush all day. You guys can keep gushing. I just need, I think, to extend this. Even just extending it 2 blocks would be a game changer. Though I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't just extend it and pretend like the road is actually too wide. Any Satisfactory players in chat who can tell me if you build roads for yourself and or automated vehicles, Oh, we should plan on the big trucks instead of just the small ones, huh? How did you switch to concrete? I unlocked it, but I don't know how to build with it. If you open the build tab, you can switch the material type. And also, if you've already built something, you can hit X, and then it'll open your customizer. You can change colors, finishes, and then if you have other materials, you can change them at will. But if you don't want to change them after, you want to build with them, then you just change the material in the build queue. Do materials have a distance they can be pulled from for construction? The materials are in my inventory. So I have a personal inventory. So everything is pulled from my inventory. However, with alien technology introduced in 1.0, there are infinite possibilities. But I don't have those possibilities yet. But anywhere that I can see a blue thing, I can build that far. So you can build from pretty far away. So if you find yourself struggling to build, because you're like, I wish I had a bird's eye view. If you just build, there it is, a lookout tower. You can climb the lookout tower and then build from up there if you want, if that helps you. And you can kind of see, I like being on the ground. So I normally just do it down here. If you had two of the large trucks, not the tractors, but the large ones, how much space would they need to share the road with each other? Like 3 blocks? For one to go one way and one to go the other way? 3 blocks feels huge for a highway. But I feel like I need to plan for 3. I did it with 3, I'd say at least 3. They always find a way to crash. Well, I guess the downside is we have this rock here. They are pretty much exactly one width. What? Do you think it would be too close to do a half foundation, like 2.5? And ooh, what if you put the half down the middle, like a let's see. $1.5 per lane. Yeah, I just can't deal with this rock unless we go above it, which I could do, but then that puts us a little closer to this. I wanted it to be kind of like a tall, ominous building, but maybe it would be better if we just raised this entire road. That way I can go over the rock and not have to worry about it. The problem is we're gonna hit more of the strawberries. Oh, I need to raise this anyways. Because it was going to be at this height. Yeah, I was thinking about the barriers, like putting the barriers in the middle, something like that. Three blocks for the road and a half block for sidewalk. I've kind of got the half block here. Oops, didn't mean to jump. Let's create a sick ramp, dude. Okay. Okay. Now this is where it gets a little tricky. Fix-It would like to remind you, you've been playing too freaking long. Too bad. I already took a break, okay? And I got food. And it's gonna be fine. I can't close all this up because this is also how I currently get down to the other level, but I guess I don't necessarily need to. Trucks will never get stuck, but crashes will slow them down, though. That's fair. Just making sure I did this the same on both sides. Which I did. Okay. And then we might have some overlap here. But I think I can fix it. If we do this... Okay, this is this is where it gets a little complicated. Because everything I do is gonna mess this up a little more, and there's this square that there's no way to get rid of. Which is kind of funny. Oh wait. But maybe... But maybe... If we just... go all the way out here... Tetris minigame. Yeah, it's like I keep pushing it a little bit further away. And that goes too far. Sometimes it'd be like that in Satisfactory. Sometimes. All right, that looks better, I think. He's cooking, chat. Yeah, I'm solving it. It is getting solved. There, now that one's a perfect square. Same on both sides. Okay, slight problem. Yeah, if you want this to end at a half instead of a full... so that you don't clip. I don't really want to clip. I could just clip two half blocks into each other and then hope that you never notice. That's pretty much the only way, because here's the square. Remember the square we've been kicking around? It's still here. It's just in a slightly more manageable place. I can't drop that block. I need that block because it's the spaghetti down here. But I don't want to send another half foundation all the way down the line. This is a slide puzzle. No, it is a slide puzzle. It's accurate. access entrance point for the crawl space. Maybe. I think I understand what you're saying. You could do like, oh, wait a second, I got an idea. That gave me an idea that I think I like. Just to give you an, to play off of that idea, poison, I could do something like this. Okay, this is going to be a little weird, depending on how we do it. The problem with the clipping is, I think it has Z fighting. Well, it's not necessarily Z fighting. It actually doesn't look bad because it almost looks like you drew an outline around it on purpose. You know what I mean? If you put like a rail, let's say, then it actually goes directly in front of that little overhang. And then it kind of looks like it's on purpose. Okay, just hypothetically. So we're gonna change that later. For now though, the problem with these little exterior pieces we have to line them up. Okay, they just happen to line up. And then I can zoop back and forth. Okay. Now that's zooping. Actually, I don't think we want that topmost one, do we? Yeah, we do. Parkour building. Yeah, unfortunately for the side, there is going to have to be some wall clip. Okay, but like look at this. Then you go I feel like that ladder's upside down. It might be. It actually only works if you attach it to the side of the thing. Okay, I think that's it. Well, you get like stuck on the ladder unless you look directly up. There's got to be a better way to do that. But I don't think there is. It still works. And then you just do... something like that, and then you can do this. That, and then have like a sign or something here, where it's just like a way to get down into the belly and get back up. Source engine ladders, kinda. Could have a sign, could have some little graphics on the floor. The yellow pole portion of the top is supposed to be above the floor. Yeah, I think that is. Stairs would look good there, sure, but it's kind of fun to have like a little service ladder. You don't even have to have it open air. You could have it like a tiny building. That's almost like well, this would be hard to do, I guess, because it's only half. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get a door here. I don't know. I'm trying. There's no door block that is a half block. You can do this, and then there is no such block as a square. And then the door would be really messed up. Yeah, the door would be super messed up. You'd have to cover it with like pipe, I think. Pretty sure. That would be basically the only way to actually like cover it up. Something like that. I don't know if I want to use my painted, my only steel in that. Anyway, I got distracted. What were we doing? I don't remember. So we're raising this road all the way around. Now the strawberries are even more inconvenient. Is this the game soundtrack? It is. Strawberries are super inconvenient. Bonk. I guess this will let us do like a smoother ramp. Try 4 meters. Excuse me, need you to move out of the way for me, little tractor guy, so we can experiment. Bro, this way. Okay, that actually works real nice because it doesn't clip. We're not going to go all the way down to this level, but at least in the short term we are, until we do a highway super reconstruction. Are the vehicles indestructible, basically? Yeah, they don't have, there's no vehicle health bar. Is there? I don't think so. I assume that's my health bar, not the vehicle health bar. Stupid strawberries. All right. This is gonna look sick. Are the vehicles able to have custom paths for transport? Uh-huh. I'm using one now. To do you see on the top of the map? On the compass, the tractor that's moving? I set that up to haul coal for me. You can record your own paths. It is already on the way. Oh god. How does it get me every time? I need to come up with a more secure way to get up here. I really needed this extra space. In fact, I have a little bit more. This is gonna be a little crazy. Oh dear. Oh dear. What have I done? What have I done? I've made terrible mistakes. This factory is gonna be too big, bro. Hey, what's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? Hi, dog. Are you doing the thing correctly? Chat, am I doing the thing correctly? What do you think? They'd probably say no. By the way, Boom You, thank you for the 500 bits earlier. Sorry I missed it. What's up, Boom You? Thanks for the bits with the bonus bits from Twitch. But good to see you, Sim. I'm trying to do the thing. I spent a long time today just organizing things and getting... Do you see this like crisscross of conveyor belts down there? I've been learning some new fun cosmetic build techniques, you know. That's what we did. Chat was actually teaching me a bunch of build techniques I didn't know. So I've been getting like the good kind of backseated. Chat, here's the difference in good backseating and bad backseating. Good backseating is arbitrarily defined by me when I read your chat, whether I think it was useful and helpful information that I wouldn't have known otherwise, that I actively wanted to know, versus information that I would have rather have just found out by myself. And you don't know until you try. No, usually when it's like build technique or cosmetic or something like that, then yeah, it's great. I love that information. For example, in this case, chat taught me this right here yesterday. I did not know that you could put beams and use the beams to support a wall support, for example. I would have never tried that. The beam can support the conveyor wall mount. Didn't know. And the reason why that's cool is, first of all, it looks neat, but more importantly, the ceiling wall mount is a set distance, right? So you think, why not just use an elevator or like a ceiling mount? Because the ceiling mount tries to go down like a half block, so it's not good for these constrained spaces like this, right? And why not just use a regular wall mount, like on a wall? Well, you don't always want to build a wall where it's allowed to go, right? Like, the wall pieces can only be built on the edges of an existing foundation or half foundation. Whereas beams can be built freeform, freehand, wherever you want to put them, in fact. I mean, they do have like spots that they click to, but you can do it anywhere. So it really opens up like freedom to adjust the elevation and the location for the purposes of like moving stuff over other stuff. And it looks pretty cool too. So yeah, there's a lot of like build techniques I think chat's been helping me figure out. But we spent most of the day organizing this, which we did. We did organize it. We successfully hooked it all up, and they are ready to receive iron and copper in large abundance. This is going to be the biggest factory that's on our entire map. But stuff like that. This looks awesome so far. Hey, thanks, Sim. Yeah, this has been my like full project since the last 30 to 40% of yesterday's stream and all day today so far. We've been working on getting our super iron factory set up. I barely have coal power, and this is what I decided to do with my time. So for those of you just joining, I'm working on getting... We found an alternate recipe, which you can find by exploring the game world. If you come across the little rec sites scattered around, like that one up there, kind of encourages you to go check them out. They can have cool loot, and they also have a container that sometimes will just open on its own if you try, and sometimes you need to do something specific for it. and you can get hard drives. And if you scan those hard drives at the MAM, you can unlock alternate recipes for things, which maybe you want to do, maybe you don't want to do. They're not mandatory. But we went out and looked for some because I've never done it before, and I just wanted to see what the ones you find will be random. You'll get to pick one of two. So like 2 recipes will show up. You can also re-roll them and get 2 different ones. And you can just take a look and be like, that looks really good. I think that would help me build a factory. And I found one that was like, and there's a bunch, chat. How many alt recipes are in the game? There's like dozens. There's dozens. I'm pretty sure. So it'll take you a while to collect them all. But there's more than enough hard drives on the map to unlock all of them. So you don't have to worry about losing any of them. Anything you don't pick will come back up again in the rotation. There's around 120, I think. Yeah, so you'll find different ones each time, unless it's also gated by your progression. So the further you are in the game, the more alt recipes will start to show up, basically. But anyway, we found one that uses both iron and copper to create iron ingots. So I'm trying that. So this is a super iron ingot into other stuff factory. So normally you don't need foundries to make iron ingots, but in this case you do. So I have to explain the stuff beforehand to explain why in my iron factory we have a load of foundries. And it's a cool recipe. I guess I can just show it to you, right? So you can see, to get to that menu, by the way, you hit N if you want to do a search, which can also do math. 10 times 10 equals 100, it's a calculator. Or you can hit O, and O will bring up things Ada has said before, as well as any recipes that you have unlocked. Click on these for more details. Click on other things to go to their page. It's really cool. Anyway, for iron ingots, we found one of 3. There's 3 more that we haven't found. And I decided I like this one. I want to try it out. It effectively takes 10 ore, 8 iron, and 2 copper, and makes 15 ingots. So we're getting like 50% more ingots than we're spending in ore. Games that trick me into doing maths are my favorite ones. Me too. Can I ask, because I'm new, I don't really know how to gauge it, how many iron nodes do you think you are connected to? You honestly can just expand as necessary. You really, on average, are not going to plan out a factory this big at this stage in the game. I just want to because it sounds fun to me. Normally, you want to start way smaller and just kind of upgrade as you need to. In my case, I settled right next to a spot that has 4 normal iron nodes. Don't be fooled, I just covered them with foundations. So I've got 4 normal iron nodes. So I kind of did the math on how much iron I'm going to need out of those, and then decided to make a factory that tapped into all of this ore. So I would say just use as many as you need. You really don't need to be using all 4 for a single factory like this. I just thought, hey, this sounds like a fun challenge. So, and you just kind of expand to facilitate the continual expansion of your constantly expanding factory. Okay, I was in the process of like maybe moving these slightly. What if most people's starter iron factory is a bunch of constructors and spaghetti? That's what mine was, yeah. Exactly like that. So you know how there's like a half foundation here? I think this is supposed to be a half. If I want it to overhang exactly. Okay, it might get confusing that this is asphalt and not concrete, but there you go. So my only fear with this is it's going to be really close to the edge. No, it should be fine. Yeah. No, I like this exactly where it is. I don't want to move it. It is in the perfect place. All right, we have to make so many constructors. The grand total of the number of constructors I need for all this is 66. I need 66 constructors. And so far we've got, we can actually math. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna have 4, 8, 16. Have you messed around with any blueprints? You have to unlock blueprints. So nope, I have not. I'm not really the blueprint kind of person, because I changed my mind so much. So the amount of time that I would have to spend building a blueprint, only to figure out that I actually didn't like it. I tend to build a little more organically. And I don't know how I feel about something until I see it going up piece by piece. Doing load balancing or manifolds? I'm actually doing a combination of the two, Sim. I can show you what I'm doing down below. So down below for the actual ingots, I'm doing my first load balancing. Also, these do not need to be here. For the actual construction, I'm gonna have to do manifold. So I think they're both super useful. The thing with load balancing is it takes so much space. And that was what gave me so much trouble yesterday and today. It was just trying to find space for it all. But I will show you what I've got once I put a couple more of these down. And these are floor holes. So the point of the floor hole is that it lets me thread a conveyor belt, in this case via an elevator. So this is a conveyor. And if I attach it to a floor hole, actually it'd be easier to show you over here. If I attach it to a floor hole like this, and then make the input in orange, I don't know why that's an input. There we go. Okay. If we attach it both to the floor hole and to the constructor, then it will pass resources through the ground. And then you can see those resources come out down below. So we'll be able to like push resources up to the next floor. I've been experimenting with both too. Load balancing finally clicked with me recently. Yeah, it's really great for us because what I'm going to be having to do is, even though I have 4 normal iron nodes here because of the stupid size of this factory, I'm going to have to overclock them. So when I'm overclocking them, I'm going to have to pick a specific amount, and I want the exact amount of iron because if I overdo it, I'm spending more electricity than I need, right? So load balancer makes perfect sense for this situation because I want the exact number because I don't want to have to pay any more electricity than I have to in order to overclock the miners, the miner Mark 1s, because we don't have Mark 2s yet. And actually, I think we're going to have to overclock it even if we have Mark 2s. So I'm going to have to overclock Mark 2 miners. And I want to not go any higher than I have to. So for that, we have an exact amount of iron ingots that are going to come in, and I can show you what that looks like here. They're going to be fed in through these 4 holes because we got 4 nodes, 1 for each node, right? And then ignore the, I'll show you, I'll cut through the spaghetti here to say, when they come in immediately, we're splitting them. So 4 with a splitter splitting 2 ways, a splitter splitting 2 ways, another splitter 2 ways, and then a 4th splitter 2 ways. 4 quickly becomes 8. So now we've got 8 lines. We need to get 16. So I'm dividing them into 16 foundries in this case. And the foundries are going to be slightly underclocked because we don't have quite 16 foundries worth of ore. But that's the neatest number that it fits into. So we got 8 lines coming out, and then I run half of them down the middle. I don't know if I can fit through here. Yeah, I'm gonna get stuck here. I'm stuck. But yeah, 4 of them are running down the middle, and then they end up popping out over here. So this is where the 4 pop out. So they go over, and then they split again and again into 4 foundries on this side, and then again and again on the other side. And so basically we have 2 more splitters on each of the 4 corners to get to our ultimate goal of 16. So in this case, we've got a load balance of 16, 4 nodes into 16 lines evenly, up into 16 foundries evenly. Now, when we go another level above that and actually start taking the finished product, I don't know what the fastest way to get up now is, but I suppose this ramp. So when we got the finished product, in this case, ingots, the ingots have to go everywhere because I need, according to my math, I wrote it all down so I could remember it. 2,040 screws, 360 iron plates, and 120 iron rods per minute. So since we have different products, which are going to take different denominations, a load balancer becomes a lot more challenging, right? So for most of these, I'm going to just be doing a manifold because we have 3 different products, and then those products are going to get combined again in an assembler. So it becomes progressively more difficult to load balance when it's easy when it's only 1 product, right? Like iron ingots is the only product, therefore, I can figure that out. When you get into like multi-products from a single factory for crafting purposes, that's when it starts to become, like, it just takes so much space. So what we're doing is, I can just show you and chat at the same time. We're routing all the cables below. We created like a floor under the floor. And we're using the elevators to feed into the foundries, and then the foundries output, this is just gonna be iron ingots flowing up. And then we're gonna have another floor here for cabling, like building a computer, basically. And then those are gonna get pushed up into these constructors to make a myriad of resources. In this case, iron rods, plates, and screws. So, there's a lot going on. But yeah, I've enjoyed hanging out watching Sim stream Satisfactory as well. He's played it before, coming back for 1.0. I think it sounds like you've been having fun with it, and I'm very glad because I've been talking to Chad about how I've been riding the high of everybody, like the Satisfactory community, first of all, is really nice. Like, I've been playing a lot of Star Citizen not too long ago, and just a smidge toxic, But if you want a toxic streamer, you should follow SimCop. No, I'm just kidding, Sim. Sim's lovely, and you should click that follow button at the top of your screen if you haven't already followed us through on one of our raids before. I'm sure he'd love to have you. It's good to be back. Yeah, they have such a nice community, and it's really been fun to, I think, follow the hype train, is what I'm trying to say. Where... Okay, that's an output. So I'm going to use this as a guide. We were looking at the Steam DB stats earlier, and they hit a new 24-hour peak concurrent player count today. Yesterday's they've hit a new high every day since launch, which is highly unusual for new game releases, especially new game releases that have been in early access for 5 years. You know, it's not like Satisfactory just came out, and I mean it did in a literal sense, but I mean like we've known about it for 5 years, right? So it's unusual that I think games coming out of early access hit this big of a splash. All right, these are outputs. I don't need these. And so it's been impressive to see the sort of swell of excitement around it as word of mouth does seem to spread. I see a lot of like longtime chatters coming back after a long time, just being like, whoa, Satisfactory's done? I didn't know it was out. And that's like, you know, day 4 of release. And I think that there's a combination of people who like maybe bought it ages ago and we're waiting for it to be done. Chat, does that describe anybody in this chat? Were there some of you who were like, yeah, I own it, but I'm just gonna wait. I'm not gonna play it until 1.0. Definitely a game that's a slow burn. Me, yep, me, nodders. Well, long break. I forgot I had it in my library. Yeah, I think that there's a fair amount of people out there in that category. Played for a few hours and decided to wait. Okay, this is gonna be slightly annoying. I might, surprise, have to rebuild some of this, but when do I not? Wasn't waiting for 1.0, but it brought me back. I was the inverse, didn't want to buy it until I knew it was at a point that it wasn't changing super rapidly. That's fair. I just need to move some of these over. To kind of fill in the space. I probably have around 400 hours, but haven't played in a few years. Started again yesterday. The only game on my Epic launcher. I have been playing every patch, but this one's the big one. Didn't you do a YouTube series on this during EA? 14 years ago. 14. Do you mean 4? I didn't make YouTube videos in 2019, so I don't think so. I did stream it. I've played it since first early access on Epic. So you might have seen streams. I'm a time traveler. 14 years ago. My 5th playthrough, gonna try and finish it this time. Yeah, I think my goal is not to finish it. It's just to get further than I did on Update 8, for sure. Because I want to spend time, like, building. And if my goal is to finish it, then it sort of conflicts with the way that I like to build and play. So, I'm not really rushing it. I'm really glad to see that there's been a positive reaction from, like, not just the community at large, but also, like, you guys in chat. Because I think it's every streamer's dream when it's like you have fun and you're having fun playing and people are having fun watching and also playing for themselves. Like, that's best case scenario. It is definitely my main game right now, for sure. I like the factory content. Good. There's always something more to do here. And I can keep myself busy with this for a long time. I think the difference between this time and all the other times I've streamed it is this time a lot of you guys did come back for the 1.0. So there's a lot more, I think, general interest in the game because a lot of you are... How do you pause the hologram? You hit H and then you use the arrow keys to move it around. So if you want to build a floor hole, you can hit H, lock it in place, move around, be like, huh, no, that's not good. And then use arrow keys and then left click to build. You play this game in such a unique way, it's quite entertaining to watch. I'm glad. I know it can be a little frustrating when I build and rebuild the same conveyors 4 times, but I think the end will justify the means in this case. Also a game where you can't really play it wrong. There are so many ways to approach it, and they're all fine as long as you're having a good time. Yep. Exactly. It's called Satisfactory for a reason. They knew what they were doing. They did, yeah. All right, let me count how many things we have here. So I expanded this floor. We got like an aerial view here. You can see how the overhang has come over the where the trucks are gonna go, which I think is gonna be pretty cool. To feed all these, we're actually going to need to expand this over, aren't we? I'm out of concrete. Wow. That doesn't happen too often. Let's go get some more. Remember when we used to build spiral belts to go vertically because there weren't lifts? Yeah, yeah, I do remember. Hey, excuse me, buddy. Coming through. This is why we've got not just this concrete factory so I can just build, but also we got another concrete factory in case of emergencies. Bonk. 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 Slight obstacle in my way. Nice try. That was one of the worst attempts I've seen, bro. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. Only got like 9 messages in before they got caught. There we go. All clean. Okay, chat. We're just gonna turn follower mode on now. Apologies to the non-followers. I only put it on 10-minute follow mode for you. But I gotta protect against the bot attacks. Following is free, that's true. That is true. Haven't seen that in a while. It's been a while. Emote only for 10 minutes. Is there a logistics bots technology in the similar Factorio? No, I don't think so. Not in the way that I think you're thinking. You can make your own blueprints and copy and paste those blueprints, though. But I haven't played enough Factorio to know if I'm even referencing the right thing. Oh, so you can access materials in the vicinity? Oh yeah, the alien technology covers that in 1.0. Yeah. It definitely does. And it's really cool. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm going to. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, that was distracting. I got the concrete, right? That's what I wanted. And what was I gonna use it for? Oh, yep, I remember. I was building foundations. But yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore, Sewer Rat. I'd rather just talk about Satisfactory, which is what we were doing a minute ago. Speaking of... Ooh, I've got a good idea for how this extra lip could look cool. Maybe. There's not actually a half block that would work on it, so I might have to use the half foundation. Are you gonna play Satisfactory with other people? Probably not. I'm not like opposed to it. I just don't know what I would bring to the table, except backseating. Like, hey, you're doing it wrong. You're not doing it the way I want to do it. Okay? Slow down. What do you mean you're completing phase 3? I'm still building my first iron factory. You can't... Don't go exploring without me. My problem is letting someone else have control. Like, that's not what was in my brain. Why are you doing it? Exactly, yeah. The reason you play with other people would be if you want to win. And I'm not really the kind of person who wants to win. Or, like, help someone else learn how to play, which is fine, you know? It's just... I realize these are backwards. No, these are backwards. Like, you have to want to, like... I think when you play multiplayer, you're more focused on completing the game. Through whatever means necessary. Unless you're both just very, like, creatively minded. If you both have, like, very creatively minded, then different. Have a good one, Deutsche Cats. Thanks for hanging out. We got more work to do, chat. 1, 2, 3. We got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 constructors now on this side. 24 constructors on this side. We can't fit that many on this side at all. But we can fit Oh dear. Oh no. Half that many. It should be 12. So it's like 36. Oh my god. Even if we build constructors up another level, like 2 full levels of constructors, we won't have enough. We'll have 62, and I need 66 constructors. Yeah, this floor might be like exclusively screws. It's just now starting to occur to me. I need to find room for like 4 more constructors. Like 2 per floor. If we can find room for 2 more constructors per floor. I believe I need 66. Oh wait, no, my math is bad. No, we'll have room for 72. My bad, my bad, my bad. Chat, that's not a good sign. You know, like when I can't figure out 36 times 2, not sure if that's a good sign for the rest of the factory. Could be wrong. We're gonna find out we made a tragic mistake at some point. So we'll have a little bit more than enough space. We'll have like a little extra space. That's good. I'm probably gonna be running out. Yeah, I'm running out of heavy reinforced. Now we have a second problem for future me, which is about to be present me, which is how to actually route all the materials that I want up in here. That's where the manifold comes in. How high can you build? Extremely high. Very high. You would have to try to hit the skybox. You will not hit the skybox on accident. QT Wasp, thanks again for the 16-month sub. I appreciate it. A few minutes ago. Thank you for subbing. Let's do this. I think I can change the followers to 5 minutes instead of 10. There we go. That makes it a little bit less painful. And I only turn that on when chat's really annoying or there's bots. And right now I don't see any bots. I'm just kidding. There were bots. Do you think he'll run out of mats before the factory goes live? I think maybe. It's possible. Howdy, Core Healer. Sunday's not quite over yet here in Vegas. So welcome to the Sunday night stream. And also appreciate the Prime. Okay. I have no idea if there's a non-zero chance I'm gonna have to redo everything that I'm building right now. Just an FYI. I don't know. There might be a flaw. If there is one, it's gonna be because, oh, well, hold on. I don't have to rebuild everything, but I need to rebuild these two. To make them line up with over there. Looks good. He was down to the very dregs of his match trying to get coal power up. That was almost a full stream of no power. Yeah, now what's funny is we have power, but we don't need it because nothing is actually, all the factories are full. The inverse. Total opposite, but same outcome. I'm assuming 1.0 is very good if you're playing it on a Sunday. Oh yeah, I don't think there's any competition right now, Cutie Wasp. Not just with like in general, but for 2024. I think Satisfactory for me is the. This is going to be a weird comparison, but some of you will understand. Satisfactory is the Hades of 2024. And what I mean is, it's the game that you could have been playing in early access for years, but you waited until 1.0, or 1.0 is finally out, and now you're really digging in. And also, it's probably the best game of the year. So. No, he's right. Like, even though it's been out for like 5 years, it's the best game of the year, I'd say. Okay. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah. So we do have 36. So 36 times 2 is 72. So we need to go up again. We need to go up again. Now there's a catch. And the catch is, how do we get the resources from here up to the next level? Magic. Crazy that you're almost at the same height of the biofuel factory foundation. Yeah, it's like right there. Mm-hmm. And we actually could expand it this way and cover the road behind us. And we'd be able to fit more constructors. I just had an idea. I like how this is steamed copper sheet produced in blank. Huh. Interesting. Can I buy a Val? I'm thinking about expanding it over, actually. With one reason in particular. I think we need even more constructors because I could make... We need 120 copper sheets per minute to make the rotors. And we're piping copper in already. Right? So if we just siphon some of the copper off... But if we siphon some of the copper off, then it ruins the load balancer. But we're going to have more copper than we need. The amount of copper that we need is 10 per minute times 16. We need 160 per minute. We can easily get up more than 160 here. And then to do copper sheets, if we wanted to build them on site, it would need 20 per minute times 12. That's a lot. 240 per minute. Okay, that is a lot of copper. I don't... Yeah, that's a lot of copper. How much copper are we actually going to have? We're going to have, like... I think it's a pure node. If I'm not mistaken. By the way, here's a new player tip for you. If you scan for stuff, if you've unlocked your map, can open your map and see the purity from there. So there's a bunch of normal. That's not what I'm looking for, but it's good to know that that's there. Huh. Where did this hog remain come from? Can we take a field trip to the orbital platform? No. But I can get you here. Not quite the orbital platform, though. But close. I think there's some this way. Yeah. Okay, the some this way is a pure node. That was fun. That was fun. What's up, Brian the Yeti? Yeah, we have a pure node. So a Mark II miner is going to be 240 copper. Which is exactly how much I need for copper sheets. So not quite enough for our whole operation. Now, we're obviously going to be limited by our belt speed. How much did I say I was going to need for the iron? It's going to be 10 times 16, 160. So we actually need 400. 400. Okay, if we overclock the Miner Mark II, wait, 12. We'd have to overclock at 66%. We could overclock at 66% and we'd have enough copper. Can we just have it brought in from a different node? Yeah. Well, we could do that. I was gonna redo the copper factory anyways to account for sheets. Because we weren't making any over there. So we could just turn that into a Mark II miner and make copper sheets over there. And then pipe the copper sheets in on the same bridge that we're going to be piping the iron in. So, could do. The factory looks impressive in a cyberpunk oppressive sort of way. Yeah, just big concrete. Big brutalist concrete. It is fun to build with the concrete. Is that the biomass? That's the biomass. Over there. This is gonna be iron. Iron. It's actually starting to look like a factory though, so it's got that going for it. We're not stuck in the crawl space anymore. For now. There's about to be a crawl space. Okay, I think if we add... this... and just gonna cover up the side. Big Brutalist Concrete is a great name for an industrial metal band. It is. Okay, if we expand it like this and we have a little bit more space. I'm missing cable. We're slowly burning, like we have infinite cables, so not worried about that. Playing the bonk. Bonk. Oh, okay. Why did you stand up at the, he bucked me off at the exact moment I was trying to get a bounce. Trying to get a bouncy assist. So rude. Okay, here's the cable. Keep that busy for a while. Turn this factory back on. Bounce denied. Okay, yeah, it's looking like a big floating platform, but it's looking like a big floating platform with purpose. It looks like a cutaway. I need another way to get up here. I might just do this temporarily. Because I need a faster way to get back up. What? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a fifth one from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Weird. Okay. Strange. Yeah, we'll have to go check all these after. Whenever we turn it on. Just in case that happens somewhere else. So, all the way back to get cable, because it actually takes, what does it take cable to build? These, yeah. Okay, and then we can squeeze some more in here. There you go, and now we can align these a little easier. And that'll give us even more room when we go up another floor. Which still, I know, sounds crazy. Okay. So many constructors. Yup. So very many constructors. Screws needs 40 by itself. With it, like maybe one overclocked. So mathematically, oh my god, there's so many. We got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 on this side. And then 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 on this side. So we actually have 42 constructors. So we could do just screws on this floor by itself. And I'm tempted to actually like delete 2 of the constructors to make an even 40 on this floor. Like right in the middle. I like the skyscraper factory concept. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I think it's going to be cool when it's done. Using elevation, which normally, you know, I don't do. Because I've been building in the Dune Desert, but I want multiple factories in this area. I think it'd be cool. Since that side's wider, and this is also, like, going to be the front. What if we just deleted the 2 middle and had a clean... ...40 factories. So we got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 minus 2 is 22. So 22 plus 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Yeah, that's 40. All right, let me double check. So 40 constructors to make 1,100. Wait, how many? It's 1,040 screws. So we might have to overclock. If we overclock 2 of them 40%. Chat, is overclocking 2 constructors 40% more energy efficient than 1 constructor 80%? Use that new space for routing the base mats up. I'm actually going to use it for a walkway so that if you get stairs, I'm going to have like a stairwell down here that leads up here, and this is going to be like a platform you can use to kind of like walk around, cross a bridge, hop onto a catwalk, that kind of thing. It's going to be like an observation deck. Should be slightly less power on 2 machines. Gotcha. That makes sense. Well, we're doing pretty good, and we're moving up. Gonna need some more water here in a minute. We're also gonna need some more raw materials. So yeah, the downside of spreading the power overclock out is you need more slugs. Which you can get. They're plentiful, and also, chat, don't say the Reddit thing. I know you want to. I know you want to. Let's start working on going up another level then, yeah? Or should we should try routing what we've got so far, right? But yeah, using this space to route even more materials up also would make sense, yeah. We could probably do that. When you math these out, do you start at what you want your end result to roughly be? Yes. So like in my case, I arbitrarily decided on 20 modular frames, 60 rotors, and I wanted 30 spare reinforced iron plates. And since 20 per minute, all of those are on per minute metrics. So when I wanted 20 modular frames per minute, that also needs 30 reinforced iron plates per minute with my recipe. So I'm having to make 60 total reinforced iron plates per minute, 30 of them for modular frames, 30 of them for other things. And then I worked it backwards to see how much that would cost. You can also use third-party tools. There's like Satisfactory tools web pages that can give you a like mathed out sort of expectation for how many resources and buildings you'll need. I like to do it by hand because it just makes me have fun. And if it like I think, okay, I have 4 nodes, what can I do with those nodes? And if it ends up being too much for the nodes, then I can scale back the desired output. But I kind of start at the end and go backwards. Yeah, let's start doing some routing down here, because I don't think this will be too hard. We're gonna manifold it. I don't think this will be too hard. Famous last words, I think. Absolutely famous. So the math here should be actually pretty straightforward. If we're doing screws, this actually turns out to be really nice for us. I did not plan this out, but it worked out perfectly. I'm using cast screws, which is an alt recipe that I found in a hard drive. And it takes 12.5 iron ingots per minute. You might say, oh my god, 12.5, that's so obnoxious. Well, guess how much iron ingots this recipe spits out per minute? 75. 75 actually divides neatly into 12.5 6 times. Because it's 12.5 plus times 2 is 25. 25, 50, 75. So it actually is perfect. I don't even have to work on splitting it up. So the 75 per minute turned out to be perfect for screws. We're going to have other problems with the other recipes, but screws is going to be 1-to-1 with no change on my part. Evercrow, your factories are beautiful, I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure your factories are also beautiful. Don't sell yourself short. Okay, this one is going to be a little awkward. It's going to have to spit out that way. Otherwise, it's going to try and go through. Why is this one better? Oh, it's because they're on the left, not the middle. That makes sense. So it's not going to be symmetrical on that side because the output's on the left. Good thing he's not outpacing me on milestones as well. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. However, this factory is going to be with us for a long time. Hopefully. Though getting it on is going to be its own exercise. I don't like that this is going to be the only one that has to be turned to the side. But you won't even see it from here anyway, so it won't matter. So just... we could just, if we wanted symmetry, we could turn that one to the side. And that's fine. So this is going to be the organizational floor, where we just need, if we have 75, we know we have 75 ore coming up from each one of these, right? And because of how much space we have, it shouldn't be difficult. If we wanted to do a load balancer here for the screws, we could. Like, all I have to do is split it. If we have 1 into 6, then 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 6, right? Because you can use all 3 exit points of the splitter to get to 6. Like two splitters can turn into 6 outputs. So that should be doable. But we need to get this like really close. If we're gonna hide this away with a wall, which I probably am, is it better? It depends on whether the splitter clips through the wall, which I think it might. You could actually do that. I feel like this is gonna clip through the wall. Let's try. A half wall, or a basic wall. We'll go like this. I'm aware, don't worry about the fact that these don't align. It doesn't clip. Like it does, but you can't see it, and I think that that's good. The reason, this is gonna give us a lot more space. I think. Hopefully. Because then we can start this line over here. I may be overestimating the amount of space I need. Let's just try it the regular way first. Gotta line it up, you dingus. There we go. Okay, so. Herein lies the problem. We need all 6 of these, yes? The spacing isn't great. Hold on. This is probably best. Okay, we go 1. And 2. All right, bear with me. Maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. Let's find out. So, to make this work, we need a lift. Kind of doesn't matter what way it's facing, just whatever way is convenient. This is gonna be the cleanest spaghetti. Or is it? No. I think I've underestimated the spaghetti. I could actually just move this one over. It's hard though. How does that spaghetti get in there? Or maybe it doesn't. No, it has to. Yeah, I have to get this one in there. The fact that this is 3 makes this difficult. Mods change category to cable management stream. Gotta be done. The thing is, once we find a system, we just repeat the system everywhere. The hard part is to use all 3 pieces of a splitter. It's very spread out. New plan. What if you go to this side? Don't even know why that's there. What if you go to this side? Double clicked on accident. Then you can just do bam. You can do the inverse. Oh yeah. Exactly. And then you just have to get... Oh my god, it's actually good. It's actually perfect. It is okay. It's kind of perfect actually. And we got a lot of space before. So since we group these up like this, yeah, we got a lot of room. Okay, and that is load balance screws. That's load balance screws. It all comes out of one. That's 75 iron ingots, split into two. 1, 2. So that'll be, you know, whatever 75 split in half is. 37 and a half? No, what is it? Chat, what's 75 divided by 2? 32 and a half is 65, Jackson. Yeah, it's 37 and a half. Okay, so it's 37 and a half on this line, 37 and a half on this line. And then the 37 and a half gets split into 3. So 37 and a half divided by 3 is 12.5, which is exactly as much iron ingots as we need per minute. Mwah, yeah, chef's kiss. There you go. And then the other line has the other 37 and a half, and it also splits into 3 ways. 12 and a half. Boom. Easy peasy. And we get to do that for every other line here. So it honestly should be pretty straightforward unless you wanted to make things fancy, which I don't think I want to make things super fancy on this one. This one just needs to work. I don't think that there is too many ways to make this super fancy. It's kind of just going to be the wiring cable area. What's this? I think we do need... Do we have things there? Yeah, we do have things there. Why do they look like they're in a different spot than all the other ones? I guess they're not. They're just over here. So this one's going to have to be responsible. So we probably want to output this sideways also, just to get it out of the way. The problem is we're going to end up with more iron over here than we actually need for all this. And that's going to be the complicated part, is routing the rest of the iron somewhere useful. Because this is going to be kind of funky. This one's going to be kind of funky. How am I going to get back to these? Okay, step 1. Show the little elevators there. So that's going to be 2 out of 6. Oh yeah, we do have a weird number over here, huh? Because we've got 8 on this side, then 6, then 8. Oh. Because we deleted 2 on this side. And we have to get a bunch of the... This might be more complicated than I first thought. We're doing it right, but it's about to get harder, I think. Yeah, some of the elevators will have to route to the next level somehow. TBD on how that's going to look. I would like to do it in a visually pleasing way. Because imagine if you had 8 elevators side by side, like a waterfall. like a waterfall of iron ingots going straight up. Did I just come up with a solution? A waterfall of elevators with iron ingots on them? What will look better? Chat, imagine you're walking into a finished factory here. What would look better? You have all 16 of these. Dude. Imagine you're walking into a factory and you think you're here for iron ingots, but the reason that the skyscraper is as tall as it is because the floor manager is taller than the first floor. The safety inspectors here. Everything's up to code, you know? He can really see what's going on up there in the hard to reach spots. The timing on that was hilarious. Anyway, imagine you're walking into a finished factory. Does it look cooler to have all 16 of these elevators going up? Or if we took 8 of them... Wait a second. What if they went up and coalesced into a central waterfall suspended from the ceiling? It's going to be possibly difficult. I don't know. I like both. But what, bringing 8 of these, like this one, this one, this one, this one, all the inside ones, into this middle, where they all go kind of up to the next floor and then disperse again. It might be cool, because then it frees up space on this floor to get organized where it won't be cluttered. Wait, you can adjust the height of the elevators? I've been combining 3. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Did you never once look up? You don't even have to click a button. You just have to look up. You've just been like, yep, this is as high as they go. Okay, yep, there's my first elevator. Wish I could go higher. That's partway there. All right, a little higher. Making progress now. Let's try disabling follower mode. See if the bots are gone. That's exactly what I've been doing. Don't tell them about the floor holes. Yeah, do you know about floor holes, Jackson TC? To go straight through floor with the elevator? From the awesome shop? About to blow your mind. Beep boop, it's me, a bot. Oh my god, I have to turn it back on. I gotta turn it back on immediately. To be fair, I just found out you can do that with conveyor poles, and I have hundreds of hours. Guys are learning something new every dang day. Okay. Chat, I think I want to keep going, but I need to take a BRB. I need to take a brain break because I have to make a slight adjustment. Basically, I need to figure out, like we said, 8 of these need to go up to the next floor. Actually, it's not exactly 8. We have... I need to make sure we map this out. We have 40 screw constructors, but one of them needs to be overclocked. Or like multiple need to be overclocked. I need to count how many of the actual like iron ingots need to bypass this floor and go up to the next one. Big progress. What's up, Nabisco? Yeah, we're making big progress. Yeah, Midas is antsy too. Summon BRB, get some water. We have been making big progress, Nabisco. We also did a lot of stuff under the hood down there that you can't really see. But chat, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take Doggo out, get some water, all that good stuff. And I'll be back. Hang tight. And just in case there's bots while I'm AFK, quick follower mode, which I'll turn off when I come back. BRB. Yo. Sorry for the wait. We back. Boop. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. So, let's do some quick math. Do some quick math. Oop. I forgot where I was standing. Hey guys, we back. Hi chat and Italics. What's up, Just Mojo? You just said hi to Chair. How did that make you feel? Did Chair say hi back? I hope so. This factory doesn't look safe. Right now it's not. But it will be. I just set up a whole copper sheet factory and in the process forgot what I did it for. Classic. You'll use it. You will use it. It's a matter of time. Okay, math. The math is as follows. 2,040, which is screws, divided by 50 each is 40.8 constructors times the number of well, not that. The number of iron ingots, which is 12.5. So we need 510 divided by 75. All right. Yeah. Here's the thing. We need 6.8. 6.8 foundries down below to give all their resources up. The thing I'm trying to solve right now is if that means it's easier to do 7 foundries for screws, what, like I need the other 0.2 to go back into the flow. Does that make sense? I need that 0.2 that I'm not using. Because I need one of the screw constructors to be... I need like a little bit of overclocking. Like I need 40... I technically need a little under 41 screw constructors. Total. So I'm gonna have to find a way to route some of this wherever we have a little bit extra screws back. Because yeah, we're gonna end up using 7 foundries on this floor, basically. And then we'll have to reroute the leftovers from the one that has a little too much back to the main flow in via a merger. Thoughts on adding a hunger mechanic Satisfactory? Terrible. Perfect as is. It's perfect as is. Nobody needs to just... Hunger does not a survival game make. Hunger is for survival games. Put it like that. It would be bad. And completely ruin the flow of the game. Okay. 7. So if we do 4 on this side, 3 on this side, it should work, right? Because there's 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, if we do 3 on this side, 4 on that side, it should be perfect. Which means we have some extras here, right? So let's just delete the interior most. Well, that's, yeah, because we still got 4 on that side, even if you do. Okay, symmetry is gonna have to go out the window a little bit. I want this, but WimWorld. So have you started developing your game now, Terminator Pig? It might be done in 10 years. Get on it. That's what a lot of devs are already doing. Like, I want RimWorld, but like a little different. Name one survival game that implemented a hunger meter in a fun way. Plank, plank, plank. Valheim? Valheim was not fun. I mean, the game is fun, don't get me wrong. The game is super fun. But eating is just, I combine 3 food. Good job. Minecraft. Okay. What have I done? Factorio has the worst hunger meter, unplayable. Shut up! I haven't been playing for 8 hours. You've been playing for 8 hours. Don't talk to me like that. That was a Satisfactory real-life hunger meter. Yeah, this fact that it's on other sides is going to make this really difficult, actually. So we're going to have to abandon symmetry. Because basically, let's say we have 16 foundries, and I need 4 of them to go over there, and 3 of them to go over here, and that's going to leave us with... however many that is. 9. That's going to leave 9 going, like, up to the next level, right? So we're going to have to cross some of the resources over, but how do I do that in a way that looks cool? That's the freaking hard part. Because I've been relying on symmetry so far, and I can't... It's not really symmetrical. This side is shorter, but I like that. That's like good asymmetry. Because it's going to make the building look cool on this side with the giant road. Okay, well, let's just focus on getting these things connected, then we'll focus on routing the power. How about that? Or routing the resources. Let's just focus on connecting up the ones we gotta connect, and then go from there. How do? Okay, this shouldn't be too hard. Just get to work. Chat, just get the freaking work. Okay? I'm not asking for much. I just need you to do your job. Let's start at this end. I'm on it. Thank you. Finally, somebody. I need to check and see how I did it on this side real quick. So we did an immediate one splitter. Yeah, one splitter right at the mouth. And then I'll try and duplicate it over here. So we can do these. And then these. That should allow the lift to connect directly up like so. And then I want this splitter to be roughly in the middle of all these. But like turned. And pushed forward 2. Is that too much? Kinda. How did I do it over here? Actually, oh yeah, the foundries have an asymmetrical. They're off to one side, so it's this is gonna work over here, but not over there. Huh. Okay, we'll do it slightly different then. It's okay. We have enough space, so it shouldn't matter. Okay, connect that straight in. Then kind of in between these little floor holes. Right about there should be good. Okay, cool. And then it should be as simple as this, this, this. Wait, no? Damn. Yeah, this kind of screws things up. This screws things up. I need to rotate it where the entrance is facing the side that I'm on right now. Okay, well, rip that conveyor splitter. One, a 2, a 3. Wonderful. What I could do is... Oh, know what I have to... Okay, this is gonna work out better anyways. Because I need to leave openings here to feed these in. Oh dear. You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying, chat? Who said they were gonna stick around for the descent into madness? Have we hit that phase yet? I'm just making up the rules now. Scooch it back one so it can actually go in there. Attach that up as cleanly as possible. All we're doing is trying to feed copper ingots up to the next floor. And that's exactly what we've done. All right, 6 more hooked up. We'll come back and edit the conveyor poles once we're sure everything works. Hello, dissenter. Oh, hello, dissenters. Oh, hey, dissenters. Didn't see you there. Oh, what are you guys doing there? I'm here for the madness. Well, you are about to get madness. Space madness. You're gonna get freaking space madness. We got some problems. That I'm trying to figure out how to solve organizationally. We got more resources than we need here. I don't know how to get them to go to the next floor in a way that makes sense or looks cool. Because we got 6 more that we need to slot in here, and then 2 here, and then 2 here. So it's gonna be 10 total. So we're gonna have 2 extra. Those are the ones we need to feed back onto the main line. So we have this weird situation where some of this is gonna be load balanced and some of it is not. And there's nothing I can do about it. Actually, nothing I can do about it at all. A little bit of it won't be load balanced. A little bit of the factory is just gonna be by force manifold fed, which is fine. The resources will get where they're going eventually. The overclocking is what's going to make it a little weird. The fact that we're overclocking a few of the screws, that's what makes it more difficult and more challenging. Okay, sorry gamers, I'm thinking. All right, let's try this. So if we bring this line out here, okay, and then we split it. I'd actually like it to go one further back. I don't see any reason why it couldn't go there. Okay, so split into there. No, I do see a reason why it can't go into there. Can't you reduce the output of the machine so it perfectly load balances? No. No. Or here, I'm gonna explain it as simple as I can. We can't do a perfect load balance because we have imperfect resources. We have 3. We're crafting. We're using 1 resource to craft 6 different products, and we're outputting an odd number of resources. Do you understand? We're outputting 75 iron per foundry. So we're outputting odd numbers, which don't play well with splitters. Do you know what I mean? And we can't lower their output because they're going to be making exactly as many iron ingots as we need. We need all of the ingots. Just double the output. It's fine. We're just doing a manifold. It's fine. We're just doing a small manifold. It's gonna be fine. Just relax, dude. And it'll even itself out. Okay. Okay. Okay, of course that won't fit. We're just doing a little manifold, okay? And if you're doing a little manifold, it doesn't really matter where you manifold. So, this is gonna be the one. 75's coming out. It's getting split into two. In this case, 37 and a half. Yeah, 37 and a half going one way. 37 and a half going another way. So 37 and a half is getting split into... Oh dear. Yeah, that won't fit. Maybe it'll fit if we turn it around this way. Oh dear. Oh dear. The spacing here. How do I get this line in the clear? I guess I gotta leave this space open. This is getting complicated. All right. Chat, I just need to focus for a sec. I can't afford to answer hypotheticals right now. Because I don't even know what you guys mean half the time. I don't know if you know what you mean half the time. I just know what needs to be done. And I've got to do it. And that's all there is. I just have to have the strength to do it. So what if I did these two? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll just do all 6 of these as if it were a normal thing. Such as the splitter. Lining up here. And then it's gonna split. Actually, it can line up with it, and it'll split 2 ways at first. Donk. I gotta get 2 lines to go back that way. Hold on, chat. I know. Just let me work through it. Just let me work through it. It's doable. It's also been 9 hours. My brain's rotting. I need to leave enough space here for 2 paths to go through. So let me just like mark these down just so I can see visually. That's the wrong. I need to leave room for 2 paths to go connect up to these. So we can go ahead and connect those, and I think that's good. Tony Stark created the same thing in a cave. Where does it look like I am right now? I ask you. Huh? I can barely see. It's so dark in this cave. Okay, so if we just leave those open and then connect a couple things up to it, then we're good. That's all I gotta do. It's gonna be a little squiggly down here. But such is life. Sometimes life is a little squiggly. Okay, of course that doesn't fit. Why would it? Why does it have to be so far over? Okay, surely that'll fit. One more back. Okay, dear God. There we go. So those two are getting perfectly load balanced. This is, I thought I was gonna have a lot of space. I guess I was wrong. And then, wait, no, those are not getting perfectly load balanced. Hold. I think it should be fine if we just go straight into another splitter. I need to go get some more plates. We're gonna be running out of those plates soon, aren't we? Yes, we are. Oh my God, yeah, we're gonna run out of plates soon. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and beat this to the punch because I know what's coming. We're gonna need to make more plates. So why don't we just go ahead and start doing that whilst we're doing all the other things. Iron ingots for you, iron ingots for you. Okay. Because I can already see where this is going. I can already see that we are gonna run out of juice. So may as well start making some more. At the very least, that'll save us a lot of handcrafting time. By the way, I forgot to turn follower only mode off when I came back. So there you go. My bad. Freedom! Shut up, Buttercup. Hey, shut up. Okay, there we go. That'll fix our incoming shortage of iron plates, which we all know is going to happen. Man, this thing is going to be so cool when it works eventually. It'll be worth it. It's going to make an insane amount of resources. Especially for this stage. Okay, where was I before I got distracted? So, 1 splitter, 2 splitter. Now those are load balanced, so the third one can just come out and go wherever. It may as well go to the closest spot that we got. Okay. And then this one is going to get split 2 and fill in those 3. Yeah. There's 1 splitter. 2 splitter. 3 splitter? That's unfortunate. What if it goes this way? Nice. Not nice. What if this one also faces the inside? A little funky, but it does work. Okay, boom. We're hopefully just not going to even... This is going to be the most hidden away section of the base, I think. We're not going to have any glass or nothing into this area. This area is just going to be only for rounding. I don't think there's anything fancy we could do with this anyways. So we've connected everything on this side except for 4. This one, this one, this one, this one, right? So this is the part where we do 2. We're gonna have 2 leftover spots. This is where the manifold comes in. We're only gonna be using 66% of 1. And I can't conceive of any way to perfectly balance it. So I'm just gonna say, let's not worry about it. We got most of them. you can't win them all. Though what sucks is I still need multiple splitters here in a similar fashion. I wonder if... I would ask you, chat, but you're not going to know what the hell I'm talking about at this stage in the game. You won't know what the hell I'm talking about. Because you'd have to imagine... You'd have to know everything that I've done up until now. Basically. Which I don't think you know every single thing I've done. Chat, who... You don't know what every single thing I've done is. It's impossible. I thought he was starting to trust us. Okay. I can briefly explain it. Only the true Satisfactory heads will understand what I'm saying here. So this splitter is supposed to be using all 3 splitter ports. We're not using this one because we don't have anywhere for it to go. Literally, not just, well, literally and hypothetically. So it is going to be feeding 50% more resources up these 2 than we need until they're full, right? And once they're full, this backs up, and then the rest of the resources will just go the direction they're supposed to go, right? It's like just a little manifold as a treat. And then we got to do the same thing over here. Where we bring this guy out. And he's only going to be using 2 until he fills up. And then once he's full, he passes all the rest to this opening right here. So ultimately, this is the overflow for this floor. If the belt is full, it's a satisfied belt. This is such a confined space, like a little crawl space. Yep, that's why we call it the crawl space. Feistel? What's up? This is our second crawl space, actually. We spent more time in the first crawl space earlier today. Don't need smart splitters? Smart splitters? Smart splitters? What do you mean smart splitters? Maybe one day. This will work just fine. Like, seriously, it's gonna work perfectly. Mark my words. So the overflow goes here. Well, it'll work perfectly provided that we had the correct speed of belt and the correct amount of resources, neither of which we're going to initially have. However, that is neither here nor there. Now, the fun part. So we need to get the overflow back onto one of the lines. I wish I could write myself a note. I'm gonna like make this out of conveyor belt Mark II to tell future ETAL, hey, this is the overflow belt, because I don't have signs yet. I should unlock them. That's the overflow belt. I'm gonna forget otherwise. So then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 leftover ingot belts that we need to go up past this top floor. You can get smart splitters in phase 2. Furious Flyer, don't make me zoom the screen in again. You illiterate backseater. Tell me what the screen says, Furious Flyer 57. Tell me what the screen says. It's too small. Please magnify again. Let's see what the screen says. Okay, it's going crazy. It's so. All right. Anyway, what does the screen say? Anyway, thank you. Is factory. You build your factory, I'll build my factory. How about that? Iron and iron accessories. You build your factory, I'll build my factory. And then we can compare. Oh God, it's never ending. Yeah, it's never ending. Listen, to all Factorio viewers, do not be to all Satisfactory viewers, do not be Factorio viewers. Okay? I was just commending you earlier. Now, we need to get 4 of these nodes. And 3 of the nodes on the other side up to the next level. But let's go ahead and solve these first. The worst part of Satisfactory seems to be the player base. No, it's the best part. I would say the community is amazing. There's just a few players with too many hours in the game that think that there's one right way to do things. Or Factorio players. It's the Twitch player base? Maybe, yeah. Are you new in Satisfactory? Danilo, I don't know if you're asking that as someone who hasn't seen... If you're asking that as someone who plays Satisfactory, I implore you. If you've never played Satisfactory before, then it's an understandable question, I guess. Chat, if this is what your first factory in Satisfactory looks like, you are amazing. Okay, not that I'm not... Anyway. But no, I'm not new to Satisfactory. Contrary to chat's beliefs and opinion. Tox is building an exact copy of my first factory. That's impressive. Okay, we gotta go dish one out. Zoop. And then a half block. Actually, we don't have to do the half block out because I don't think that I did it on this side. Did I? Kinda. No, I didn't. Okay. We'll mirror the two sides. There's no right way to play this game. Just have fun. Exactly. But no, the Mad Dog, the player base is amazing. The player base is great. I think that the community is one of the, I would say, best communities. But yeah, there's a difference in the Satisfactory community and the Twitch community sometimes too. But anyway, to actually address the few chatters, a smart splitter does not solve anything for us. We're still going to end up with a line because we're getting 75 iron ingots whether we want them or not. So we're still going to have overflow that needs to be merged back onto another line. So it's going to be the same way, except in one version of that, it does a very brief manifold, and in the other version of that, it doesn't. That's the only difference. Functionally, we still have 2 overflow lines that we have to merge. But the outcome is the same. Because you won't even see the manifold overflow. It's going to be hidden in here. And it's going to be 4 constructors out of 40. Like 10% of the constructors will be on manifold. 90% of them will be on load balance without smart splitters. But you'll still have to, even with smart splitters, I would still have to connect the overflow up to the rest of the chain. That's the hard part, not the manifold. Anyway, I don't know if that explains it any better, but we're going to do the same thing on this side where I have 75 ore coming up this pipe and we're splitting it into 12 and a half, 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 six times to get 75. So pretty much the same thing on this side. Looks like I have a lot to catch up on. You do. A whole lot. When was the last time you played Ixie? Also, what's up? I love this song. I do love this song. You got a lot to catch up on. Yeah, the overflow has to go up to the other level. Yes. Absolutely does. Okay, split number 1. Next level up is going to be rods and plates. Correct. Rods and plates. We're going to need 8 constructors for rods, 18 we're going to need 8 for rods, 18 for plates. So we're going to need the 26 constructors on the next floor up. I think the last thing they added when I played was nuclear tier stuff and trains. Oh, whew. Yeah, it's going to feel like a whole different game, to be honest. It's not that there is more content, but it's really not like necessarily content that's as big as trains. It's mostly just like the way that it feels to play is 10 times better. There's quality of life up to your eyeballs in terms of making it easier to build. You just have to make sure you look at all the hotkeys. Gamers never look at the hotkeys, like right at the bottom of the screen, and check all of those. Like where it says lock hologram, see what that does. Toggle build mode, see what that does. Sample building, see what that does. Quick switch, all that. If you try those, it is like so much more fun to build now than before. It's crazy. You can build giant structures in a fraction of the time compared to previous. Actually, this might work. No, we tried this. If I had spacies a little further, it would work. Okay. The problem is this guy It might be fine. Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. So above all these elevators that we're threading up are constructors. So we're giving them the iron ingot input from this floor. Okay, I think I miscalculated by one. And then we just need you and you. I really like this way of routing cable. I don't know if I'll do it for every build. I just wanted to do it in a big build and see how it turned out, you know? I don't mind the factory floors that look like proper factory floors also. Those are cool too. So I don't know if it's necessarily one is better than the other. They're just different aesthetics. They are different vibes. I stopped playing at update 7, got sick of restarting. Well, update 8 was a good one. It was a very good one. And I think between update 8 and 1.0, there's good reason to start over. I assume you started over by now. Do you remember the metal scorpion in the Wild Wild West? Of course I do. What made you think of that? What made you think of the Wild Wild West? Nobody who saw that movie ever forgot the metal scorpion. I mean, it is iconic. I don't remember much else from the movie, so that tracks. It was a spider, yeah. I think it was a spider, yeah. But it was a giant. It had a bunch of legs. I didn't play much Satisfactory. I was wondering, what do you think about trucks collecting the minerals and delivering it to factories? Yeah, that's what I do. I enjoy it. You just have to be careful not to cross paths with the trucks, right? So they don't run into each other ever while you're out and about. But I'm using it right now. You can actually, if you look at the top, the hotbar, not the hotbar, the compass at the top of the screen, I have a tractor that is moving right now, carrying coal to my burgeoning coal factory, which we're going to need to upgrade for this. We're going to need to tune it up. How do I get to here? Well, this is a little... Actually, no, this should work. It's not going to be symmetrical with the other side, but... It doesn't need to be. But yeah, I use the tractors all the time. I like setting up the routes, and I think it's fun to record them. This one might be a little tough. How did I do this? On the opposite end. Uh-oh. I never connected it. Okay, hold on. We got... I didn't. That's the fun part. Okay, well, there you go. That'll do it. If I loop it all the way around, which I do have space for... Oh shit. Well, I live down here now. Who made the ceiling above my head, dude? I think I did that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to take this split all the way around the long way, and I can't... Invalid belt shape. Your mom has an invalid belt shape? Hold up. Okay. I need to turn this one and this one. There we go. There we go. And then we go boom, boom, boom. Wait. Boom. And then we just loop it around like we just did. On the other side. This is the best way to do it. And then we just take this. Kind of want to look and see how I did it on the other side first. I'm not having to do a strict... Oh yeah, it just flows perfectly. Okay, well, it won't flow perfectly because it's asymmetrical below us due to just the shape of the building. That's all right. That's the next best thing we can do. Ta-da! All right, all this side is connected and it's perfectly load balanced. It's just one of these is going to be way longer than the other, and that's okay. We still have. Wait, no, we're not quite done. We have these to go. 6 more to go. How do you know your trucks are delivering in time the amount of ore you need for a factory to run? Well, if you use a truck depot, I can give you an example, but it's not going to be a good example because I'm giving way more coal than I actually need. But the simple way is if you look inside the truck depot while it's operating, like I'll just go down there. I have way more coal than I need right now, so I don't know what it's actually going to say. So here's my baby coal generator plant. And if you've got a truck depot, then it says right here, incoming transfer rate. So after it makes some transfers, it's giving you a calculation of how many items that it's actively transferring. So in my case, I'm only transferring 102, but that's only because there's only space for 102, I guess, per minute. So you would just, if you're bringing in like copper, at a rate of however much, then it depends on the length of your route and how much copper you're, or how many resources you're producing where it's picking up, right? But there's stats up here that tell you like its max transfer rate is 9 stacks per minute, which would be like 900 coal per minute, I guess. And just make trucks wait on a point if you need less? No, they can just keep going indefinitely. The trick with trucks is they need to have fuel. They have to have coal. So this spot right here with the fuel, you have to keep at least one of the 2 truck stations stocked with coal so that the tractor, when it rolls back in like this, never runs out of fuel. So you just want to make sure one of the 2 truck, like in my case, I'm bringing coal. So from the coal mine, I just have this one filling with coal, and then it automatically refuels, and then it's at 90 fuel right now, so it's not going to run out anytime soon. And then it just keeps going in a circle indefinitely, doing its thing once you record a route for it. And it just cruises. And I can go and update its path later when I maybe make a big road. Or if I want different trucks, larger trucks, smaller. There's also larger trucks in the game that you can unlock later. This thing is big. This factory is pretty big. I just need to get those last few iron bits load balanced right here in the middle. There's 6 more. What's the advantage of trucks over belts? The advantage of trucks over belts, most people will say fun, but there are some actual advantages, which are it's faster than like at least a few marks of belt. So you're saving a lot of resources if you're not having to use higher tier, like mid-tier belts. Truck stations have insane throughputs. Yeah, throughput is the word I'm looking for. So if you stretch a belt across a really long distance, you've got to upgrade it, and that's going to save you on resources. The second thing it's going to do is if you spaghetti your map and you ever want if you want your vehicles in the future, now you've got to undo the spaghetti that's acting like roadblocks cutting through the map. The other thing it does is it prepares you for trains, because if you cover the map in conveyor lines, when you do want to upgrade the trains, you have a lot more work to undo than if you're already just using trucks. It's like I think it's a more natural upgrade to get the trains if you're already kind of using trucks here and there. Is there some kind of ending? Yep. They just added one in 1.0. Ulrich. It's not like a Subnautica game, but it does have like dialogue, voice acting, and progression. It's not like a creative mode, the game, though it can be. You can turn on creative mode. It's not a survival game either. Oops. Ow. Though you can die because there's hostile wildlife and exploration and stuff. I can't make this jump. But yeah, there's like progression, goals, things to do. But yeah, it's not like just like a demo builder. There's a lot of progression. The whole game is like carrot on a stick, the game. You keep unlocking stuff. It goes wild. This is gonna be tough, actually. These in the middle. Are gonna kind of block what I got going on. They're gonna block what I got going on. But you gotta do what you gotta do. How? This might work. Wait. Okay, what do we do? This. This. I need to get this dude over here. And into a splitter. And the splitter can go like there, I suppose. Okay, then this splitter into this. And then another splitter over here. Okay. I think... Ah, I almost did it right. I want to say that after this, we got everything accounted for. It's a bit messy down here, but that's what this entire floor is for. Okay. All constructors on the floor above have resources coming in. Now, what do we do with all that? Nothing yet. But the resources exist all the same. Now, the question becomes, how do you go up another level and also get the resources up there where they need to go? So when do you start connecting the chiral network and connecting your factories with highways? That's a good question, Dark. That's a good question. First, we need to get all of the necessary buildings to construct that we intend to construct with here. Then we need to go over here and get all 4 of these iron mines online. Then we have to feed 4 of those iron lines to the resource inputs on this side. 1 mine, 2 mine, 3 mine, 4 mine. Then we have to go set up a copper truck stop on a pure copper node and clear a path for it to be able to get safely to this factory. Where we have to ignore strawberries until they become destructible one day. Where we can drive around and offload our copper into this truck stop. At which point, it will go down into the bottommost spaghetti line and be fed into the foundries. Crossing over to the other side as necessary. Comboing with the iron to make iron ingots. Then, once it becomes iron ingots, it flows up, and a bunch of it turns into screws. Just an insane amount of it turns into screws. And we haven't even gotten to the part where we have to figure out how to route the screws up yet. But that actually should be easier, because we're just going to merge them together. It's unimaginable to me to build out a whole factory without having the supply lines active so I can see which is which. I'd be so lost. It's all up here, Feistel. It's all up here. Lasagna factory with different layers of spaghetti. This is the lasagna factory. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, that's accurate. We're gonna have to fix that Z fighting with the walls. I know how to fix it, so just gotta ignore it for now. Okay, well, I think before we can route iron up higher, we need to have an up higher to route it to, right? So, how tall is this floor gonna be? Like at least 2. Is there a reason you're hiding the logistics layer? I like the aesthetics of it. So that I can show it when I want to. Like through glass. It's kind of like trying to make a new PC build. I'm doing cable management. I like the aesthetics of seeing all of my factory buildings at work with a tasteful amount of logistics. And sometimes I like to see everything, but it's also easier to navigate the entire floor of your factory. I can walk the entire floor without having to like jump, crouch, slide under 15 levels and layers of conveyor belts. But you're basically asking, why is someone drawing the way they're drawing? You're basically asking, like, why are you drawing with graphene? I like oils. You know what I mean? It's just a different way of artistically coming to the same outcome. You know what I mean? Like, it's you're just asking, like, why am I doing a different style than you? Because we're different people. Right? I think you're coming at this with the approach that there's like one way to build a factory, which I think is not the spirit of Satisfactory. There's all sorts of beautiful factories that take many different shapes. Right, chat? Just like you. All right, so we're going to go up at least 2 blocks. Probably more. Yeah, because that's going to clip. Not true. My way is the correct one. Well, considering you didn't even know how to use a truck a second ago, forgive me if I don't take your word for it. See, this seems too tall to me. What about a couple, like a half wall? So I'm gonna bonk my head. Do the opposite, hide the constructors, and show the belts. Because really the only thing you have to stay clear of here is the little pylons. Because we went up 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we went up 3.5, and this one's 2.5. If we keep going 3.5 every single floor, it's gonna be crazy, right? It's gonna be extremely tall. I'm worried that there's gonna be like the smoke effect. I don't know how high the smoke goes from constructors bleeding through the floor up here. Or if I unlocked lights. What are lights under? I may not have unlocked them yet. We have a couple tickets, right? I think so. Let me see. Awesome shop. How much are lights? Yeah, I bought indoor lighting. I'm just stupid. I need one more steel. Do we not have any steel? Definitely not in there. Yeah. Okay, well, can I craft some? I need raw iron ore. I'm just gonna siphon some of this. Thank you. Okay, now I can make some steel. I'll craft it myself. I shape my factory like a Pokemon. Tangela. A web of spaghetti. Okay, so got some steel so that I can try building lights, which are... Oh, organization. These lights, I forgot how big they are. Oh my god. Yeah, those are real big, dude. I actually might need to go up another level then. If I want lights here. It just feels excessive. Bigger than a foundation is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. This is as high as the first floor, but it just seems like so much overkill. Yeah, I don't... How build ladder? It's kind of hard to even see, dude. Well, that would definitely be high enough for, like, some lamps. I'm trying to get an idea of what it would feel like. So big. Like, the ceiling lights would definitely go. That just seems like such a waste of space. Yeah, I think 3.5 is a ridiculous amount. There's got to be other ways that I can get light in there, or I can just slam them right on the ceiling. I guess it doesn't have to be 3.5. It could just be 3. That way it's a little bit shorter than the first floor. While still being tall in its own right. And we have room on the ceiling to run resources if we want to. And like get some logistics up here. Seems pretty tall. 2.5's too short, 3's too tall. Do you need a screw output level before the next spaghetti level, then second production level? Well, it's gonna be... Screws are gonna be going up, and iron ingots are gonna be going up. On the next floor, we should need around 26 constructors, which is 14 fewer than we have on this floor. So we're gonna have a lot more space. And we could start putting in the assemblers, or we could have the assemblers be a floor above that. One thing I was considering doing was having a section set aside for storage containers. Right? And if I want to have a section set aside for storage containers, part of me thinks that should be down more on the ground floor. But this area down here is so clean that I don't really want to screw it up. It could just forward it to like a little area outside. Like we could have the final product sent to some storage here, you know? Like we could just turn this into a platform and it could be like a bank. Or we can put the storage containers up higher where the empty space is going to be on the next constructor floor. We could carve out like a wall, put some storage banks, and then come back later and feed all the final product in there. A bank under the road. I kind of want it to be like a glorious looking place. Like I want it to look impressive also. Storage containers hanging from the roof, the roof. Suspended above the walkway down here. Hanging from the rafters. No, I actually think windows, I think some glass on the ceiling would look good. So I wouldn't want to block that. Does this look too tall? Let's do two different ones. Let's do the 2.5 on this side. And then chat can help me decide. Okay, I'm just thinking about, we have to go up at least 2 more floors. So I feel like if we shrink this, if we keep going like a grandiose amount of height on every floor, it's just gonna be such a crazy tower. which isn't inherently a bad thing. Oh, I didn't make the beams. Like, I realize that light is really close. Yeah, I mean, I think you don't need to help me make the decision. I think it's just got to be the one that's a little taller. Like this one. Right? Yeah, I think it'll just feel nicer. And if we wanted to route some things on the ceiling, we have space up here to do it. And we might end up needing to. I don't have to hide all the logistics. I just want to hide the dirty ones. Like, I like these elevators being visible. There's a wall-mounted light? Yeah, there's a wall-mounted light also. But it's pretty big, too. It's pretty massive also. What's the goal of this game? Have you ever played Factorio? Fan City? The goal of the game is make a factory. Explore the world. Giant map. You have a bunch of raw materials and resources like iron, copper, coal, and more advanced ones, and you try and, like, turn them into stuff. Such as iron. This is a really simple one, but iron gets smelted into iron ingots, which gets constructed into plates, right? And then I use those plates to craft with, or to build more buildings, or to get upgraded gear. And then I have goals that tell me what to craft at the top right, so I can advance the space elevator up to phase 5 and unlock a whole bunch of stuff to build more stuff, to make more power, to build more stuff, to upgrade, to occasionally, you know, go out and fight some creatures, or, you know, inspect the little patch of the 47 square kilometer world that I've chosen to try and tame. And you just keep building. Settle the lands. Get your factories going, you know? You can go up to the station? No. Didn't. That's not what I said. But you do send resources up there. And they build it out for you. Okay, gamers. I think that the next floor is definitely a future me problem. Because we spent a lot of time on this, and I could spend a lot more, but my brain is melting actively because it's been over 10 hours, which I did not intend to do today, but that's how it goes. I guess last thing I'll do is delete this because I had meant to delete it. And we're gonna need to go up. A level, there we go. That way future me's not confused. And future me has a lot of work to do tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow, chat. That's when we will pick this up. And we did a lot today, actually, like on this factory. We did a lot. Starting from under the floor and getting all of the, everything under the floor was started again from scratch because I deleted it and started over. built all the next levels up. Did we put the foundries down today or yesterday? I guess they were down yesterday. But yeah, did all the organization on the logistics here, got all the constructors up. So basically 2 logistics floors organized, and we've got screw production ready to go. And we've got copper ready to be received, and we got the truck stop and the road around the edges. Which is gonna look better eventually and not so glossy and just plain. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be going up another level, getting the last 18 constructors to make iron rods and plates, which should be easy. The hard part is going to be routing it all to the assemblers for the final product. So the final products will be the reinforced iron plates, the rotors, and the modular frames. So those are going to be the big boy ones. And they're also really, really big buildings, so I'm not really sure how we're going to fit them all in. So we're going to have to do the math on that tomorrow. And hopefully we can also get those plugged in and also get the iron mine situated and ready to bring iron over. And maybe if we're super productive, go start setting up the copper. So that might be dreaming a little big, but I got high hopes. So I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Come back at about 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific again, I would say. Somewhere around there. And I'll catch you for that one. I'm gonna go feed the dog. He's still building the iron factory. That one's accurate. GG's. Thanks for keeping me company. Hit the follow button on the way out, chat. I'm gonna send you guys out for an end of stream raid. Solid 10-hour day of progress. This is one of the biggest factories I've ever made. So it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while to get things going. But GG's, well played. Catch you on the flippity flip. Yes, indeed. All right, chat. I'm gonna go say what's up to Sim. Let's go give him a raid. Apparently, he's in follower or subscriber only chat. He might be getting backseated or something. He might have been getting bot attacked. I was getting bot attacked as well today, so I had to turn follower only mode on for a bit. So that may be the case over there. But type if you can. And let him know you're there. And go check out his factory. See if he'll give you the tour. Ask him for a Satisfactory tour. And see what he's up to. All right, good night, everybody. Come back in a little over 12 hours. Like 13 hours. And we'll be back again for some more. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for watching. Good night, good day. See you later, Jackson, Ottercog, Trinsic, Death by Matum, Durf, Cutie Wasp. Thanks for the fun. Hey, my pleasure. Gina Prime, 321. Good night, Ulrich, Miss Lycidae, Cascading. Thank you for the stream. My pleasure. I'm loving this game. I'm happy to be back tomorrow. I'm like looking forward to it already. I'm just tired. Alamain, Evercrow, a Satisfactory E for E. Yeah, Satisfactory for E. Exactly. All right. Everybody else, I'll catch you later. Time's up. Let's go raid. Good night. Out. Get out.